Chapter 2040. Central Continent, deep within a certain earth trench. Fairy Myrtle was controlling the Wisdom Path formation. Purple light shrouded the formation without leaking out. In the formation core, other than Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxie, there were also Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and several other Gu Immortals. After the Fate War, these Gu Immortals were left behind by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle and the rest cooperated with Bing Sichuan, capturing these people one by one. As the purple light faded, the formation stopped. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was uncertain while Lady White Rabbit was furious. They were both immobilized. "You two still don't want to surrender?" Ing Wuxie sneered. You traitor!" Lady White Rabbit shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing also rushed over. Her gaze was emotionless and cold. "I urge you to reconsider. After all, your greatest value has been lost." Fairy Miao Yin heard this and her expression became even more hesitant. Fairy Myrtle stopped the formation and stood up. Her aura was weak. She had expended a lot of energy in this deduction. But she showed clear joy on her face. "It seems we succeeded." Bing Sichuan was already waiting outside the formation. He smiled lightly. He Lulan walked past Fairy Myrtle, stopping behind Bing Sichuan. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a smile. "There are enough clues. We finally succeeded. I have already deduced Fang Yuan's current location. Take a guess. Where is this crafty demon hiding?" Bing Sichuan raised his eyebrows. "Now that you asked, it is a clear hint. What, is this scoundrel Fang Yuan hiding in Celestial Court all along?" Fairy Myrtle nodded. "According to my deduction, he is indeed in Celestial Court." The immortals heard this and showed strange expressions. Ing Wuxie gritted his teeth. "He is truly crafty. He escaped from Celestial Court earlier. It was just a disguise. He has probably been hiding in Celestial Court all along." Old man Jing Yuan sighed. "No wonder we could not find his true body." Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, praising, "Amazing! This is Fang Yuan's style indeed." Bing Sichuan frowned. "But how can he hide until now without being discovered by the Celestial Court Gu Immortals?" Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with bright light. "I can only deduce that Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court now, but I cannot be sure that he has been hiding in Celestial Court. But in terms of ability, this demon, Fang Yuan, is the most difficult to estimate. But in terms of ability, Fang Yuan is Gu Immortal sect. Bing Sichuan sighed. "Fang Yuan is hiding in Heavenly Court now. What do we do? Were they going to attack the Celestial Court again? If we directly report this information to the Celestial Court, and the Celestial Court kills Fang Yuan, wouldn't they obtain all of his inheritance?" Bing Sichuan represented Giant Sun Immortal. He represented the benefits of Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Of course, he did not want to see the Celestial Court grow stronger again. Moreover, the information regarding Fang Yuan's location was something that they had painstakingly deduced. If they were to inform the Celestial Court just like that, it would be too easy for them. Elder Jing Yuan reminded, "No matter what, we still have to tell the Master about this precious information first." Fairy Myrtle replied, "I've already reported it to Master as soon as I retracted the formation." Celestial Court. A fierce battle had broken out. Boom. Lady Cold Ash's figure flickered as she dodged the explosion of a killer move. She was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Spectral Soul had just received Fairy Myrtle's information, but he was not in a good mood. "Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court now? Of course, I already knew this." A memory flashed in Spectral Soul's mind. It was the scene that happened several days ago. The Gu Immortals were gathered in Dragon Palace again. Wu Shuai used the excuse of discussing the details of attacking Qi Si ancestors' side. But halfway through the discussion, Wu Shuai suddenly attacked. Dragon Palace rumbled. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was caught off guard and was hit by the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. He was easily taken down without any resistance. "Everyone, don't panic. This person is a spy of our alliance. He is the mastermind of the Celestial Court." Wu Shuai consoled the immortals as he took out evidence. In front of such concrete evidence, the immortals were shocked and furious. They condemned Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and wanted them to pay the price. Wu Shuai shook his head. We will definitely punish Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, but the urgent matter now is not this. The big picture is the most important thing. Gu Tribe's leader frowned deeply. Lord Alliance leader, because of this traitor, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, our sneak attack plan has been exposed. If we carry it out again, we might not be able to catch them off guard. Wu Shuai smiled coldly. There is still an important piece of information that I have not told everyone yet. Qi Si ancestor is no longer in Eastern Sea. He has entered Central Continent many days ago and is heading to the Celestial Court. This is good news. Many Gu immortals heard this and were overjoyed. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. What's so good about it? The reason why we attacked Qi Si ancestor's side was to target him personally, to stop him from resolving the Qi harvest fruits in the other grotto heavens. Now that Qi Si ancestor is not here, what is the point of continuing our attack? The Gu immortals who were cheering earlier were stunned. After reacting, the atmosphere in Dragon Palace became even heavier. Everyone, don't panic. Wu Shuai spoke, all the Gu immortals' gazes landed on him. He continued, it is actually very simple to resolve our current predicament. Since Qi Si ancestor is heading to Central Continent's Celestial Court, we will give up on the grotto heavens and directly attack the Celestial Court to kill Qi Si ancestor. What? This? The Gu immortals in the hall hesitated. It is not easy to attack the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court is the #1 force of humanity. Even if they lost the Fate War, we cannot take them lightly. Many Gu immortals wanted to retreat. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, you fools. He scolded them on the spot. His imposing aura caused the hall to turn silent. The Gu immortals kept quiet out of fear. Why don't you think about why the Celestial Court would suddenly invite Qi Si ancestor over? Wu Shuai asked with a stern expression. Xiao Hejian's eyes shined as he said, don't tell me, the Celestial Court is also facing the Qi harvest fruit problem. Wu Shuai chuckled. All of your grotto heavens are facing the Qi harvest fruit problem. The Celestial Court is also a grotto heaven. It is located in immemorial White Heaven. Why is the Celestial Court not facing the Qi harvest fruit problem? Hearing this, the immortals realized at once. This was just a facade. In their hearts, the Celestial Court had always been supreme. Even though they lost the Fate War, the Celestial Court displayed terrifying strength and foundation. Even though the Celestial Court lost, it lost to enemies like Feng Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. To the variant human Gu immortals, this was a reasonable loss. It did not affect their impression of the strength of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this impression, the variant human Gu immortals subconsciously thought, even if the Celestial Court was facing the Qi harvest fruit problem, it could resolve it by itself. After all, the creator of the Celestial Court was primordial origin immortal venerable who became a venerable through Qi path. Alliance leader is wise. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch slapped his forehead. The Celestial Court invited Qi Si ancestor to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem. Even though the Celestial Court has a Qi path inheritance, it does not have any Qi path Gu immortals. Also, why did the Celestial Court ally with Qi Si ancestor? Other than obstructing our alliance, it is likely to be for the sake of their own safety. Precisely. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with an appreciative gaze. You guys are not too stupid after all. The Celestial Court is at its weakest now. Qi Si ancestor is going to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem of the Celestial Court. As long as we attack the Celestial Court while he is busy, we will be able to catch them off guard and obtain shocking results. If we attack the Celestial Court now, before Qi Si ancestor makes a move on the Qi harvest fruit, we will attack the Qi harvest fruit and force the Celestial Court Gu immortals to defend themselves. That way, we will have the initiative and be able to advance or retreat freely. If we attack the Celestial Court and Qi Si ancestor uses his killer move to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, that would be even better. That would be even better. If we interfere with him with our full strength, Qi Si ancestor's killer move might fail and he would suffer a backlash. If we fight with all our strength, we might be able to kill him on the spot. Wu Shuai said calmly. But what if we attack the Celestial Court and Qi Si ancestor has already gotten rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal asked carefully. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. The celestial court has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit is definitely extraordinary. If Qi's sea ancestor gets rid of the Qi harvest fruit, his battle condition will be affected. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, but we are already at a dead end. We can only fight with all our strength to have hope in the future. Tell me, other than this method, what other methods do we have? Facing Wu Shuai's question, the immortals were silent. With the current situation, the immortals were forced to follow Wu Shuai to attack the celestial court. But the Gu immortals present were still hesitant, including the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Maybe if we continue experimenting, we can find the correct method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal said softly. Wu Shuai's expression turned grim. He scolded internally. These variant human Gu immortals have been cowards for too long. They do not have any fighting spirit at all. But Wu Shuai had already expected this. He laughed loudly. Lord Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Gu tribe's leader asked. Wu Shuai stopped laughing. To speak the truth, I am also worried about bringing you idiots to attack the celestial court. But this time, I invited a strong reinforcement. Because of him, I learned of Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's betrayal. Ah? Who is it? The immortals were curious. Lady Cold Ash's gaze flickered. She already had a guess. Right at this moment, from the shadows behind Wu Shuai, a Gu immortal walked out. This Gu immortal wore a white robe. He had long black hair that reached his waist. His face was white as jade. His eyes were shining with cold light. Fang Yuan, it's him, it really is him. The immortals' pupils shrunk, their expressions changed, they were all shaken. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan spoke slowly, his voice was cold as ice. The celestial court bullied me. Now that I have recovered my strength, I am going to attack the celestial court. Duke Long is not here. Who can stop me? His voice resounded in the hall. Nobody dared to make a sound. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest felt their hearts pounding. With a strong reinforcement like Fang Yuan leading the way, they immediately regained their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan was someone who had defeated the celestial court. His battle strength was clear to everyone in the world. Chapter 2041. Roar. The evil dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather. Its mountain-like body charged at the front, followed by the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance, and finally, Dragon Palace. Primordial Qi Wall. This was a method left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It appeared again when Celestial Court was attacked, but it could not stop Di Zongxing's charge. The 5 regions merged. This evil dragon has become even stronger. Furthermore, ever since the Fate War, the Primordial Qi Wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Even though it recovered, it is much weaker than before. Qin Ding Ling frowned, quickly determining the situation. The Qi Wall could only delay for a while. It could not stop the evil dragon. Lord Qin, do you need me to fight? At this time, 9 spiritual fairy transmitted. The former transformation path great experts of Celestial Court, Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, had died long ago. Only 9 spiritual fairy was left among the transformation path experts. No, Qin Chao's taming is only one step away. Continue to refine hatred Gu. Qin Ding Ling immediately transmitted, shouting, Shabi 95 Ruandan, are you still not going to fight? A tiger's roar and a crane's cry resounded at the same time. 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts blocked in front of Di Zongxing. The 3 legendary primordial wild beasts clashed, causing the earth to shake and the sky to tremble. In just a few rounds, Shabi 95 and Ruandan were forced to retreat. They were in a miserable state. They were not Di Zongxing's match in close combat. Thus, they started to activate their killer moves. Instantly, gray chi shot out like blades, pill lights burst out. Di Zongxing roared, purple gold light appeared on his body, blocking all the killer moves. Next, the purple gold light dissipated. Di Zongxing's dragon whiskers grew rapidly, shooting out like countless snakes coming out of their caves. They were extremely powerful. Shabi 95 and Ruandan could not block the attacks. They could only retreat temporarily. This evil dragon actually has an immortal goo, it can use killer moves now. Qin Dingling's heart sank, she took a deep look at Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing was a legendary immemorial beast to begin with. He had outstanding intelligence and could use goo worms to activate killer moves. But during the Fate War, it was enslaved by Dragon Palace in a hurry. It did not have time to equip itself with goo worms. Therefore, in the Fate War, it only relied on its own physical strength to fight. Therefore, he was unable to resist Feng Jioga's Song of Destiny and was instantly controlled. When he encountered other killer moves, he could only use his physical body to resist. After the Fate War, Wu Shuai had already started to consider equipping Di Zongxing with goo worms. But Wu Shuai was tight on money back then, he did not have any extra immortal goo. Although the main body had many immortal goo, firstly, Feng Yuan's main body was moving around Western Desert, he did not meet up with Wu Shuai immediately. Secondly, the extra immortal goo might not be suitable for Di Zongxing. However, Wu Shuai's luck was good. He grasped the opportunity and successfully became the leader of the Two Heavens Alliance. With resources on hand, Wu Shuai started to equip Di Zongxing. Up until now, Wu Shuai and Feng Yuan's main body had split the Two Heavens forces. He used the excuse of trying to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit to destroy several grotto heavens, and made forceful transactions with the Alliance's goo immortals. Finally, Di Zongxing had a certain number of goo worms and several basic killer moves. Di Zongxing suppressed Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, forcing them to retreat to one side as he charged forward ferociously. Qin Dingling screamed as she flew up and entered the immortal goo house. Several immortal goo houses flew towards Di Zongxing, forming layers of defense. Di Zongxing's charge stopped for a moment, but Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan also joined in. I finally blocked it for now. Qin Dingling had just calmed down when she moved Dragon Palace in an arc towards the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit was too huge, it was too eye-catching. Wu Shuai was even more ruthless, he attacked the enemy's weakness. Qin Dingling's expression changed as she hurriedly commanded the immortal goo houses to split a portion of their forces to block Dragon Palace. The situation is very dangerous. Once the Qi harvest fruit is destroyed, the whole of Celestial Court will be destroyed. Quickly awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Zhou Xiong Xian urged. How about we ask 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler to reinforce us? Bai Tsong Shui suggested. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth, deciding, awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was already mostly destroyed, there were only a few goo immortals sleeping inside. But after this force awakened, they were a new force, they shared a lot of the pressure. The defensive line was still in danger, but it was barely stabilized. Go and attack the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai ordered the Alliance goo immortals. These goo immortals had already split up, they were like loose sand, drilling through the Qi walls and approaching the Qi harvest fruit. Seeing this, Qin Dingling was extremely anxious. She gritted her teeth and said furiously, I will destroy these variant humans and exterminate them all. Even though the Two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were not strong, they had the advantage in numbers, they were the weakness of Celestial Court's side. Don't worry, these variant human goo immortals look like they have a lot of numbers, but they are actually cowards. As long as we send one person to surround the Qi harvest fruit and kill a few of them, these goo immortals will definitely hesitate, their morale will be greatly weakened. Prince's impatience suggested. Who can take on this task? Qin Dingling quickly asked. Che Wei responded with his actions. He flew out of the immortal goo house like a ray of light, charging towards the Qi harvest fruit on the ground. Die! He pounced like an eagle, using a killer move that was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Ah! What killer move is this? Of the 2 variant human goo immortals, one was heavily injured, while the other was killed on the spot. Che Wei's display of battle strength at the crucial moment was extremely shocking, both sides were shocked. After all, the 2 variant human goo immortals he defeated had rank 8 cultivation level. His killer move seems to be of a completely new path? Too terrifying. Before I figure out his background, if I rush forward, I'll definitely be cut in half by him. I should wait for Feng Yuan to attack. The two Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals hesitated, their charge slowed down. These trash. In the depths of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned, showing deep anger on his face. At the crucial moment, these variant human Gu immortals were useless, they could not even serve as cannon fodder. But Wu Shuai was prepared, he waved his hand, "It's your turn." 4 figures flew out of Dragon Palace, they were the 4 dragon generals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, as well as Old Man Bei Feng who replaced Shi Miao. These 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were enslaved by Dragon Palace, they were loyal and did not fear death, they split into 4 groups and charged forward. Even though Che Wei was strong, he could only block one person. "Protect me." Qi Si ancestor transmitted to Qin Ding Ling. "This is the crucial moment. If we stop now, the consequences will be unimaginable." Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth, seeing that the 3 dragon generals were very close to the Qi harvest fruit. She could only take the risk of mobilizing an immortal Gu house to block them. At the same time, 2 Gu immortals flew out of the immortal Gu house, blocking the dragon generals with all their strength. Roar! Just as Celestial Court's side blocked the 4 dragon generals, Dragon Palace took the chance to block Ruan Dan. Di Zongxing used this chance to knock down Shabi 95, charging all the way until he got close to the Qi harvest fruit. Di Zongxing abruptly opened its mouth and spat out a green gas current. The green Qi destroyed the immortal formation and hit the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. Qi Si ancestor's expression changed as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His killer move was stopped. He seemed to have suffered a heavy backlash. Oh no. The Celestial Court's immortals had a change of expression. "We succeeded." Wu Shuai's subordinates cheered, their morale rose. The Qi harvest fruit was damaged, Celestial Court was affected. The ground in Celestial Court was torn apart, earth trenches appeared, earth Qi rumbled, heaven and earth shook, the sky was in chaos, countless winds and clouds were raging. The aperture walls of Celestial Court started to crack, large pieces of the aperture walls fell off, forming a huge hole that connected the inside and outside. Even the Fate Formation could not deal such a heavy blow to Celestial Court. The appearance of the Qi harvest fruit gave Celestial Court a fatal weakness. Che Wei was furious, his left hand was like a blade while his right hand was like a spear. He attacked with both hands, 2 golden-silver lights pierced through Yang Zihe. Yang Zihe died. Wu Shuai laughed loudly, shouting, "Today is the day of your Celestial Court's destruction." Qin Ding Ling's eyelids twitched. Even though Wu Shuai's side suffered many losses, he was right. The Qi harvest fruit's weakness was too huge. Wu Shuai had the complete initiative. Celestial Court is in danger, what should we do? Even someone like Qin Ding Ling was at a loss. Amidst the loss, there was a trace of fear. Is Celestial Court going to be destroyed by me, Qin Ding Ling? Right at this time, Qi Si ancestor transmitted again. "Qin Ding Ling, the situation is dire, we can only take a risk." Qin Ding Ling subconsciously asked, "How do we take a risk?" "Earlier, my Qi Path Immortal Gu was destroyed. I can no longer use the method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. But I created a killer move. Even though it is not complete, it can temporarily shrink the Qi harvest fruit." Qi Si ancestor said. Qin Ding Ling's eyes shined. She saw hope in this desperate situation. She quickly said, "Ancestor, please use it. As long as we survive this, Celestial Court will not mistreat you." Celestial Court's current problem was the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit was too big, it was like a mountain, it was the best target for killer moves. But if it shrunk, the difficulty of defending it would be much lower. "We need to be fast, this killer move is not complete, I can only hold on for a while." Qi Si ancestor said as he flew towards the Qi harvest fruit. When he was about to crash, he turned into a human-shaped Qi current and fused into the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely, it started to shrink rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it shrunk from the size of a mountain to the size of a horse carriage. This change made Celestial Court's Gu immortals surprised and joyful. An immortal Gu house flew down and floated above the Qi harvest fruit, shooting out a grand pillar of light that enveloped the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai's side's killer moves rained down like a storm, but they could not shake the pillar of light at all. Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace charged over again. Block them! Qin Ding Ling shouted. But they were too passive, they were forced to retreat. The Qi harvest fruit shrunk again. It turned from a horse carriage to an ordinary gourd. Seeing that they were about to fall into the abyss of defeat again, Qin Ding Ling quickly asked, "Ancestor, can you move the Qi harvest fruit?" Qi Si Ancestor replied weakly, "This is my limit. I researched Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival method. I can only shrink it, I cannot move it at all. This method is just a preliminary creation, it is not complete. Quickly think of a way." Qin Ding Ling was out of ideas. She had already sent reinforcements to the 10 great ancient sects at the start of the battle. Originally, Celestial Court had Central Heaven Gate. They could send reinforcements quickly, but it was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle during the Fate War. But at the next moment, the primordial Qi wall collapsed. Countless Qi currents landed on Di Zongxing's body. Di Zongxing's battle strength fell sharply, his threat was greatly reduced. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's follow-up method. It landed on Feng Yuan during the Fate War. Feng Yuan was trapped and could not break free, but Limitless Demon Venerable's figure helped him resist the power of these Qi currents. But now, the chess game was over. The two venerable silhouettes had vanished completely. They could no longer help Di Zongxing. In the blink of an eye, Di Zongxing was suppressed by Shabi 95. Celestial Court's dangerous situation was alleviated. Wu Shuai's side lost their most important battle force. Dragon Palace had no choice but to step up and use Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move. Heavenly Court still did not have a way to resist it head-on. Dragon Palace showed off its demonic might. "We can't go on like this. In the end, my Celestial Court still lacks peak battle strength." Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. If Duke Long was here, how could the other side be so arrogant? Qi Si Ancestor also has peak battle strength, but his killer move was stopped and he suffered a backlash. Furthermore, he is not a member of Celestial Court. Why would he risk his life for Celestial Court? Just as Qin Ding Ling was thinking about this, Qi Si Ancestor transmitted again. "Qin Ding Ling, to resolve today's crisis, the most important thing is to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. As long as we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, we can switch from defense to offense. Our greatest worry will be gone. We have not lost hope yet. My killer move only lacks one final piece to complete it. There is a high chance of success." Qin Ding Ling's heart shook. "What do you need me to do?" Chapter 2042. Hearing that Qi Si Ancestor was seeking Heaven Path true meaning, Qin Ding Ling smiled bitterly. Even though Celestial Court has deep foundation, it does not have Heaven Path true meaning. "But why is that?" Qi Si Ancestor asked. "It is because no one can cultivate Heaven Path. If we could, why would Celestial Court create Heaven Overseeing Tower to make use of fake goo?" Qin Ding Ling's tone was filled with deep regret. No goo immortals could cultivate Heaven Path. This was the root cause of Heaven Path true meaning. It was not easy for goo immortals to leave behind their true meaning. To leave behind true meaning, Wisdom Path and Rule Path had the greatest advantage. Other paths could only leave behind true meaning if they could comprehend other paths by analogy. For example, Long Hair's Refinement Path true meaning or Reckless Savage's Transformation Path true meaning. Hearing Qin Ding Ling's answer, Feng Yuan was not dejected. He was mentally prepared. His earlier request was more to probe Celestial Court's foundation. Maybe it really had? Celestial Court did not have Heaven Path true meaning. It was not out of his expectations. Long Hair Ancestor, Feng Yuan, sighed heavily, transmitting to Qin Ding Ling. "This means there is no hope. I can only let go for now and fight alongside Celestial Court to kill these variant humans." Qin Ding Ling immediately became anxious. The Qi harvest fruit became Celestial Court's weakness. It was a fatal weakness. The reason why the battle was in a deadlock now was because Qi Si Ancestor was shrinking the Qi harvest fruit. Once Feng Yuan let go, the Qi harvest fruit would shrink to its original size. Celestial Court would have a hard time defending. They would be in a passive situation. Qin Ding Ling was facing huge pressure now. This pressure was not only from the external enemies, but also from her inner heart. After the Fate War, the immortal graveyard was heavily damaged, Celestial Court's foundation fell. Qin Ding Ling had no choice but to take charge of all the matters of Celestial Court in this precarious situation. She was conscientious and worked hard to build the Celestial Court. It could be said that she had done her best to bring the Celestial Court back to its former glory. Just like the other members of the Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling had a strong sense of belonging to the Celestial Court. But now, a strong enemy had come, and it was extremely sudden. What was worse was that they had the fatal weakness of the Qi harvest fruit, causing Qin Ding Ling to feel a great sense of danger. Is the Celestial Court going to be destroyed in this battle? Am I the sinner who caused the destruction of the Celestial Court due to a lapse in defense? Rumble. The fierce battle continued and the Dragon Palace continued to move about. Qin Ding Ling stayed in the command center. She paid attention to the battlefield and made emergency arrangements while also communicating with Qi Si ancestor. The internal and external troubles and the heavy pressure forced her to choose to take a gamble. Immortal friend Qi Si, don't let go. Although the Celestial Court doesn't have any Heaven Dao true intent, it has abundant Heaven Dao research results. I'll give it to you right now. Qin Ding Ling was very straightforward. She directly sent an information path Immortal Gu to Qi Si ancestor. My plan succeeded. Fang Yuan received this information path Immortal Gu and sighed internally. He quickly sent his consciousness inside to inspect it. Amazing! 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 Fang Yuan only saw a small part of it, but his eyes shined with bright light. He praised internally. The Celestial Court had risen to become the #1 force in the world for 3 million years. In these 3 million years, from complying with Providence at the start, to keeping it in check in the dark, to altering Providence, they had all interacted with the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao research results were extremely abundant. It was the best in the world. It was truly worthy of its name. Fate Gu was a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. It could not be used by humans. The Celestial Court forcibly constructed Heaven Overseeing Tower and used a portion of Fate Gu's power. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, why did spectral souls secretly infiltrate the Celestial Court? A large part of the reason was because he wanted to obtain this Heaven Dao research results. As for why Limitless Demon Venerable made a bet with star constellations back then, wasn't it because he wanted to use the Celestial Court's Heaven Dao research results to raise his crazed demon cave? And now, this research result was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan continued to read and his heart shook. 2 killer moves appeared in front of him. One was called Heavenman Sensation, the other was called Workers of Heaven's Work. They were created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Heavenman Sensation could allow a Gu Immortal's will to interact with the Heaven Dao will and fuse with it. And Workers of Heaven's Work killer move was built on the basis of Heavenman Sensation. It could allow a Gu Immortal to replace Providence to a certain extent. Because of these 2 killer moves, star constellations could interfere with and influence Providence. She could even replace Providence in controlling Fate Gu, thus allowing the Celestial Court to have a smooth life and reign for over 3 million years. This is my way out. Fang Yuan immediately sensed acutely that these 2 killer moves were the key to breaking out of his current predicament. This time, he took the risk to come to the Heavenly Court and set up this trap to deceive Qin Ding Ling. In the end, he achieved his goal. Qi Si, I wonder if this research result can help you complete your killer move? Qin Ding Ling asked in the midst of an intense battle. Fang Yuan coughed. This Heaven Dao research results have indeed benefited me greatly. But modifying a killer move now is extremely risky. I need you to stall for time for me, the more the better. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. Ancestor, you need to hurry, we can only do our best. If not, we can only abandon the Celestial Court and preserve the Gu Immortals. She had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Fang Yuan continued to read. Behind the 2 killer moves, star constellation Immortal Venerable's ideology was recorded in detail. Fang Yuan was enlightened and came to a realization. My will is Providence, Providence is my will, so that's it, so that's it. Fang Yuan did not move for now. He pondered over this profound meaning as his clone Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Alliance to fight against the Celestial Court. Because Di Zongxing was hit by Primordial Origins method, he was no longer as powerful as before. He was suppressed by Ruan Dan. As for Shabi 95, it had already returned to the defensive line, becoming the main force against Dragon Palace. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace rampaged through the battlefield, displaying its power. The Celestial Court's side suffered greatly. But in other aspects, the Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They were not the match of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Compared to the Celestial Court's members, they were still lacking in strength. There were only two people who were on par with them, the two Vice Alliance leaders, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. As for Spectral Soul, who was disguised as Lady Cold Ash, he continued to disguise himself. He fought with all his might but was unable to do so. This is a great opportunity. Fairy Myrtle, bring your men and join the battle in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court. I want to kill him, as well as Celestial Court, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest. Fairy Myrtle received the order and asked, should we include Longevity Heaven's forces? What if we tell Celestial Court's situation? Fairy Myrtle deduced Fang Yuan's location. Bing Sichuan knew about it too. But Bing Sichuan's side did not know that Celestial Court was in such a situation. They only thought that Celestial Court was heavily guarded. Since that was the case, Bing Sichuan could only conceal Fang Yuan's location for now. Even though he wanted to make use of others to kill him, if Celestial Court really killed Fang Yuan, wouldn't all of Fang Yuan's inheritances and immortal goo go to Celestial Court? Thus, Bing Sichuan wanted to continue contacting Spectral Soul's side. He wanted the two sides to work together and attack Celestial Court in the future. Spectral Soul thought about Giant Sun's attack during the Fate War. He snorted coldly and said without hesitation, no need to tell them, we will hide it from them, come here. Fairy Myrtle concealed the truth and left with Bing Sichuan's group, rushing to Celestial Court. Celestial Court was damaged now. There were many holes in the aperture walls. They were connected to the outside world. Fairy Myrtle's group could easily and quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle's force cannot turn the situation around. Only when both sides are heavily injured will she have the greatest impact. Spectral Soul thought to himself. To him, the best situation was for Wu Shuai to fight against Celestial Court. They would lose a lot of battle strength. At that time, if he attacked, he would have huge gains. But why is that scoundrel Fang Yuan not attacking yet? Spectral Soul looked at Dragon Palace. At the same time, an immortal goo house from Celestial Court attacked him. Spectral Soul held back his killing intent, abandoning a group of soul beasts as he retreated. In order to act weak, he decided to endure it. But this immortal goo house charged forward and used a killer move. A ray of profound light shot out toward Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's heart shook. He hesitated. He had the strength to dodge, but Lady Cold Ash did not. Without a choice, he could only abandon some soul beasts to block the immortal goo house and stall for time for him. Die! Che Wei suddenly appeared beside Lady Cold Ash. His body was shining with golden light. His aura was sharp like a blade. You really think I'm a pushover? Spectral Soul was furious, but he decided to maintain his disguise. Boom! Che Wei's attack landed on Lady Cold Ash's body. She fell down as a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Lady Cold Ash's aura weakened rapidly until it was completely gone. Dead. Another one killed. Che Wei did not find Spectral Soul's weakness. He flew away with the immortal goo house towards other battlefields. Spectral Soul fell to the ground like a broken sack. He did not move. He was pretending to be dead. Boom boom boom. Not long after he fell to the ground, a series of immortal killer moves turned into dazzling lightning that landed on Spectral Soul's body twice. Lady Cold Ash's body was charred black. Most of her body was roasted. She emitted the fragrance of meat. I'll endure it. Spectral Soul gritted his teeth. With a loud sound, Di Zongxing also fell down, pressing down on Spectral Soul. Next, Ruan Dan flew to Di Zongxing's body, shouting as she fought, I'll fight, 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 fight. Bam, bam, bam. The ground shook intensely, Spectral Soul's bones and tendons were all crushed. "I'll endure it." Di Zongxing and Ruan Dan flew away, but soon, an immortal goo house flew over. It was Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai activated a dream path killer move as he chased after Qin Ding Ling relentlessly. Qin Ding Ling dodged quickly. The smoke-like killer move could not change direction in time. It was about to land on Spectral Soul's body. "Spectral Soul, I can't take it anymore." At the next moment he burst out, waving his hand as black chi spread across the entire battlefield. Chapter 2043. What is going on? Black chi shook as Xiao Hejian was forced to retreat. His face was filled with shock. He had seen Lady Cold Ash get killed by Che Wei and felt some regret. To think that not long after, Lady Cold Ash actually revived. Did she fake her death earlier? But her luck was not good and she was about to be hit by a dream path killer move, so she had to fight again? But how can Lady Cold Ash have such battle strength? Not only was Xiao Hejian bewildered, the other Gu immortals also had the same doubts. But compared to Celestial Court's side, the Two Heavens Alliance was not only shocked, but also joyful. After all, Lady Cold Ash had concealed herself so deeply, she was still one of them. That attack earlier had Duke Long's style. Is Lady Cold Ash a person on the same level as Duke Long? I don't believe it. Another Gu immortal charged out from Celestial Court's side. It was none other than Che Wei, who had displayed his might in this battle. Che Wei pounced at Lady Cold Ash. All sorts of signs and information showed that attack earlier was Lady Cold Ash's trump card. She could not use it often. Kill! Che Wei's body shined with golden light. He crashed towards Lady Cold Ash like a meteor. At the same time, far from the battlefield, underground, the two generals of Celestial Court were still forcefully refining Hatred Gu. Red Heart Traveler controlled the formation while Qing Chou was motionless like a statue. 9 Spiritual Fairies' voice came from the statue. "It's about time. In a few more minutes, we will be able to completely refine Hatred Gu." As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Chou's dim and lifeless eyes suddenly opened wide, and a crimson-red light shot out explosively from its eyes. "What's going on?" 9 Spiritual Fairy exclaimed in shock. "What happened?" Red Heart Traveler asked while injecting immortal essence to increase the immortal formation's power. But Qing Chou's body shook more and more violently. "It's Hatred Gu, oh no!" 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly cried out in shock. She was forced out of Qing Chou's body like a ray of light. Roar! Qing Chou regained its freedom. It roared towards the sky. Its voice shook the heavens like thunder. Boom! At the next moment, Qing Chou charged out of the formation, leaving behind a damaged formation and 2 shocked Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals. Red Heart Traveler was in charge of the formation and suffered a lot of backlash. He quickly helped up 9 Spiritual Fairy who had fallen to the ground. Qing Chou flew to the battlefield. What happened? 9 Spiritual Fairy's gaze was still dull, her tone uncertain. "Maybe I saw wrongly." At that instant earlier, the rank 8 Hatred Gu burst out with terrifying power. It actually had a trace of the aura of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. At this time, the battlefield, attention had shifted from Dragon Palace and the Qi onto Gu. Cho attack. Gu Cho on, Gu Cho. Cho. Gu on. Gu. Cho. Gu, Lady, Gu. Cho on Cho. Cho, demon, to say. Qin, on. Cho Dynasty Qin Demon Gu, Demon Qin. 2. Spectral Soul's thought was direct. Since Fang Yuan is not coming out, I will force him to come out. Today was different from the past. During the Fate War, Spectral Soul was very weak. He could only rely on Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan to escape and recuperate. But now, he had recovered most of his strength. He was no longer weak. What is going on? The immortals were even more shocked. Gu Cho gave up on Cho Dynasty and targeted Dragon Palace. Internal conflict? Cho Dynasty's momentum slowed. Let's observe the situation first. Maybe it is a trap. Qin Ding Ling wanted stability. She gathered her subordinates. Wu Shuai frowned. He controlled Dragon Palace to retreat. But Gu Cho Cho was faster. She pressed her palm on the roof of Dragon Palace. The seemingly light palm caused Dragon Palace to be sent flying like a ball. At the same time, phantoms of immemorial soul beasts appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace. Roar, roar, roar. Every immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by, Dragon Palace would suffer a heavy blow. Dozens of immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by. A huge hole appeared on Dragon Palace's roof. The pillars were broken, tiles were sent flying. It was a pathetic sight. Cho Dynasty broke out in cold sweat. He had experienced Dragon Palace's strength firsthand, but now, Gu Cho Cho only used one palm to force Dragon Palace to this state. So Gu Cho 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 is so strong. I attacked earlier, I was courting death. Cho Dynasty's direction suddenly changed. He returned to the back. Gu Cho Cho Cho, what are you doing? Xiao Hejian shouted. What soul path killer move is this? It is so powerful. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious on the surface, he was feeling a chill in his heart. Dragon Palace continued to retreat. You think you can escape? Gu Cho sneered. She was about to attack again when a huge shadow shrouded her body. Gu Cho turned around. She saw that the mountain-like Ching Cho had gotten close to her at some point. It opened its mouth and was about to devour Gu Cho. Seeing this, Gu Cho was also stunned. Spectral Soul knew about Ching Cho's existence. But he never expected that he would run into Ching Cho at this moment. Seeing that Gu Cho was about to be devoured, her body suddenly turned into black smoke. She floated and dodged Ching Cho's attack. Beast scram! Gu Cho shouted. She stretched out her palm again and pressed it on Ching Cho's head. The scene from earlier happened again. Phantoms of immemorial soul beasts surrounded Ching Cho, flickering continuously. Bam, bam, bam. Each time the phantom appeared, there would be a loud sound of thunder. Ching Cho's flesh was soon torn apart, but it did not retreat. Spectral Soul was about to chase after Dragon Palace when Ching Cho blocked his path. Spectral Soul, I will kill you, I will kill you. Ching Cho roared as it pounced at Gu Cho. Spectral Soul was furious. I have no time to waste on you. He used Gu Cho Cho's body to prepare a terrifying killer move. Traces of black smoke started to come out of Gu Cho's orifices. Her aura rose rapidly. The black smoke gathered and enveloped Ching Cho. Ching Cho activated an offensive killer move that crashed into the black smoke. After a breath of time, the black smoke dissipated. Ching Cho's killer move landed on Gu Cho's body without losing any momentum. Shock flashed across Gu Cho's face. She was sent flying as she was caught off guard. Rank 9 Immortal Gu? No, it is only a half-finished product. Gu Cho swallowed a mouthful of blood. She squinted as she sized up Ching Cho, her expression turning solemn. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just arrived at the battlefield. Her pupils shrunk. My senses were right. The rank 8 Hatred Gu is about to advance to rank 9. Ching Cho's origin is from the aggrieved souls that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered. The core immortal Gu that formed Ching Cho is Hatred Gu, but the relationship between Hatred Gu and Ching Cho is not simple. Not only did Hatred Gu create Ching Cho is also nurturing and refining Hatred Gu. Maybe at the start, Hatred Gu was only rank 6, or even rank 4 or 5. But as Ching Cho grew, its endless hatred caused Hatred Gu to advance. Until now, Hatred Gu is advancing from rank 8 to rank 9. Chapter 2044. What situation was this? Seeing that Lady Cold Ash was sent flying by Ching Cho, the immortals were stunned. The aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu could not be faked, but this aura was too weak, and it was mainly the aura of a rank 8 immortal Gu. This was the first time something like this had happened. An incomplete rank 9 immortal Gu? The immortals felt that it was inconceivable. Gu refinement had always been a very careful process, be it human Gu refinement methods or hairy man Gu refinement methods, they were extremely meticulous. Feng Yuan was like this, Long Hair Ancestor was also like this. They had never heard of a Gu worm that could still be used during the Gu refinement process. But the truth was right in front of them, the immortals had to admit it. What refinement method is this? Many Gu immortals were very excited. This is definitely a new chapter in refinement path. Spectral soul? Ching Cho has hatred goo, it should not be wrong. To think that Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. From Spectral Soul's words, it seems that Feng Yuan is also here. Is he hiding in Dragon Palace? The immortals were shocked and uncertain. There were too many accidents in this battle. Celestial Court, the two heavens, Spectral Soul, Feng Yuan, and others had their own arrangements. None of them knew the overall situation. Even though Feng Yuan had been reborn, it was the same. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. He felt a trace of joy. Dragon Palace retreated even faster. Wu Shuai immediately called back the 3 dragon generals. He also ordered the other 2 Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals to defend Dragon Palace and deal with Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai did not dare to rashly bring the other 2 Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals into Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. They were also very suspicious. I can't wait any longer. Qi Si Ancestor, Feng Yuan, gritted his teeth as he secretly made a move. He had planned to disguise himself for a while, but with Spectral Soul's exposure and Qing Chao's participation, he knew that he had lost control of the situation. He had to act quickly. Feng Yuan contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has results. Protect me, it will be very crucial next. Understood. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the start of the battle. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals retreated and formed a tight defense line. They were very wary of Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace's Wu Shuai. Qing Cho charged towards Frost Ash Immortal Gu. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. It was as if Spectral Soul's appearance had triggered the deepest hatred in Qing Chao's heart. This intense hatred was rapidly refining Hatred Immortal Gu. When Hatred Immortal Gu was activated, it amplified Qing Cho in all aspects. Especially the offensive killer moves, their power rose sharply. They were terrifying. As Spectral Soul fought against Qing Cho, he was suppressed for some time. The hostility on his face intensified. After a few rounds, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas was small and dim, seemingly unremarkable, but when it flew onto Qing Chao's body, Qing Chao's movements became sluggish, and its attacks became disjointed. Spectral Soul's body shook. He turned into countless clones that surrounded Qing Cho. Qing Cho had hatred Gu. It should be able to identify the real one. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression. It lost its target. Spectral Soul's true body suddenly appeared on Qing Chao's back. He stretched out his hand as his palm and forearm pierced deeply into Qing Chao's body. Qing Chao's body shook intensely. It was in extreme pain. It roared at the sky. Qing Cho unleashed immortal killer moves repeatedly. Disregarding its own safety, it attacked Spectral Soul who was on its back. Spectral Soul took the attacks head-on. He had to maintain his current method. Qing Cho fell to the ground. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. A huge pit was created. Qing Cho rolled on the ground, but it could not shake off Spectral Soul. Oh no, he is refining Qing Cho. Qin Dingling saw something. Her heart jumped. She was about to order the other Gu Immortals to disturb Spectral Soul. However, Wu Shuai was one step faster. Dragon Palace activated dreamy light smoke again. Pink smoke floated towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not afraid of other methods, but he was wary of Dream Path killer moves. He had no choice but to stop his methods and retreat. Qing Cho broke free and regained its freedom, but it was dispirited. It almost fell to the ground. In contrast, after Spectral Soul flew into the sky, his aura rose by a huge amount. Evidently, the method used against Qing Cho earlier was not just enslavement, it also had the ability to extract its strength. Seeing this, almost all of the Gu Immortals' hearts sank. Qing Cho had quasi-rank 9 Hatred Gu, its battle strength soared. It was already at the level of Feng Yuan, Duke Long, and Feng Jioge during the Fate War, but it could not do much against Spectral Soul. Other than an accident when it attacked Spectral Soul at the start, when Spectral Soul regained his footing, Qing Cho was completely countered by Spectral Soul. In the end, Qing Cho was an immemorial soul beast. And immemorial soul beasts were too familiar to Spectral Soul, who cultivated Soul Path as his main path. Spectral Soul had many methods to counter immemorial soul beasts. Speaking of which, the reason why soul beasts could appear and form was because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is a pity I was so close to enslaving this legendary desolate beast. Fang Yuan, you are courting death. Spectral Soul's plan was foiled. He had a cold expression. Killing intent surged as he charged towards Dragon Palace again. Both sides fought again. Wu Shuai fought with all his might, but he could not resist Spectral Soul's methods. He was forced to retreat. Spectral Soul's demonic might was vast. He rampaged in the battlefield, unstoppable. Dragon Palace, which had been showing off its might earlier, could not resist his unparalleled might. His killer moves were endless. They were either powerful or strange. They could not be defended against. Spectral Soul had recovered, even though he was not as strong as when he was refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu on Tian Mountain. He had already recovered. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to fight against Spectral Soul. Qing Chou and the rest interfered, but he was still at a disadvantage. The situation was getting more dangerous. After more than 10 rounds, Dragon Palace was in ruins. The 3 dragon generals also died at Spectral Soul's hands. Thankfully, Dreamy Light Smoke was a killer move that made Spectral Soul wary. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals could not be counted on. They all retreated to the side. Spectral Soul was too terrifying. Whoever went up would die. It's about time. Wu Shuai finally received a secret transmission from his main body. He let out a breath of air. He quickly controlled Dragon Palace to charge towards the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Ding Ling and the rest formed a defensive line. They were like cats that had their fur blown up. They shined with endless light. Wu Shuai shouted, "Celestial Court, if you don't act now, when Spectral Soul kills me, you will all die." Qin Ding Ling shouted coldly, "Stop, no matter who comes, we will attack them with all our might." Ever since Spectral Soul fought with Dragon Palace, Celestial Court had been watching from the sidelines. They rarely made a move. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were watching. If Fang Yuan did not make a move, they would not dare to attack. Who knew what schemes this demon Fang Yuan had up his sleeves? Wu Shuai ignored them. He controlled Dragon Palace to get close to Celestial Court's defensive line. Behind him, Spectral Soul was following closely. Qin Ding Ling's expression was grim. She ordered, "Destroy Dragon Palace. Force it back." Rumble, all sorts of killer moves landed on Dragon Palace. The sky was filled with dazzling lights and shadows. The Dragon Palace was like a broken ship going against the current in the raging waves. A large number of Gu worms died, including Immortal Gu. After this battle, Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. The cost of repairing it was very high. Oh no, it really came. Seeing that Dragon Palace was about to shake Celestial Court's defensive line, at the crucial moment, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan stood up and blocked Dragon Palace. But soon, Spectral Soul arrived. A chaotic battle ensued. Die! Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. He quickly gained the upper hand. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Right at this time, Qi Si ancestors' laughter could be heard. Swish, swish, swish. The Qi harvest fruit that had shrunk to its limit exploded. Vast Qi currents surged like a tsunami, shaking heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather, covering the entire battlefield in an instant, spreading to the surrounding 10,000 li. At once, the Gu immortals lost their sense of direction. All they could see was white Qi. They could not even see their own fingers. At the center of the Qi currents condensed into the shape of a baby, continuously absorbing the white Qi. In a few breaths of time, the baby grew and turned old. It had the appearance of Qi Si ancestor, rank 8 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's main body flashed. He waved his sleeves as a split soul that was prepared flew out, bringing along many Gu worms and immortal essence as it entered Qi Si ancestor's body. After obtaining the soul, the Qi Si clone opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to enter Dragon Palace. Chapter 2045. Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. This trip to Celestial Court was indeed risky, but he had made ample preparations. He refined the Celestial Court Qi harvest fruit into a Qi Path clone. while his main body entered Dragon Palace in an instant. There were many Gu immortals in the battlefield, but none of them discovered the truth. Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone inhaled, absorbing the remaining white Qi into his body. Next, he pushed with both palms. With a loud sound, a huge Qi wall condensed and pressed down on Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul with an overwhelming force. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with bright light, black smoke burst out of his body and collided with the Qi wall, creating a sizzling sound. The Qi wall melted, but the surrounding Qi walls quickly filled up the gap. Spectral Soul made use of this momentary gap to turn into black light, passing through at lightning speed. Spectral Soul left a portion of his attention on Qi-Si Ancestor. Most of his attention was still on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was huge. This Qi wall was not easy to pass. Once Dragon Palace's Qi wall showed a weakness, Spectral Soul would immediately attack, using Qi-Si Ancestor's killer move to deal a heavy blow to Dragon Palace. Right when the Qi wall was about to hit Dragon Palace, the door of Dragon Palace opened. Fang Yuan's body was straight like a spear, appearing in front of the immortals. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi-Si. Fang Yuan had already prepared his move. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Qi wall. The huge Qi wall shook and collapsed, turning into countless Qi currents that were swept away by a formless force, entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan. He is here after all. This move again. During the Fate War, he used this move to break the primordial Qi wall. The immortals saw Fang Yuan in front of them. Their hearts shook intensely. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had ashen expressions. They lost the Fate War. Fang Yuan had already turned into a huge shadow that shrouded their hearts. The two Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals were shocked and joyful. After all, according to Fang Yuan's current behavior, he should be standing on their side. Spectral Soul's pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan's performance made him slightly bewildered. Previously, Fang Yuan had been strengthened by the heavenly Dao Dao marks, so how could he still have such powerful battle prowess? The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Fang Yuan and Qi-Si Ancestor appeared at almost the same time. The entire situation of the battlefield changed. Celestial Court was heavily guarded by Qi-Si Ancestor, Spectral Soul was alone, and Fang Yuan was at the entrance of Dragon Palace. The three strongest Gu immortals faced each other. In the Gu world, experts were respected. The following battle would depend on these three's competition. To think that there would be a day when my Celestial Court could no longer control the situation. Qin Ding Ling sighed internally as she transmitted to Qi-Si Ancestor, asking about his situation. Qi-Si Ancestor immediately replied, "Even though the Qi harvest fruits were cleared, I suffered heavy injuries. As for how to survive this tribulation, I will need everyone in Celestial Court to work together." Qin Ding Ling continued, "This time, it was all thanks to Ancestor that Celestial Court's crisis was resolved. After repelling the enemies, Celestial Court will definitely give Ancestor a satisfactory reward." Qin Ding Ling tried to recruit Qi-Si Ancestor. At this time, Dragon Palace suddenly moved, flying into the sky like an orange-gold meteor. Celestial Court had experienced this tribulation. It was already filled with holes. The Dragon Palace followed the loophole and easily left the Heavenly Court, heading to the primordial White Heaven. The remaining immortals looked at Dragon Palace in a daze. Even though Fang Yuan appeared and cooperated with Wu Shuai, these two actually escaped. Was this still the number one demon of the current era? It seems that Fang Yuan has not replied yet. Even though his attack earlier was powerful and broke Qi-Si Ancestor's Qi Wall killer move, he is probably at the end of his tether. Should we give chase? This demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. I am afraid that this is just his plan to lure the enemies. He might even be setting up an immortal formation outside, waiting for us to fall into his trap. The Celestial Court Gu immortals hesitated, while the two Heavens Alliance Gu immortals were already cursing internally. Their morale, the powerhouses and great experts that they had pinned their hopes on, had actually fled. They had fled even faster than them. Meanwhile, the two Heavens Alliance Gu immortals were left in Celestial Court. They were abandoned. Fang Yuan, where do you think you can escape to? Since you are here, die here? Spectral Soul snickered, carrying Lady Cold Ash's body. He also charged out of Celestial Court, chasing after Dragon Palace. Roar! Ching Cho roared. It had already recovered most of its lost strength. Even though the rank 9 aura of hatred goo was not complete, it was several times denser than before. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. Harboring an irreconcilable hatred, Ching Cho did not hesitate. It chased after Spectral Soul. Thus, only the Celestial Court Goo Immortals, Chi-Si Ancestor, and the Two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals were left in the battlefield. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He-Jian looked at each other. The Two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals were in an awkward situation. Let's chase. Protect Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He-Jian worked together for the first time. They shouted a slogan that even they did not believe in as they charged out of Celestial Court. The remaining Two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals shouted as well, following the two Vice Alliance leaders as they left the battlefield of Celestial Court. Are we going to kill these variant human Goo Immortals? Prince's Impatience asked Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling looked at Chi-Si Ancestor. She thought about it before saying resolutely, no. These variant human Goo Immortals are only a small problem. The most important thing is Feng Yuan. 2 of you will stay behind to clean up the battlefield. The rest will follow me. We will hunt down Feng Yuan with all our strength. Feng Yuan was not in a good state now. This was the best time to get rid of him. Once they killed Feng Yuan, if they were lucky, the loot they obtained would satisfy the entire Celestial Court. Feng Yuan had too many good things on him. He had countless immortal goo and an extremely outstanding inheritance. Even without these things, as long as they could capture Feng Yuan's soul and search for his memories before his rebirth, it would be extremely valuable to the Celestial Court. Even if they killed Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court would not gain anything substantial. But as long as Feng Yuan died at the hands of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court would regain their morale and get rid of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They would be able to look down on the world with their heads held high. Even if we cannot kill Feng Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul kill Feng Yuan. On the other hand, Qin Ding Ling was also wary of the old demon Spectral Soul. Ancestor. Qin Ding Ling was about to speak when Chi-Si Ancestor interrupted her. Don't say anything else, be it Feng Yuan or Spectral Soul. They are both demons. Everyone in the righteous path has the right to kill them. Time is pressing. The opportunity is fleeting. We need to chase after them. At the crucial moment, Chi-Si Ancestor displayed his righteous path's responsibility. This attitude made the Celestial Court's immortals have a good impression of him. Qin Ding Ling nodded heavily. If not for Chi-Si Ancestor, they would not be able to chase after them. The main body situation is bad. I need to take care of him. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals are more useful than the Two Heavens Alliance's cannon fodder. Chi-Si Ancestor had a scheme in his mind. He led the Celestial Court's Immortals to join the chase. This way, Dragon Palace was flying at the front, while Spectral Soul was closing the distance between them. Next was Ching Cho. Next was Chi-Si Ancestor and the Celestial Court's Immortals. As for the two Vice Alliance leaders of the Two Heavens Alliance and the other variant human Goo Immortals, after leaving the battlefield of the Celestial Court, they had already scattered. They only wanted to escape. They did not dare to get involved in this mess. At this time, Dragon Palace's door was already shut. Feng Yuan sat on the ground, actively modifying the killer moves Heaven Human Sensation and replacement of workers with Heaven. Feng Yuan lacked most of the goo worms needed for these two killer moves. Feng Yuan could only modify them and replace the goo worms needed to make these two killer moves work for him. Immortal goo were unique. These two killer moves had just been obtained. Feng Yuan's difficulty in modifying them increased greatly. After experimenting for a while, Feng Yuan changed his strategy. He gave up on the Goo Immortal level and started with Mortal Killer moves. Feng Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and quickly gathered the corresponding Mortal Goo Worms. With the Goo Worms, modifying killer moves would drop from an Immortal Killer move to a Mortal Killer move. The difficulty would plummet to rock bottom. With these two Mortal Killer moves, Feng Yuan stopped the formation in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He stopped using Chi Tides to cleanse the 9 heavens and 5 earths in the Immortal Aperture. Soon, Providence was created. Feng Yuan first sent a will to Providence. Next, he activated Heaven-Human Sensation. Feng Yuan's will fused into Providence. After that, he used Heaven's Worker's substitute killer move. After a while, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with shocking light. I sensed a certain Heaven Path Dao mark. If the word sense was used instead, Feng Yuan would use another word, capture. Originally, with the Heaven Path Dao mark on him, even though Feng Yuan knew about it, he could only ignore it. But this time was different. When Feng Yuan sensed it, it meant that this Heaven Path Dao mark was temporarily under his control. Chapter 2046. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. A large number of tiles on the roof broke and fell. The moment they fell to the air, these tiles turned into goo worm fragments. They were blown away by the intense winds in the sky. Spectral Soul had caught up. He was extremely fast. Even when Wu Shuai pushed Dragon Palace to its maximum speed, it could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Spectral Soul's body was covered in a layer of pitch-black fog. Every time he attacked, Dragon Palace would suffer heavy damage. Wu Shuai had to focus on repairing it, but thankfully he had many goo worms. He was well prepared. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. His expression was grim. He came to the Celestial Court with the identity of Qi Si Ancestor. His goal was to resolve the Heaven Path Dao marks on him. When he achieved his goal, he immediately chose to escape. Who cared about the title of the number 1 demon? Feng Yuan never cared about it. However, Feng Yuan's goal was achieved now, but he needed time. What he lacked now was time. Next, Spectral Soul will chase after me relentlessly. The Celestial Court will probably do the same. They will not let me escape easily. It will be very difficult for me to escape this time. Feng Yuan's movement methods had been improving. Long ago, his strongest teleportation method was to transform into an ancient sword dragon and use sword escape killer move. After that was omnidirectional travel, followed by fixed immortal travel, as well as a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core. But among these methods, even omnidirectional travel could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Fixed immortal travel might have a chance of escaping, but Feng Yuan was very weak now. He was constantly being interfered with by the Heaven Path Dao marks. If Feng Yuan wanted to get rid of this interference and completely refine these Heaven Path Dao marks, he would need a long time. Feng Yuan thought about it from another perspective. Be it Spectral Soul or the Celestial Court, they wanted Feng Yuan to die. The former expended almost all of his wealth to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, but Feng Yuan intercepted him. The latter's base was ravaged by Feng Yuan and the spiritual pillar of fate goo was destroyed by Feng Yuan. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path, and they cared about their reputation the most. In the end, during the Fate War, the Celestial Court's reputation was swollen by Feng Yuan. In the past, the Celestial Court could not deal with them because they could not find Feng Yuan. In the future, they might not be able to deal with Feng Yuan. Once Feng Yuan regained his strength, the Celestial Court would have a hard time dealing with him. Now that the Celestial Court has found Feng Yuan, of course they will kill you. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Yuan was very clear about his situation. Thoughts collided in his mind as he actively tried to think of a way out. However, his expression immediately changed. It turned out that the Heaven Path Dao marks in his body had changed again. They started to stir up trouble. Their interference towards Feng Yuan had increased by several times. When Feng Yuan dealt with the Qi wall earlier, he made a huge commotion, but a large part of it was because of Qi Si Ancestor's secret cooperation. He could not use his true battle strength. But even at this level, Feng Yuan had secretly used human path methods to resist the interference of the Heaven Path Dao marks with all his strength. He could only reach his limit. Outside, Spectral Soul was attacking Dragon Palace in a frenzy. The outer walls were filled with cracks, tiles were flying everywhere. There were Heaven Path Dao marks inside that restricted Feng Yuan's movements. The situation was very dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the Fate War. After all, during the Fate War, Feng Yuan could still use Spring-Autumn Cicada. But now, his greatest trump card had lost its effect. Fang Yuan had no chance to redo it. If he made any mistakes, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul's killing intent penetrated Dragon Palace and caused Fang Yuan's hair to stand on end. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He had already thought it through. Go to Crazed Demon Cave. The Heaven Path Dao marks were interfering with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not use his killer moves easily. Even if he could, the effect would be very poor. Fang Yuan could only get out of this predicament with the help of external forces. As for the other dangerous areas, they were not of much help to Fang Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the fleeing party. It was at the front. If they barged into a dangerous area, Dragon Palace would be the first to suffer the retaliation. Instead, they would be at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul would have the advantage. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. In a certain layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan could use the Sovereign Immortal Body to enter the next layer, while the other Gu Immortals would be blocked. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass, Fang Yuan did not know. But he could take a gamble. After all, Spectral Soul was not in his complete state when he was alive. And most importantly, Spectral Soul did not have the Sovereign Immortal Body. Even if Spectral Soul uses a forceful force to pass, he would expend a lot of strength. Furthermore, the next layer is extremely vast and profound. I can continue to fight against Spectral Soul inside. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He activated Dragon Palace and changed directions, heading towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he was in charge of repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping. He breathed in deeply as he got closer. He stretched out his hand and attacked Dragon Palace. At the next moment, countless immemorial soul beast phantoms appeared. Each time they appeared, Dragon Palace's outer wall would crumble. After the soul beast phantoms flashed for an entire round, several pillars at the top of Dragon Palace started to show cracks. Wu Shuai had a grim expression. Oh no, this killer move is very powerful. It actually attacked the Immortal Gu House from inside out. Many of Dragon Palace's core Immortal Gu were damaged. Fang Yuan's main body squinted. The door of Dragon Palace was shut, but his vision was not obstructed. He could see the situation outside Dragon Palace clearly. Fang Yuan said solemnly, Spectral Soul has used this Soul Path killer move before, but it is clearly more effective this time. Evidently, Spectral Soul modified it at the last minute. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul was extremely strong. Even though he was no longer rank 9, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. Even though most of his attainment level was stripped away, his Soul Path attainment level did not fall by much. Even though Spectral Soul had not fought Dragon Palace for a long time, he had already deduced many of Dragon Palace's weaknesses. Thus, the modified Soul Path killer move was becoming more and more threatening. Furthermore, Spectral Soul had rich battle experience. He was even more experienced than Fang Yuan in this aspect. After all, he had slaughtered all over the world back then. After a few more rounds, Dragon Palace could not resist Spectral Soul at all. Fang Yuan sighed. He could only send other Immortal Gu houses. A silver-white flying ship with a long and narrow body flew out like a flying sword, shining with silver light as it flew towards Spectral Soul. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Spectral Soul's figure flickered, dodging it. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly turned around, activating a killer move to attack Spectral Soul from afar. At once, Dragon Palace fought while retreating. Myriad Year Flying Warship supported it from the side, doing its best to protect it. Spectral Soul chased them all the way. His demonic aura caused countless winds and clouds to change. Fang Yuan's main body was affected by the Heaven Path Dao marks, but the Immortal Gu House left his body to fight alone. It was free from this fatal restriction. As long as Fang Yuan's will and immortal essence reserves were not exhausted inside the Immortal Gu House, Myriad Year Flying Warship had the strength to fight. But Spectral Soul had incredible strength. He used all sorts of killer moves that were either powerful and hard to defend against, or extremely peculiar. He easily nullified all of Fang Yuan's efforts. He had complete control over the entire battle. Even with the combined strength of 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, they were not Spectral Soul's match. Most importantly, during the Fate War, 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation was completely destroyed. Otherwise, myriad-year flying warship and 12 zodiac ancient battle formation would have been enough to cause trouble for Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan considered the situation. He did not change his previous decision. He still focused on escaping. After obtaining the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Feng Yuan had the advantage of time. As long as he avoided this danger, when Feng Yuan completely dealt with the problem of the Heaven Path Dao marks, he would be able to hold his head high. Spectral Soul attacked with all his might. In his opinion, this was the best time to get rid of Feng Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Not just the sovereign immortal body, but also the dream realms that Feng Yuan plundered. Spectral Soul could regain his attainment level after regaining the dream realms. In this world, what could allow Spectral Soul to recover his strength so quickly? Feng Yuan was the undisputed number one. In Spectral Soul's eyes, Feng Yuan was a human-shaped moving treasure vault. Yuhan, go to hell. I want you dead. Qing Chou was covered in wind and lightning as it approached. Dragon Palace, myriad-year flying warship, and Spectral Soul fought as they moved. Their speed was greatly reduced. This allowed Qing Chou to catch up. Qing Chou's eyes were bloodshot. Its face was twisted and terrifying. It only had Spectral Soul in its eyes. In just a short period of time, the rank 9 aura of hatred goo on its body had doubled. It was shocking. Qing Chou was even stronger now. It roared as a lightning ball with a human face shot out from its throat. The lightning ball was extremely fast. It was greenish-black in color. It was eerie and cold. It flew quickly but silently. Spectral Soul waved his hand as a black whip formed, wanting to send the lightning ball flying. But the human face on the lightning ball smiled sinisterly. It increased its speed and dodged the whip, getting close to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was about to use another killer move, but the lightning ball had already self-detonated. Rumble. The lightning ball's self-detonation was terrifying. Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was huge. Feng Yuan's Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship were not spared. They were both affected. Qing Chou endured the shockwaves of the explosion as it charged towards Spectral Soul without any regard for its own safety. You beast! After being disrupted time and time again, Spectral Soul was extremely furious. Feng Yuan took the chance to escape. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement and became even more furious. Little beast, don't think of escaping. Dragon Palace's speed fell as expected. Black fog rose from the destroyed area of Dragon Palace. It was severely slowing down. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Feng Yuan was shocked. He instantly had the thought of moving into myriad-year flying warship. But unfortunately, myriad-year flying warship was also emitting black fog. Its speed was slow. The black fog soon dispersed, but Spectral Soul seized the opportunity. He defeated Qing Chou and approached Dragon Palace. At once, the three sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Feng Yuan wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul, but Qing Chou was already overwhelmed by hatred. It had no intention to cooperate. Qing Chou only wanted to deal with Spectral Soul, but it did not care about Feng Yuan. It used all sorts of killer moves against Dragon Palace. To protect himself, Feng Yuan had to deal with Qing Chou at times. After a few rounds, Spectral Soul gained the upper hand again. Even though he was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul, he was extremely strong. His battle style was different from Duke Long's dominance. He was more ruthless and crafty. His killing intent was bone-chilling. He was ruthless and crazy. But he had a terrifying understanding of the situation. He often attacked and made use of Feng Yuan's and Qing Chou's strength to exhaust each other. The number of times Spectral Soul attacked was decreasing, but in the chaotic battle between the three sides, his advantage was becoming firmer. Chapter 2047. In terms of battle experience, I cannot compare to Spectral Soul. In the three-way battle, Feng Yuan clearly sensed the difference between them. Even though Feng Yuan had been reborn many times, in terms of overall battle foundation, he could not compare to Venerables. But the main reason is that Qing Chou has lost its rationality. Even though it attacks ferociously and disregards its own safety, Spectral Soul is still making use of it. If Qing Chou had a clear mind, it would not end up like this. Feng Yuan felt some regret. Even though Hatred Gu was advancing towards rank 9 and Qing Chao's battle strength was getting stronger, it lacked intelligence. No matter how strong it would only be used by Spectral Soul. Even after using Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, Feng Yuan still felt weak. This was something that had never happened before. Feng Yuan was still retreating. He fought as he retreated. Even though he was at a disadvantage, as long as Spectral Soul could not use a battlefield killer move to trap Feng Yuan would be free. Dragon Palace broke through the Heavenly Wind Qi Wall first, descending towards Central Continent. Myriad Year Flying Warship did its best to protect it. Spectral Soul's body turned into black smoke as he chased after it, unable to get rid of it. Finally, Qing Chao's mountain-like body broke through the Qi Wall and left immemorial White Heaven, arriving in Central Continent. Qi Si Ancestor, Qin Ding Ling and the rest left Celestial Court and chased after them. When they found out that Feng Yuan and the rest had landed in Central Continent, Celestial Court's immortals became anxious. This scoundrel Feng Yuan, he did not escape from the huge immemorial White Heaven. He chose to come to Central Continent. He is not having a good time. He still wants to implicate the innocent. He truly deserves to die. Qi Si Ancestor also snorted coldly. Feng Yuan has been causing trouble for too long. If we can kill him this time, it will be a blessing to the world. While saying that, he secretly used a method to inform the main body, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan immediately understood. Celestial Court's pursuers would soon catch up. But he had no choice. His speed was greatly hindered by Spectral Soul. When the Celestial Court's people caught up, they found that Spectral Soul was suppressing Feng Yuan and Qing Chou. Qin Ding Ling frowned. She hesitated for a moment before saying to Qi Si Ancestor, "Ancestor, please attack Feng Yuan first and kill him." How could Qi Si Ancestor attack the main body, he said after some hesitation. In this situation, Feng Yuan is weak while Spectral Soul is strong. Both are overlords of the demonic path. If we deal with Feng Yuan and suffer his final counterattack, Spectral Soul might succeed in the end. Qin Ding Ling shook her head. "Ancestor, you still don't know Feng Yuan very well. He was too cunning and sinister. He definitely had a backup plan. Perhaps the current battle situation was just a layer of his disguise. We must kill him and not give him a chance." Qi Si Ancestor, Celestial Court had suffered too many losses at the hands of Feng Yuan. Qin Ding Ling's hatred towards Feng Yuan was so deep that it surpassed Spectral Soul's. But thinking about it, back when Spectral Soul was invincible in the world, he did not cause as much damage to Celestial Court as Feng Yuan. Qin Ding Ling's thoughts were easy to understand. Qi Si Ancestor could only ask the main body secretly, what should they do next? If there was no other choice, Qi Si Ancestor could only attack Spectral Soul and help Feng Yuan's main body escape. Feng Yuan replied, "Don't be in a hurry, let me try first." Dragon Palace's door suddenly opened. A pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. The pure dream reality seeker physique body flew towards Spectral Soul. The latter's pupils shrunk as he retreated. Bam! The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into a lump of dream realm that floated in the air, forming a temporary barrier. Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship used this chance to pull away. Spectral Soul went around the dream realm and chased after it again. But Qing Chou lost its rationality. It fell into the dream realm. Roar! The aura of hatred Gu on Qing Chou's body erupted. It actually broke out of the dream realm and attacked. This is... Qing Chou actually charged into the dream realm. It was not trapped? It is hatred Gu. The legends of Renzu had a vague description of it. Hatred has no dreams. Feng Yuan was also shocked by this. Qing Chou clearly did not have any dream path methods. It actually used hatred Gu to break out. Dream path was ahead of the entire era. It could be said to be invincible, but it could not counter hatred Gu. Hatred has no dreams, or rather, against the rank 9 hatred Gu, the scale of the dream realm earlier was not enough. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Like the killer move dreamy light smoke, if it hit Spectral Soul, it could only trap him for a while. He would break out later and cause Dragon Palace to collapse. Dreamy light smoke's level was still lower than Spectral Soul's. If it was raised to rank 9, it would be a different situation. Even so, whenever Spectral Soul encountered Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move, he mainly dodged. He was extremely calm. He was extremely fast, moving like a phantom. It was like teleportation in short distances. It was extremely difficult for Dreamy Light Smoke to hit him. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that Spectral Soul could not deal with dream realms. I obtained the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul definitely has them. But he probably lacks the corresponding immortal goo. He cannot use the killer move. After Fang Yuan sensed this, he immediately condensed a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and self-detonated. Bam 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Palace and myriad year-flying warship were surrounded by dream realms. There was no gap left. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, stopping his attacks. This Fang Yuan. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's method of self-defense was too shameless. Even the celestial court immortals could not deal with it. Be careful of Spectral Soul. Qi Si Ancestor reminded. Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines. The celestial court immortals were in an awkward situation. Spectral Soul looked at them coldly. Qi Si Ancestor stood at the front without hesitation. Qing Cho roared angrily as it continued to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul said in displeasure, "Beast! Since you want to die, I will kill you first." His body suddenly vanished, appearing on Qing Cho's back at the next moment. But right when Spectral Soul was about to attack Qing Cho, a Chi Path Killer move attacked him. Spectral Soul had to block it. Qing Cho used the chance to turn around and spat out a green-black lightning ball, escaping from danger. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Si Ancestor with a cold gaze. The one who interrupted him earlier was Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor looked at Spectral Soul with a vigilant expression. He explained to Qin Ding Ling, "We cannot let Spectral Soul succeed again. He seems to be able to absorb the strength of immemorial soul beasts to strengthen himself. Can the Celestial Court continue to attack and enslave Qing Cho?" Qin Ding Ling sighed. "We have already lost our best chance. Qing Cho's strength has increased. We need to wait for a good opportunity to refine hatred goo." The Celestial Court goo immortals did not blame Qi Si Ancestor for attacking recklessly. In fact, it was reasonable for Qi Si Ancestor to attack. From the perspective of the Celestial Court immortals, Fang Yuan was trapped in a dream realm. Qi Si Ancestor helped Qing Cho and did not want Spectral Soul to grow stronger. It was for the sake of the Celestial Court. At the next moment, Spectral Soul charged towards the Celestial Court immortals. Qing Cho followed closely. It was another chaotic three-way battle, but this time, the Celestial Court took away Fang Yuan's role. Fang Yuan was safe for now. The only thing he had to take care of was the moving dream realms. To form a tight defense line, he needed to detonate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies frequently to fill the gaps in the defense line. Immortal Killer Move, Yin Yang Great Killer Move. Rumble. With the sound of explosions, two giant hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The two giant hands covered the sky. They flew in a mystical trajectory and grabbed Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul suddenly screamed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Qi Si Ancestor. At the center of the yin-yang hands, Spectral Soul's original position was replaced by an immemorial soul beast. Spectral Soul breathed out a trail of black smoke that struck Qi Si Ancestor. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak. Qi Si Ancestor flew back. The Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak melted in the black smoke, but he managed to block this strange attack. Even though Qi Si Ancestor was a newly created Chi Path clone by Fang Yuan, he had incredible strength. He was formed from the Qi harvest fruit of the Celestial Court. With the accompanying immortal goo, his battle strength did not decrease at all. But even so, Qi Si Ancestor was suppressed by Spectral Soul. He was in a passive state. Qin Ding Ling led the Celestial Court immortals to help Qi Si Ancestor while sending orders to Spirit Affinity House to summon Feng Kim Hong to join the battle. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Path immortal goo that could fight pure dream reality seeker transformation. He could easily break through Fang Yuan's defense line. Qin Dingling had always treated Fang Yuan as the main target of elimination. Fang Yuan's main body was inside Dragon Palace. He watched the battle while refining Heaven Path Dao marks as quickly as possible. Master, we are here. In the chaotic battle, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan led a small group and joined the battle. Before the Celestial Court Gu Immortals could react, someone flew over from the horizon. Let me join in the fun. Chapter 2048. In the chaotic three-way battle, Fairy Myrtle's group and Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly joined the battle. The situation became even more complicated. Go block the Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan attacked. Killer moves were like waves of light that swept towards Qin Dingling and the rest. Other than Qi Si Ancestor, Qin Dingling and the rest were inside the Immortal Gu House. They were not afraid of Spectral Soul's reinforcements. But the Celestial Court's immortals were furious. They were not angry at Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan's betrayal, but at Spectral Soul's enslavement method. Towards Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan's loyalty, the Celestial Court trusted them greatly. The Celestial Court's immortals knew why these two betrayed them. It was because of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul chuckled. How does it feel to fight your own people? Whether we can save them or not will depend on your methods. If we miss this chance today, we might not get it again in the future. The Celestial Court's immortals heard this and their attacks froze. Qin Dingling's brows were sharp like swords. She frowned as she ordered. Spectral Soul wants us to hold back. He wants to stall for time. He does not need to care about Ziwei and Jing Yuan's lives. If we kill them, we will be able to free them. At the crucial moment, Qin Dingling displayed the foresight of a leader. She was decisive and resolute. Spectral Soul heard this and raised his brows slightly. His movements became faster as he pounced at Qin Cho again. Qin Cho quickly fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Stop him! Seeing that Spectral Soul was going to use the same trick again to extract strength from Qin Cho, Qin Dingling quickly asked for help. Ancestor, please help. Even without her reminder, Qi Si Ancestor had already pounced at Spectral Soul. But at the next moment, a Qi current surged out like a heavenly river, obstructing Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor stopped his movements as he looked at the attacker, Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled as he blocked the path. Qi Si, you were disrupted by the Celestial Court in the previous battle. You are still not satisfied. This time, let us have a fair duel. The hearts of the immortals of the Celestial Court sank. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was actually Spectral Soul's help. What kind of agreement did the two parties reach? Fairy Myrtle was also overjoyed. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was definitely an unexpectedly strong reinforcement. Purple light flashed in her eyes. She had an epiphany. A long time ago, Demon Immortal Qi Ju started to wantonly purchase inheritances in jewel yellow skies, involving all paths. He was a character from the olden antiquity era. He was reborn after Fate Gu was destroyed. With the help of these inheritances, he can quickly catch up to the current great era. The reason why Qi Ju is helping us is most likely because his lord has made a deal with Qi Ju and sold a large amount of inheritance to him. Fairy Myrtle's guess was spot on. Even though Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not expose his identity in jewel yellow skies, he did not conceal himself. His actions and intentions were clear. If the Celestial Court could discover Demon Immortal Qi Ju's actions, how could Spectral Soul not? Because of historical reasons, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and the Celestial Court could not cooperate. But Spectral Soul was also a demonic path cultivator. He had a vast number of inheritances. He was the most ideal transaction partner for Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape today. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. He got onto Qin Chao's back again. At the next moment, he attacked. Qin Cho roared, but its strength was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul again. As an immemorial soul beast, even with the quasi-rank 9 hatred Gu, Qin Cho was completely countered by Spectral Soul. Qin Chao's aura fell rapidly, while Spectral Soul was energized. After he was done sucking, he kicked Qin Cho and sent it flying down. Next, he charged at Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Immortal Killer Move. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. The dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace suddenly lost a huge chunk. They turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that flew into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Spectral Soul actually had enough immortal goo to activate the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had intentionally let Fang Yuan go earlier. He did not use his methods immediately. This time, he got rid of Qing Chou. He used reinforcements to block the Celestial Court and Qi Si Ancestors group. He attacked Fang Yuan again. The Immortals were moved. The entire battle seemed to be under Spectral Soul's control from start to finish. In history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was famous for his bloodthirst, but that did not mean he only had one way to solve problems: kill. He was also cold, crafty, and sinister. It was just that when he was alive, he did not need to use any methods. He could use his own strength to kill anyone who did not submit to him. Right now, Spectral Soul's strength was not much weaker than his enemies. Thus, he used all sorts of methods to increase his strength. At once, a large number of dream realms were absorbed and taken back by Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle and the rest fought against the Celestial Court, while Qi Si Ancestor fought against Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He was at a disadvantage. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi. It countered Qi Si Ancestor, who was of the same path as him. The situation was dangerous. Fang Yuan could not use dream realms to block the enemies. The door of Dragon Palace suddenly opened. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out, breaking through the defense of the dream realms and attacking Spectral Soul. Bam bam bam. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into dream realms that spread in the air. Spectral Soul quickly dodged. He was not enveloped by the dream realms. But using this chance, Wu Shuai activated Dragon Palace and entered the other side of the dream realms. Myriad Year Flying Warship followed closely behind. The two immortal goo houses' intention of escaping was clear. Where do you think you are going? Spectral Soul shouted coldly. He quickly bypassed the dream realms and got closer. Fang Yuan was his main target. He had to kill him. This was a rare opportunity. Wherever Fang Yuan escaped to, Spectral Soul would chase after him. Spectral Soul stared at Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. His eyes flickered with killing intent that was determined to kill them. At the next moment, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship split up, retreating in two different directions. Spectral Soul was stunned. What should he do? Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace were hidden in the dream realms, isolated from the outside. The current Spectral Soul did not know which immortal goo house Fang Yuan was hiding in. Spectral Soul was only one person. He could not chase after two immortal goo houses at the same time. But Spectral Soul made a decision almost instantly. He shouted, "Demon Immortal Qi Ju, chase after Myriad Year Flying Warship. After this is done, I will reward you handsomely." Demon Immortal Qi Ju snickered as he used Shiland to absorb Qi Si Ancestor's killer move. He easily escaped and chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul was still in charge of Dragon Palace. Fairy Myrtle also received the order and slowly retreated. What do we do? The Celestial Court's goo immortals asked Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle and the rest. She said without hesitation, "Kill Fang Yuan first." But the problem that troubled Spectral Soul earlier was also troubling Celestial Court's group. Which immortal goo house was Fang Yuan in? Just guess. Gamble on luck? Qin Ding Ling frowned. Even though she did not want to do this, Celestial Court lacked wisdom path goo immortals. They could only do this. I can help you. Fairy Myrtle suddenly stopped retreating. I have a method to deduce Fang Yuan's location. The Celestial Court's immortals were stunned. What method? How long will it take? Qi Si Ancestor asked. With our help, it will only take a moment. Bing Sai Chuan's voice resounded. The immortals turned around and saw that Calamity Luck Altar was flying towards them. They finally arrived. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. These people from Longevity Heaven were naturally summoned by her. Earlier, Fairy Myrtle and the rest had received orders from Spectral Soul to conceal Longevity Heaven and sneak an attack on Celestial Court. But the situation changed too quickly. Fairy Myrtle analyzed the situation on the way and made plans to borrow the power of Longevity Heaven. After obtaining Spectral Soul's permission, Fairy Myrtle immediately contacted Longevity Heaven. Calamity Luck Alter flew closer as Bing Sichuan said, "My master said that we do not need too many chess players in this world." The immortals' hearts shook. Bing Sichuan's master was naturally Giant Sun Immortal. All sorts of signs showed that this venerable had deep plans. He still had a deep will and strength left in the world. Currently, Feng Yuan was the one with the highest chance of becoming a venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally did not want this to happen. For the sake of his future plans, he had to eliminate Feng Yuan before he became strong enough. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. She fell into a difficult decision. Cooperate with Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven? The former was a demonic path cultivator, while the latter was a strong enemy in the Fate War. They were both involved in the destruction of Fate Gu. Cooperate with these people? Qin Ding Ling only thought for a few breaths of time before saying through gritted teeth, "Okay." Chapter 2049. I'm very sorry. Recently, my updates have been very unstable, and I've taken leave every few days. In fact, I understand everyone's pain very well. Because I'm not only an author, but also a reader. When I read a certain web novel and take leave every few days, my reading experience will be very uncomfortable. I'll be disappointed, I'll be angry, and sometimes I'll even curse in my heart. This author is really an idiot. However, the truth is very cruel. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say, regarding the issue of the recent updates, I'm that idiot author. I really want to update steadily, or even add chapters or explode chapters. Therefore, I've made a greater promise than before. Which author doesn't want to update steadily and frequently? For web novels, frequent updates means popularity and income. Which author doesn't want to make life difficult for their wallet? I'm a mortal, I'm a layman, of course I also want to earn more money. But the cruel truth tells me, I'm not capable enough. I'm really not capable enough. I can't update steadily or add chapters. I can only take leave frequently, think hard, and then write it out bit by bit. Some readers will ask, didn't you update steadily in the past? Then I can only answer these readers with a bitter smile. Yes, I used to update steadily and even add chapters or explode chapters. But that was in the early and middle stages of novel writing. Novel writing gets harder as it goes on. In the early stages, it's like drawing on a blank piece of paper. In the middle stages, the clues are scattered, and you follow them patiently. In the late stages, it's the most difficult, because you have to collect all the scattered clues, fill in all the holes, and let all the characters have their own ending. To this extent, the later stages of the novel are truly qualified for the later stages. The later stages of a novel with 1 million words are difficult, the later stages of a novel with 2 million words are very difficult, and the later stages of a novel with 3 million words are even more difficult. Everyone, our novel has more than 6 million words, so you can imagine the difficulty. The novel Venomous Goo Master is different from most web novels. Usually, the plot of web novels is linear, and it goes on for a very, very long time. The map is constantly changing many, many times. Almost all the characters in the early and middle stages, except for the main supporting characters, almost disappear in the later stages of the novel. As for Venomous Goo Master, it's more like a stage, a big stage. No matter what kind of characters, they have a chance to appear in the later stages. I won't mention important supporting characters like Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. Let me give you an example, Qin Huizi. This person encountered Demon Immortal Qiju and fell into a dangerous situation, but thankfully Demon Immortal Qiju did not take his life. In fact, Qin Huizi is a minor character in the middle of this book, and I've mentioned him briefly. Another example was Mo Clan's Plump Lady. This character appeared during Feng Yuan's Immortal Zombie period. At the end of the book, she appeared again. Moreover, her appearance affected Mo Li. And Mo Li and Peng Da's encounters would affect other characters. Every character had their own thoughts, their own joys and sorrows. Their every action, whether intentional or unintentional, would cause the lives of other characters to change. I think that only such a novel world can be called spiritual. Therefore, Venerable Gu's plot design was very complicated and difficult, especially in the later stages, the 5 regions and 2 heavens stage. So many people. Every time I put pen to paper, I was very cautious. If I'm not careful, I'll eat my settings, my character will collapse, or my logic will be wrong. And this was only the difficulty of the main text. There was another part of the novel that was several times more difficult than the main text. Needless to say, everyone knew, that was The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was very difficult. Not only did I have to create a legend, I also had to create a legend that surpassed Panga's creation of heaven and earth, Nuwa's creation of man, and Adam and Eve's level. Because the latter did not involve philosophy, but The Legends of Renzu contained philosophy, it was deeper and could be read in detail. Because the dialogues and plots I designed had to follow a certain path. Let's give an example. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance killed Hatred Gu, but found out that Hatred Gu could not be killed. This plot was very simple, but it contained a very simple path. Revenge breeds revenge. Hatred cannot be used to extinguish hatred. To get rid of hatred, other methods were needed. Another example. Renzu refined Wealth Gu. He used Hardship Gu, Worry Gu, and Sorrow Gu. Next, Stupidity Gu was deceived and died. Wisdom Gu was also deceived, but it escaped in the end. Eventually, Renzu lost both his hands and refined Wealth Gu. This plot was a description of wealth. Earning wealth was very difficult. Maintaining wealth required a sense of hardship, and losing wealth would cause sorrow. Foolish people would die in excess of wealth, while wise people would often be blinded by wealth, but truly wise people would eventually see through this point. Finally, wealth was created by the hands of humans. There were many more examples like this. I felt that The Legends of Renzu was much more difficult than normal web novels. It also got harder as it progressed. Because I had to write about Renzu's 10 children, how to destroy the 9 heavens, and some foreshadowing, Qian Kun Crystal Wall, in the later stages. The main text was difficult, but The Legends of Renzu was even more difficult. And what I had to do was to skillfully combine the two. This was an extremely difficult task. At least to me, it was extremely difficult. I had to write The Legends of Renzu chapter by chapter, and then skillfully insert them into the main text, adding the finishing touch to the main text. And the order of these chapters could not be messed up, they could not be reversed. To speak the truth, my pressure was immense. Especially recently, I often could not sleep, I could only barely fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. Thinking about the plot, thinking about The Legends of Renzu, made my head feel like it was burning. I remembered that a few days ago, I made an appointment with an old Chinese doctor. But the night before, I was anxious and could not sleep. I organized the outline and slept at 2 or 3 in the morning. But the next day, I did not even have breakfast and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam, causing the appointment to be missed, and I had to wait until the afternoon to register again. I might as well make another appointment, but that would have to wait until next week. Right now, China's medical resources were getting more and more scarce. I usually would not say such things. It was not because of my reputation, but because I felt that as a man, I would not act pitifully to gain sympathy. I was only saying it now to express reality. I hope everyone can understand my current writing state. Actually, there were many times when I was thinking, should I give up on The Legends of Renzu? Or should I just write it casually? I would be able to get stable updates every day. It was fine if the quality of the article was bad, but at least the readers would not be too disgusted. With updates every day, I would get paid every day, why not? But when I thought about it again, I could not. There were many readers who had been following me for many years, reading until now. At the later stages, I had to write such a dry and insincere article to brush them off? That was not possible. My original intention in writing this book was to write about a different demon, regardless of anything else. It was just a pure desire to write. Whether it sold well or not was secondary, whether my wallet was full or not was secondary, whether I could eat well or not is secondary. So, could I just be sloppy towards the later stages of the book? That was not possible. If I did that, I would be letting down my years of hard work and blood. I would be letting down my initial ambition and initial intention. What I wanted to see was that the later stages of the book were good, up to my standards, and above average. Everyone was reading along now, 1 chapter a day, but it was actually hard to tell if it was good or bad. Because the vision was limited. Only after reading a large portion of the book at a fast speed could one realize the standard of the novel. I did not want to see similar comments. Gu Dao Master was good in the first and middle stages, but it collapsed in the later stages. There were a bunch of logical errors, the author just ate random settings, The Legends of Renzu was written like dog shit. It was really disappointing. This was a very crucial period for the book. It was very difficult. Not only did I feel unprecedented difficulty in writing, but every time my ideas failed, I would feel small and insignificant, a deep sense of defeat. But I would not give up, I would rather focus on quality, putting aside quantity and remuneration. I hope that everyone can be more understanding and more tolerant. If you really can't understand, I suggest that everyone put it aside. Because to be honest, reading along like this would indeed affect the reading experience. I suggest that everyone wait until the book is completed before reading again. If there is a genuine subscription support, then thank you very much for your support. I really spent too much effort on this book. Finally, I am very sorry, there was still no update today. The results of the ideas these 2 days were still too poor, so I rejected it. I decided to make some changes to the outline. The plot of Feng Yuan being chased is very complicated, because I will use a different writing method. I still need to think about the characters involved in it before I can write it with confidence. I will make an appointment with everyone. In the future, as long as there was no update between 8 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., it meant that there was no update for that day. Everyone, please stop reading and wait for the update. In the later stages of the book, the updates are not very optimistic. I reckon that it will not be able to continue. It is very difficult to stabilize the updates. I suggest that everyone put it aside and look at other outstanding web novels. If you really want to read this book, you can start from the beginning. Many readers are reading it 5 or 6 times. I am confident that Venomous Goot can be read over and over again. Recently, there are many readers reading this book again, and there are also a few kind-hearted people who contact me through WeChat or QQ if they see any typos or mistakes. I will correct these mistakes as long as I see them. I am preparing to do a large-scale revision of this book during this period of time. I am using the Pinyin input method, and there are many typos. I did not do a good job in this aspect. I will correct it. I am very embarrassed after saying so much. Of course, I would rather use the time I used to write this manuscript to write The Legends of Renzus. But after reading so many reviews, I feel that there is a need to communicate with everyone. Thank you for your support all this while. Venomous Goo thanks you. If everyone does not support me, I can understand. Please have a safe journey. Good people live a peaceful life. Thank you for your support. Because this is indeed because I did not do it well, I am not capable enough. In the later stages, even though I want to, I am unable to steadily update. I can only write like this to write a novel that meets my standards. I might let down some of my readers by doing this. But I feel that as an author, I must first not let down my own work. Venomous Goo is like my child. I have raised it up step by step. I can't mess up this work when it's almost done. Chapter 2050. Recently, quite a number of friends have given me many valuable suggestions. Someone said, Taoist, we can first finish writing the main text, then add on, The Legends of Renzu. Thank you for your suggestion, but it is actually very difficult to implement. The main text and The Legends of Renzu complement each other. If the main text is written, it will be like a large building and then stuffing a small house inside, The Legends of Renzu. In the end, it will look very awkward, and it will destroy the space and beauty of the layout. This is a good idea, and I have actually thought of it before. But if we really implement it this way, the quality of The Legends of Renzu will be very bad. Because building a house inside a completed building will have very little room for improvement. Although I won't accept the suggestion, I still sincerely thank you. There is also another suggestion that I have accepted. A reader friend said, "Taoist, why don't you write some side chapters while you are thinking about it? These side chapters are also very interesting." I thought about it, and this suggestion is really good. Although these side chapters also have to test the setting and logic, the difficulty of thinking about it and writing it is much easier than the main text and the legends of Rinzhu. Thus, today, I added on the second chapter of The Legends of Reckless Barbaric. Everyone can go to Chidian, Taoist Gu, and read about it. This side chapter is free, and I won't take any money. Everyone can read it for free, and it can also be considered as my apology to everyone for this period of time. Also, today I corrected many typos. Specifically, in the first chapter, there are 2, 3, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, 50. Chapter 2051. Winds howled in the desert, warm winds blew in Qing province. Sandstones piled up into mountains, steam rose. Under the sandstones was a tranquil lake, there were lush trees, the leaves rustled in the evening breeze, creating a scene of Western Desert paradise. The headquarters of the Western Desert's Qing clan's blessed land was located in this oasis known as the Green Province. Almost all of Qing clan's Gu immortals were gathered here. On the cold floor tiles of the hall, there were several Gu worm fragments. They attracted the gazes of Qing clan's Gu immortals. Qing Heng's life tablet Gu shattered? How can this be? Qing Heng sacrificed himself. He left the clan to deal with southern borders Gu immortal Mingyu. Did he really die at Mingyu's hands? Qing Heng was a rank 7 expert of Qing clan. Since he was sent to deal with Mingyu, he was naturally favored by the clan. Recently, for some reason, the secret of Qing clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace had spread. Other super forces were probing them. Qing Heng's death made Qing clan suspect the truth. Was this a probe from Western Desert's forces? Report. There are accurate battle reports. Mingyu killed Qing Heng. This person has incredible strength. He is ruthless and cruel. Qing clan's Gu immortals were furious. Outer region Gu immortals are going too far. Kill this Mingyu, turn his bones into ashes, let the other Western Desert forces see the consequences of offending our Qing clan. Before killing him, we should capture Mingyu alive and invite other Western Desert Gu immortals to attend the ceremony. Only by tearing out Mingyu's tendons and torturing him in front of everyone, until he dies will I be able to vent my anger. Kill him. A mere outer region Gu immortal came to our Western Desert alone and dared to kill our clan's Gu immortals. He truly does not know his limits. Even though Mingyu defeated Qing Heng, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. If First Supreme Elder makes a move, we will be overestimating him. Rumors will spread that our Qing clan is bullying the weak. In my opinion, we should send Qing Jing and Qing Hualan together. No. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should send Qing Chen as well. With the 3 immortals working together, we can definitely capture that Mingyu. Let him have a good taste of pain and regret. Hurry! Don't let this little bastard escape. Kill Mingyu and raise the prestige of our Qing clan. Mingyu is dead for sure. When our clan completely refines Divine Bean Palace in the future, our Qing clan will ascend to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. These words echoed in Qing Chao's ears and scenes appeared in Qing Chao's mind. Completely different from the fragmented memories of the past, this time, the memories showed a complete picture. At the same time, the hatred in his heart surged like a raging tide, engulfing Shi Qingchao's body and mind. How hateful! Harboring even more hatred, Qingchao opened its eyes. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Qingchao's eyes were red like blood. It soon realized that it was lying on the ground. It immediately recalled that when it fought with Spectral Soul earlier, it was struck down by the ladder and fell from the sky. Qingchao shouted as it stood up from the deep pit. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. the power of hatred surged out again and spread throughout Qing Chao's body. Mingyu Mingyu, spectral soul, spectral soul. Qing Chou roared at the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot and its hair was disheveled. Even though spectral soul was chasing after Dragon Palace, the power of hatred Gu allowed Qing Chou to know spectral soul's location clearly. Rumble. Qing Chao's tortoise shell was like a mountain. It had tiger claws and dragon tail. It had a snake neck and a human head. It flew up and created intense wind pressure as it chased after spectral soul. It ignored Fairy Myrtle and the rest who were setting up the formation in the sky. Among these Gu immortals, there was an old Gu immortal in a gray robe. His white hair was fluttering in the wind. He was Fang Yuan's Qi Si clone, Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor saw that Qing Chou flew away as he let out a breath of air. He was relieved of his worries. Back in Western Desert, even though Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself, he was still chased by Qing Chou. Qing Chou had hatred Gu. It was also affected by Karma Divine Tree. It had a strong connection to spectral soul, as well as his relatives and subordinates. Fang Yuan's main body could not hide from Qing Chou. Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. With this connection, Qing Chou could sense him as well. But now, spectral soul and Fang Yuan were opposing each other. Both wanted the other to die. Thus, Fang Yuan and spectral soul became enemies. He was no longer a thorn in Qing Chao's side. Even though Qing Chao's worries are gone, Fairy Myrtle is in quite a bit of trouble. Qi Si ancestor turned his gaze towards Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was dressed in a purple gold palace dress. Her skin was white as snow and her hair was long like a waterfall. She had a mysterious and graceful figure. She was flying in the sky. Her hands were moving continuously. Her fingers were like butterflies. All sorts of Gu worms flew out and connected with each other. In the sky, an exquisite wisdom path immortal formation was already in its embryonic form. It was starting to take shape. Old man Jing Yuan was helping from the side. Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and the other celestial court Gu immortals looked at Fairy Myrtle with complex expressions. There was hatred and anger, as well as pity. A three-layered round altar was floating in the sky, almost sticking close to the wisdom path formation. White jade railings shined with golden light. It was rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sai Chuan. His gaze was sharp like an eagle. He stared at the celestial court Gu immortals and Qi Si ancestor, not daring to relax. Calamity Luck Altar protected Fairy Myrtle and the rest, as well as the wisdom path formation. Longevity Heaven, which represented Giant Sun Immortal, had already cooperated with Shadow Sect, which was led by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has the potential to become a venerable. We cannot allow him to do as he pleases. Letting a demon like him become a venerable is not beneficial to any of us. Bing Sai Chuan was still transmitting to Qin Ding Ling, Qi Si ancestor, and the rest. He did not know that Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. Qin Ding Ling only listened to the transmission. She did not speak. Strong winds blew in the sky. Her cloak fluttered in the wind. Her golden armor stuck to her body, making her look even taller and more alluring. She stared at the wisdom path formation at times, while looking at the dream realm at other times. This dream realm was left behind by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had placed his hopes on the dream realm to stop the enemy, but he was instead schemed against by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan had no choice but to leave the battlefield, but this dream realm remained on the spot. It was beautiful and moving continuously. Where is Fang Yuan now? I only saw Dragon Palace and myriad year-flying warship flying away from the dream realm, leaving this battlefield. Thus, there is a third possibility of Fang Yuan's location. He is still hiding in this dream realm. Qin Ding Ling thought to herself. Precisely because of this reason, she stayed behind to watch over this dream realm. Fang Yuan was too crafty. It seemed foolish to stay behind in the dream realm, but there was a possibility that Fang Yuan was purposely doing the opposite. Seeing that the wisdom path formation was nearing completion, Qi Si ancestor felt immense pressure. I cannot wait any longer. Thoughts moved rapidly in Qi Si ancestor's mind. He continued to think, looking at Fairy Myrtle's situation, with Bai Ning Bing, Ying Wu Xie, and the rest as clues. this formation probably has the ability to deduce the main body's location. The main body does not have much attainment in information path. If he has deep information path attainment, he can sever the alliance relationship with Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. Even if there are 2 or 3 more Fairy Myrtle, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle and the rest are strong. They are also protected by Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest are very wary of Celestial Court's immortals. If I suddenly make a move now, I will not be able to destroy the formation. Celestial Court will also get suspicious. The Qi Si clone had the strength, but he could not make the final decision and suppress everyone. The crucial person was still Qin Ding Ling. Qi Si ancestor listened to Bing Sai Chuan's persuasion while secretly asking Qin Ding Ling. Looking at this situation, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven are very confident in the wisdom path formation. But can we trust them? Regardless of whether Fairy Myrtle can deduce the result or not, the formation is still under her control. If she gives an answer, how will we know if it is right or wrong? Or is Fairy Myrtle hiding it from us? The Qi Si clone started to sow discord. He could not let Bing Sai Chuan win over the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. If that was the case, the main body would be pursued by Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court. The pressure would be too great. If it was the Celestial Court from the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it would be extremely arrogant. It would not cooperate with other forces. But Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's spiritual banner was destroyed. They were attacked several times. Celestial Court suffered huge losses and their reputation fell. It could be said that the number 1 force of humanity only existed in name now. It was widely doubted. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were all elites. They learned from their mistakes and started to change. Celestial Court, led by Qin Ding Ling, started to cooperate with them. They lowered their pride. Earlier, Qin Ding Ling took the initiative to help Qi Si ancestor chase away demon immortal Qi Ju. This was proof. Thus, the possibility of Celestial Court working together with Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven was not low. The Qi Si clone's words hit the nail on the head. Celestial Court and Fairy Myrtle lacked the most basic trust. This way, whether Fairy Myrtle's deductions succeeded or not, what difference did it make? Qin Ding Ling was silent for a while before transmitting to Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor, please go and chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul. Qi Si ancestor was slightly stunned. Do you already know Fang Yuan's location? I don't know. Qin Ding Ling smiled at Qi Si ancestor. The Qi Si clone looked at Qin Ding Ling deeply before coming to a realization. Qin Ding Ling knew what was going on. She had never trusted Fairy Myrtle, who joined Shadow Sect. Longevity Heaven was also jackals of the same tribe. It would be foolish to trust them. The reason why she stayed here was to supervise the Dream Realm and also to reorganize the situation. Celestial Court lacked peak rank 8 battle strength. If they chased after them from Celestial Court, they would lose their terrain advantage. They seemed to be acting aggressively, but if they were careless, they would suffer huge losses. Celestial Court was already at a stage where they could not afford to lose. Qin Ding Ling naturally had to restrain herself and be steady. Right now, Spectral Soul chased after Dragon Palace, Qing Cho chased after Spectral Soul, while Demon Immortal Qi Ju chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Qin Ding Ling knew that Demon Immortal Qi Ju who had Shi Land countered Qi Si ancestor too much. Even if Myriad Year Flying Warship had Fang Yuan, Qi Si ancestor could not do anything to Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Instead, if Qi Si ancestor chased after Spectral Soul, he could influence the situation. For Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to be eliminated. Shadow Sect was the same. Longevity Heaven was also not a good person. But Celestial Court's strength was different from before. It was very weak now. Even if Qi Si ancestor stood on Celestial Court's side, he was still not a member of Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. This division of troops seems simple, but it actually greatly reduces the pressure on him. We have no choice but to stop temporarily. Spectral Soul is stronger than Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If he kills Fang Yuan and obtains the spoils of war, the former Demon Venerable will rise again. Qi Si ancestor, please make a plan for the sake of the people. It is best to let these two demons exhaust each other and let our righteous path become the final winner. Chapter 2052. Go! Fairy Zi-Wei grunted as her fingers created a series of afterimages. The killer move activated, 1,000 goo worms flew out, turning into a lump of hazy purple shadows that filled up the biggest gap in the wisdom path formation. The surrounding immortals could be said to be first-rate goo immortals of the 5 regions. Seeing this, they had to admit that Fairy Myrtle's method was brilliant. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air, sweat appeared on her forehead. She stared at the formation in front of her. After this step, the next step was to decorate the core immortal goo. This formation was set up in a special situation. Fairy Myrtle was setting up the formation in front of many strong enemies. Who knows, during the process of setting up the formation, goo immortals might suddenly attack. Thus, Fairy Myrtle used a rare method. She first placed the mortal goo and created the framework, before decorating the immortal goo at the final moment. Fairy Myrtle took a short breather. She stopped her movements temporarily. She looked at Qin Ding Ling and the rest, before looking at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was shining brightly. Bing Sai Chuan, who was controlling the immortal goo house, understood Fairy Myrtle's worries. He transmitted at the right time. With me guarding, please be at ease and quickly set up the formation. Fairy Myrtle did not have Fang Yuan's formation flag goo. If she did, she would not need to set up the formation again and again. She knew that time was pressing. After receiving Bing Sai Chuan's urging, she started to place immortal goo into the formation. Every time an immortal goo was placed, the formation would shake intensely, emitting dazzling purple feathers. It was a beautiful sight, but none of the goo immortals present had the mood to appreciate it. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan stared at the formation, guarding against anyone attacking Fairy Myrtle at all times. He suddenly broke the silence. Hey Lulan, you have been with Fang Yuan for a long time. What do you think of Fang Yuan's current actions? Hey Lulan was standing beside Bing Sai Chuan. Although she was a woman, her true appearance was well-defined, with sword-like eyebrows that reached her temples, sparkling eyes, and a heroic spirit. Hey Lulan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She said in a low voice, Fang Yuan only has 3 choices. Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship might still be hiding in the dream. Hiding in a dream is too risky for Fang Yuan. Not only did Spectral Soul have the ability to collect dream realms, even the Celestial Court had methods to counter dream realms. If I were Fang Yuan, I wouldn't hide here and wait for death. Of course. Hey Lulan smiled helplessly. We can't rule out this possibility. Therefore, the Celestial Court temporarily stayed behind to guard the dream. With our support, Fairy Myrtle also stayed behind on her own. She set up a formation to calculate and monitor the dream. She is a wisdom path great expert. She knows that she cannot interfere in the other 2 paths, but she is needed here the most. Myriad Year Flying Warship is faster than Dragon Palace. This can confuse the enemy, but I don't think Fang Yuan would hide here. This is because Myriad Year Flying Warship's speed cannot match Spectral Soul, and its defense is weaker than Dragon Palace. Back then, if Spectral Soul chose Myriad Year Flying Warship to chase after him, Myriad Year Flying Warship would not last as long as Dragon Palace. Hey Lulan smiled coldly. In the Fate War, Fang Yuan lost the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. If this formation was still around, he would have most likely chosen to escape with Myriad Year Flying Warship. I believe that Fang Yuan is most likely hiding in Dragon Palace. Hey Lulan's gaze was eerie. Spectral Soul probably thinks so too. That's why he chose to chase after Dragon Palace and sent Demon Immortal Qiju to stall Myriad Year Flying Warship. He left behind defensive measures on both sides. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body originates from Spectral Soul. He still has a large number of dream realms on him. They were all once owned by Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul kills Fang Yuan and takes back his immortal body and dream realms, he will definitely rise up again. Even though we want to kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul succeed. Shadow Sect cooperated with us, but they have ill intentions. This time, even though Fairy Myrtle deduced that Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court, she hid it from us and let Spectral Soul personally attack the Celestial Court. When she needs our reinforcements, Fairy Myrtle called for us. Thus, in my opinion, we should watch from the sidelines and control the situation. If possible, it would be best to get rid of Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, and even the Celestial Court. Ha! Bing Sichuan laughed as he clapped. Good analysis. Very good. Northern Plains Hay Tribe has truly disappointed me, but you have let down Giant Sun's bloodline. I will tell you the truth, ever since I woke up, I have obtained information about you. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. You are an outstanding talent. It is just that your fate was not good. You were first tortured and schemed against by your father, then Feng Yuan suppressed and made use of you. You lack opportunities to develop. If there were, you would not be in your current state. He Lulan was praised, her gaze focused on Bing Sichuan's face. Bing Sichuan was tall and had a gentle expression, but there was an extremely ugly scar that stretched from his right ear to the left side of his mouth. His gaze was cold, but now, when he looked at He Lulan, his gaze was filled with gratification and praise. He Lulan's heart jumped, an intense feeling surged in her mind. Bing Sichuan's praise was probably the most precious opportunity in her life. After sensing this, He Lulan did not hesitate. She straightened her body and cupped her fists. I will listen to Lord's orders. Bing Sichuan raised his head and laughed loudly before restraining himself. He looked at He Lulan with an extremely solemn expression. Very good. He Lulan, are you willing to revive Northern Plains Hay Tribe? Northern Plains Hay Tribe had been destroyed long ago. Their headquarters was now occupied by Heavenly Lord Baizu, who was managing Baizu Tribe. Some of Hay Tribe's Gu immortals had even become members of Baizu Tribe. They were the disgrace of the Huang Jin bloodline. He Lulan immediately expressed her willingness. Even if she had to go through fire and water, she would do it. But I am too weak. He Lulan showed a troubled expression as she said hesitantly. Bing Sichuan casually tossed a Gu worm over. He Lulan quickly caught it, only to see that this rank 7 immortal Gu looked like a black gold beetle. It was very heavy. He Lulan could not recognize it. Bing Sichuan explained, He Lulan, you have the great strength true martial physique. You should cultivate strength path. Your future will be bright and dazzling. You have the Huang Jin bloodline. You are a natural-born person of Northern Plains longevity heaven. I believe you will not disappoint me. I will definitely provide you with strength path resources in the future. And keep this strong Gu for now. Even though it is rule path, I feel that it suits you very well. Strong Gu. He Lulan's body shook slightly. All right, Fairy Myrtle has set up the formation. Go in. Bing Sichuan instructed. He Lulan immediately left Calamity Luck Altar and entered the formation. She had an indifferent expression. She had a calm expression, but her heart was in turmoil. The legends of Renzu recorded strong Gu. It had a mysterious and important connection with the great strength true martial physique. Bing Sichuan gave this legendary immortal Gu to He Lulan. It showed how much anticipation he had in nurturing her. He Lulan had a realization. It seems that my life has reached a huge turning point. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 31, recorded, Renzu lost Freedom Gu. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He only recovered after a long time. Renzu asked Cognition Gu in a depressed tone, Oh Cognition Gu, how can I get Freedom Gu again? After last time, Freedom Gu will definitely not come to me. Cognition Gu answered, Oh human, why do you want Freedom Gu so badly? Renzu snappily said, Don't you know the reason behind this? I am seeking freedom. It is to get rid of the restraints of fate. Cognition Gu answered again, Then I have nothing to tell you. Because didn't you already tell Fate Gu the answer to this question? Renzu was stunned. He recalled. That was before he went crazy. He encountered Fate Gu. When he was persecuted by Fate Gu, he shouted to Fate Gu, I will use my strength and my wisdom to obtain freedom, to get rid of Fate's control. Renzu's eyes brightened. Oh Gu, I remember now, thanks to your guidance. I need to rely on myself to get rid of Fate. I already have strength. What I lack now is my own wisdom. I need Self Gu to eat a mouthful of Wisdom Gu, just like how it ate Strength Gu. But where is Wisdom Gu? Renzu asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu, I don't know. Wisdom exists in many places, its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in many places. So human, you can only rely on yourself to find it. Renzu nodded, continuing his journey. He walked and walked. One day he saw two goo worms on the road, one chasing the other. A small and white goo worm was flying in front, begging in fear, "Don't chase me, I don't want to be eaten by you." The other goo was clearly bigger, it had thick armor and spoke in a sonorous voice, "I want to eat you, I want to eat you. No matter where you run to, I will eat you." The white and small goo was about to be caught by the big goo behind it, but it saw Renzu and quickly hid behind him. "Human, I beg you, please save me." Renzu saw how pitiful this goo worm was. Being chased by other goo worms, he felt like he was looking at himself. In an instant, a heart grew in his chest, the heart of compassion. Renzu opened his arms, blocking the iron armor great goo. "Stop, don't chase anymore." The iron armor great goo shouted, "Oh human, are you trying to stop me?" "No, you can't stop me either." "Why is that?" Renzu was curious. The iron armor great goo explained, "I am a strong goo, it is a weak goo. Since ancient times, the strong preys on the weak, that is the law of nature. Thus, the strong eat the weak, and the weak are the food of the strong." Renzu sighed, persuading, "Then why don't you let it go once? Look at how pitiful it is." The strong goo sneered, "Not even once. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak, they do not have pity for the weak. Because heaven and earth will never pity the weak, they will only marvel at the strong. The weak are born to be conquered, controlled, and eaten by the strong." Renzu saw that his persuasion was useless, he had to reject the strong goo firmly. "I have already saved this weak goo, go eat something else." Chapter 2053. By Ningbing, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest entered the formation. Finally, Fairy Myrtle flew to the center of the formation and activated it. The deductions began. But Chi Si Ancestor did not move, he remained on the spot. "If I attack this formation forcefully, will it help my main body?" Chi Si Ancestor analyzed and estimated the possibility of success. Once the formation was damaged or destroyed, the goo immortals inside would be implicated. But Chi Si Ancestor could not be sure of the outcome. Furthermore, if Chi Si Ancestor attacked alone, the secret that he was Fang Yuan's clone would be exposed. "If I can convince Qin Dingling and the rest to attack together, that would be great." Chi Si Ancestor sighed internally. Even though Qin Dingling was not a wisdom path great expert, she was not so easy to fool. Chi Si Ancestor did not even dare to mention it, he was afraid that Celestial Court would notice something amiss. "Ancestor, time is pressing, we need to look at the big picture." Instead, Qin Dingling transmitted secretly, trying to persuade Chi Si Ancestor. She wanted Chi Si Ancestor to pursue Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul, but Chi Si Ancestor raised the issue of compensation. Chi Si Ancestor sighed, "Fairy Qin, it is because of the big picture that I am asking for the 3 Chi immortal goo of heaven, earth, and human. My methods are already known to the enemies. Only with these 3 Chi immortal goo can my strength rise and catch them off guard. For the sake of the people of the world, for the righteous path of humanity, please look at the big picture and give me these 3 immortal goo." Qin Dingling rolled her eyes internally. This Chi Si Ancestor was not just thick-skinned, he was simply shameless. At this crucial moment, he was asking for compensation. He immediately asked for 3 rank 8 immortal goo, the cores of primordial origin's true inheritance. His appetite was too huge. But Qin Dingling had many worries now. If she fell out with Chi Si Ancestor, Celestial Court would lack peak rank 8 battle strength, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven might attack her while she was down. The Chi Si clone made use of the current situation to pressure Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling sighed. "Chi Si Ancestor, why must you be so overbearing? Back then, above Eastern Sea, who blocked Demon Immortal Chi Ju for you?" Chi Si Ancestor continued, "Speaking of this favor, I'm afraid your side owes me a little. I have already eradicated a major problem for the Celestial Court. Without the Chi Harvest Fruit, the Celestial Court will no longer have any hidden troubles. In this battle, this old man has always been the same. I have never relaxed, and I am willing to take extraordinary risks. Qin Ding Ling was silent for a while before nodding, saying solemnly, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi immortal Gu can be given to Ancestor, but human Qi immortal Gu cannot. This is the bottom line of our celestial court. Please forgive us, Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor accepted this result. In fact, the Qi Si clone did not have the extravagant hope of obtaining the 3 Qi immortal Gu. The 3 Qi immortal Gu were all rank 8, they were related to primordial origin's true inheritance, their value far exceeded the reward. The celestial court could have used other resources as remuneration. It was just that this time, the situation was urgent, so the Qi Si clone made full use of it. On the spot, Qin Ding Ling directly handed over the 2 Qi Path rank 8 immortal Gu to Qi Si Ancestor. Everyone was shocked. Qi Si Ancestor obtained the 2 immortal Gu. He cupped his fists and bid farewell to the Celestial Court's immortals before chasing after Dragon Palace. I finally got rid of this person for now. Qin Ding Ling was very tired, but she could accept this result. The 3 Qi immortal Gu could not be given to Qi Si Ancestor. She had to keep at least one to use as bait to recruit Qi Si in the future. Furthermore, Qi Si Ancestor obtained 2 Qi immortal Gu, only human Qi immortal Gu was left. Just a little more and Qi Si Ancestor would be able to use triple Qi retraction. This temptation would be even stronger than before. Dragon Palace moved rapidly in the intense winds. In the dream realm earlier, Wu Shuai had a chance to catch his breath. He repaired it with all his strength. At least from the outside, Dragon Palace looked like it was back to normal. The core immortal Gu's damage cannot be resolved in a short period of time. I have already done my best. Wu Shuai was worried. Not far behind Dragon Palace, a rank 8 soul path female immortal chased after it relentlessly. It was Spectral Soul who was staring at Lady Cold Ash's body. Black chi spread all over his body, killing intent surged as he locked onto Dragon Palace. He did not show any signs of relaxing or giving up. You cannot escape, Fang Yuan. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul had just said that when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wherever Spectral Soul looked, a pure black smoke that was as black as ink suddenly appeared in front of Dragon Palace. The black smoke expanded rapidly. With a loud sound, it turned into a huge spherical whirlpool that released a terrifying suction force. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace and was caught off guard. Dragon Palace's speed rose as it charged towards the black smoke whirlpool. What killer move is this? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead as he used all his strength to lift Dragon Palace up. Since the start of the battle, Spectral Soul had used countless soul path methods. They were hard to defend against. Especially in the hands of an experienced Gu immortal like Spectral Soul, these soul path methods were often able to display effects far beyond their own abilities. Dragon Palace changed its direction with difficulty. It tried to fly above the black smoke whirlpool. Spectral Soul smiled coldly as he pointed with his finger. A black light condensed on his fingertip. It shot out and reached Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye. The bean-sized black light expanded as it turned back into an immemorial soul beast. Seeing that the immemorial soul beast was about to reach Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai's eyes widened in shock. Once Dragon Palace was hit, its momentum would be obstructed. It would be entangled by the immemorial soul beast and dragged into the black smoke whirlpool. In that case, the precious gap that Fang Yuan had painstakingly gained through deceiving tactics would vanish. At the crucial moment, Wu Shuai shouted as his eyes shined with divine light. It was hard to look at him directly. The Dragon Palace immediately reacted. The orange-gold radiance suddenly shook, and then a pink mist quickly condensed and flew out, gently rolling the immemorial soul beast into the depths of the Dragon Palace. The great immemorial soul beast could not resist at all. Spectral Soul was not surprised. This was a dream path killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai resolved the immemorial soul beast's entanglement. Dragon Palace was already above the whirlpool. At this time, Spectral Soul's figure suddenly appeared. He looked down at Dragon Palace with a cold gaze. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, Spectral Soul, who was not far behind Dragon Palace, started to fade away, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul's true body slammed down as a Soul Mountain silhouette appeared, pressing down on Dragon Palace fiercely. This Soul Mountain towered into the clouds. It was extremely huge. Wu Shuai looked at it from below. It completely obscured his vision. It covered the sky. Wu Shuai felt an intense sense of familiarity when he looked at the surface of the Soul Mountain. Isn't this the scene of Dang Hun Mountain? Wu Shuai was shocked and uncertain. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dang Hun Mountain crashed onto Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's luxurious roof suffered a destructive blow. Countless tiles were crushed. A huge number of goo worms died instantly. Even worse was, Dragon Palace suffered a huge impact. Even though it struggled, it was still pushed into the black smoke whirlpool by the giant Soul Mountain. The whirlpool enveloped the whole of Dragon Palace. An incomparable rotational force was added to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was tossed around by the whirlpool. It was in a mess. Wu Shuai had no choice but to fly up from his throne. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement in a short period of time. Don't tell me, this is Spectral Soul's true strength? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul unleashed several immortal killer moves one after another. Wu Shuai was exhausted from dealing with them. The great rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace could not resist at all. All sorts of killer moves were used by Spectral Soul. After a series of combinations, Dragon Palace was firmly restricted. Wu Shuai stared with furious eyes. He could only stall for time. Immortal essence poured out crazily as he repaired the immortal goo house. He only wanted to defend his defense line. Right now, the main body's safety depends on me. But how long can I hold on for? Wu Shuai had no confidence. Fang Yuan's main body was deep inside Dragon Palace. With the Heaven Path Dao marks on him, it was hard for him to attack. Earlier, when he used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall, he had prepared for a long time and used human path methods to break through the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had some space to attack. But even so, when Fang Yuan broke the Qi wall, the Heaven Path Dao marks reacted and started to interfere with Fang Yuan. Fortunately, Fang Yuan knew when to stop and stop the killer move. Otherwise, with such a strong interference, he would fail to maintain the killer move and suffer intense backlash. Fang Yuan found that the only thing that could resist Heaven Path was Human Path. Maybe Dream Path had some effect, but his Dream Path attainment was not high enough. Ever since he obtained the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan had been researching them with all his might. He was racing against time. Maybe even a minute or a second less would mean the difference between life and death. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Human Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Replacement of Heaven's Workers. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's will was mixed with providence. He sensed traces of Heaven Path Dao marks. Refine them. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. This killer move targeted Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to expend rank 8 Immortal Essence. He quickly refined 3 Heaven Path Dao marks. Wu Shuai, persevere, I have a huge breakthrough. Fang Yuan had just transmitted to Wu Shuai when a change occurred in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's success enraged Providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks were like enraged beasts. They were originally scattered everywhere, but now they gathered at one place. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, dark clouds appeared, intense winds blew. The Heaven Path Dao marks caused a huge change in the weather. In a few blinks of an eye, a tribulation was formed. In an instant, the earth shook, lightning struck down, rocks flew into the sky, and the earth groaned. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Don't tell me forcefully refining the Heaven Path Dao marks will anger the Heavenly Dao and cause a tribulation? Or is there a problem with my killer move? Thunderclouds rumbled and spread rapidly. Soon, it expanded from 100 li to several thousand li, to 10,000 li, 100,000 li. Millions of lightning bolts flickered endlessly. It was like a vast lightning forest. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest. It was not an earthly calamity, a heavenly tribulation, or a grand tribulation, but a myriad tribulation above them. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could pass a myriad tribulation. Chapter 2054. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. His expression was grim. He did not expect a myriad tribulation to appear. Rank 8 Gu immortals were existences that stood proudly in the immortal world, but for every rank 8 Gu immortal, myriad tribulations were a difficult obstacle. In the current Gu immortal world, most rank 8 Gu immortals had not even passed one myriad tribulation. For example, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, even Princes Impatiens were not exceptions. Why did old ancestor Shui who tries so hard to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu? It was to deal with the first myriad tribulation in his life. Unfortunately, such a huge effort resulted in a huge loss. Not only did old ancestor Shui who not refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, he even lost his own force, snowy mountain-blessed land. Western Desert's Thousand Transformations ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. After passing this myriad tribulation, he had barely escaped death. He had been recuperating for a long time. During this period, even when his beloved concubine, Fairy Cui Bo, was killed by Fang Yuan, he only dared to send dancer Hong Yun to investigate. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first myriad tribulation. He left behind Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. Duke Long was the same. Both of them were top-notch powerhouses whose combat powers were second only to venerable ones. Even though Fang Yuan had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for a long time and had more than 1,000,000 Dao marks, the truth was that he had used the sovereign immortal aperture's convenience to annex other grotto heavens to pass myriad tribulations. In fact, Fang Yuan had not even passed one myriad tribulation. To him, myriad tribulations were still a huge obstacle. And more importantly, now was not the time to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan could not estimate how long Wu Shui could last. Because Spectral Soul was a terrifying enemy that could not be estimated. I need to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks as soon as possible to deal with Spectral Soul. But to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, I need to pass myriad tribulations? Fang Yuan felt like a flood was coming. He went up the mountain to avoid the water, but found out that this mountain was a volcano. The moment he went up the mountain, the volcano erupted. There were ghosts on the outside and 10,000 tribulations on the inside. At this moment, Fang Yuan was in the greatest predicament he had ever been in. No, I still have a chance. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan remained calm and did not panic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting with Demon Immortal Qiju. Suddenly, Fang Yuan flew out of Myriad Year Flying Warship and used an Immortal Killer move. The attack was fierce and forced Demon Immortal Qiju to retreat. Demon Immortal Qiju immediately used an investigative killer move. After checking, he transmitted to Spectral Soul without hesitation. Fang Yuan is with me. I can't deal with him alone. Come quickly. If we're late, I'm afraid he'll escape. Spectral Soul heard this news and was stunned. Is Fang Yuan really not in Dragon Palace? Spectral Soul thought rapidly as his attacks slowed down. Even though Dragon Palace was trapped, it was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house after all. It could hold on for some time. Fang Yuan wanted to fight against time, but Spectral Soul also wanted to end the battle quickly. If he fought with Dragon Palace, even if he destroyed Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would escape while wasting time. Spectral Soul's attack would fail. Because he did not achieve his original goal. Winning each battle was not important. What was important was whether or not he could obtain the benefits he wanted. Fighting was only a method to gain benefits. The glory of victory was not important to Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He can condense a lump of will and use some immortal essence and immortal goo to create the illusion of his main body for a short period of time. Spectral Soul knew about this information about Fang Yuan. He was quite troubled. Even though he was strong, far surpassing other Gu immortals, he was the #1 in the world. But Fang Yuan was crafty and slippery. He was in a difficult spot. Spectral Soul knew that he had to be careful. If he was careless, he would end up like the Celestial Court. Because Fang Yuan was simply too good at escaping. The sovereign immortal aperture was filled with lightning bolts. Ever since the myriad tribulation was formed, it had been exploding endlessly. Many southern borders suffered a huge blow. The heavenly Tao was in balance. Which part of the sovereign immortal aperture was the best to develop? It was undoubtedly mini southern border. Thus, the myriad tribulation formed by the heavenly Tao focused on mini southern border. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he mobilized with all his strength. He could not care about spectral soul in the outside world, he could only rely on Wu Shuai to stall for time. Rumble, cloud bamboo mountain broke apart under the barrage of countless lightning bolts. It broke into countless rocks. 8 desolate beast cloud foxes and 11 desolate plant spear-tip bamboos that lived in the mountain were turned to dust by the attacks. Cloud chi roots, white hair ginseng, and a vast number of ordinary spear-tip bamboos were destroyed. The 7-colored cloud soil inside the mountain was also affected. It was corroded by the lightning Tao marks. Its value plummeted. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was created by Fang Yuan when he plundered southern borders Shen clan's resources. The defensive formation was the weakest, it was the first to be destroyed, the scene was too horrible to look at. Soon, the other resource points could not hold on any longer. I need to get rid of this internal threat as soon as possible. Fang Yuan made up his mind, but the might of myriad destruction lightning forest was too terrifying, he could not do anything about it. His every move was restricted by the heaven path Tao marks. Thankfully, there was still a group of Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. Among them, Shui Er, Shi Cheng, and Mo Tan Sang were variant human Gu immortal leaders that Fang Yuan could support. Their cultivation level was too low, getting them to take the blame was pointless, they would simply die. I'm here. At the crucial moment, an old Gu immortal stepped forward. His rank 8 aura surged. Since when did Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture have such an expert hidden in it? This old man was none other than the only rank 8 in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the current generation Combat Beast King. Ever since Fang Yuan used a trick to peacefully annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven became his subordinates. Fang Yuan taught them the correct Gu cultivation method. During the Fate War, among them, a large number of rank 7 Gu immortals were sent out by Fang Yuan. Until now, Fang Yuan did not have the chance to recruit them, they were still roaming around the 5 regions. This was a rare situation for the old Combat Beast King. He had been cultivating in Star Collection City, his strength had increased greatly. This was a method that Fang Yuan left behind to prevent his immortal aperture from being invaded during the Fate War. During the Fate War, such a situation did not occur. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture was experiencing a myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan could not do anything. He could only use the trump card of Combat Beast King. Winds howled, starlight shot out. The rank 8 star sea snail corpse shell was taken out by Fang Yuan and handed to the old Combat Beast King. Combat Beast King did not hesitate. He activated his killer move and turned into a towering giant covered in star armor in the blink of an eye. The giant roared as his body flew up, charging towards the lightning clouds in the sky. The giant had just flown into the sky when several lightning bolts suddenly merged into one. A blue lightning bolt that was as thick as a heavenly pillar struck the star armor giant. If it were in the past, Combat Beast King would definitely be defeated by this attack. But after this period of cultivation, he had already grasped an immortal killer move. At this moment, Combat Beast King had already activated his defensive killer move, forcefully resisting the lightning attack. But the giant's momentum was also completely dispelled. The giant landed on the ground, his majestic body trembled slightly, there were still traces of lightning on his body. Combat Beast King's limbs were numb and his movements were greatly restricted. Myriad tribulation is truly terrifying. Combat Beast King was tongue-tied, he was filled with shock. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Earlier, when the lightning bolts merged and attacked Combat Beast King, it was clearly because of providence. The heaven path Tao marks were so dense that when they gathered into a lump, providence would naturally be created. With providence's guidance, the terrifying myriad tribulation became even more agile. It made people feel despair. I have Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. It can even destroy Providence in the dream realm. Unfortunately, I cannot use it now. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. If he wanted to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, he needed to fight against Providence first, then use Heavenly Human Perception and Heaven's Worker Substitution Killer moves to capture the location of the Heaven Path Dao marks. Finally, he could use Unrestrained Heavenly Mark to refine the corresponding Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, Providence had to exist. Once Feng Yuan destroyed Providence, he would not be able to continue refining the Heaven Path Dao marks. But the gathering of Heaven Path Dao marks and the myriad tribulation will greatly affect my refinement of the Heaven Path Dao marks. The efficiency is less than 1% of before. Originally, the Heaven Path Dao marks were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were like scattered soldiers. Feng Yuan broke through them one by one. His refinement plan was very effective. But now that the Heaven Path Dao marks had gathered into a lump and were closely connected, Feng Yuan could not do anything. His refinement plan had almost no progress at all. At this speed, how long would it take for him to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks? Feng Yuan was in a difficult situation. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. At this time, Wu Shuai shouted he had to ask Feng Yuan for help. This Dragon Man clone situation was also very bad. Veins were bulging on his forehead, he was sweating profusely. Dragon Palace was trapped in the black smoke whirlpool, it was constantly being destroyed. The railings were broken, tiles were flying, Dragon Palace was shrinking rapidly. Wu Shuai could only repair Dragon Palace with all his strength, but the repair speed could not compare to Spectral Soul's destruction. Seeing that the crucial area was about to be lost, Wu Shuai had to ask for help. Feng Yuan knew that the clone would not ask for help unless it was necessary. He sighed to himself, diverting his attention to the outside world. After checking the situation, Feng Yuan immediately helped Wu Shuai repair the palace. They managed to slow down the situation, but it was not enough. Wu Shuai suddenly exclaimed, "Why did Spectral Soul's attacks suddenly slow down?" Feng Yuan immediately understood. He said, "I created the illusion of the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Warship. It seems to have worked." Spectral Soul hesitated. He had been worried that I would retreat. He did not know that Dragon Palace was in danger. He definitely thought that the rank 8 Immortal Goo House could last for some time. If the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Warship escapes during this period, even if he managed to kill you and Dragon Palace, it would be a huge failure. Chapter 2055. Difficult. Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Almost as soon as he said that, Spectral Soul's attacks intensified again. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, "Feng Yuan, you have truly disappointed me. How long are you going to hide? Let me tell you the truth, your location has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. Hoping to deceive me, that is the behavior of a weakling. I gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo to you, it was truly a waste. Come out and fight me, at least after you die. People will not say that you are a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, a coward who fears death." Damn it. Wu Shuai's thoughts were interrupted, he gritted his teeth. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, he frowned but did not reply. What did reputation mean to him? What Feng Yuan cared about was, did Fairy Myrtle really deduce it? Or was Spectral Soul purposely deceiving him? Even his hesitation earlier was an act. He was probing Feng Yuan? The Qi Si clone had already left. Feng Yuan did not know the exact situation. Even now, the Wisdom Path formation is still working. There is a possibility that Fairy Myrtle is using this to stall the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. She secretly informs Spectral Soul of his deduction. Sigh, I cannot care about this anymore. Feng Yuan sighed, he soon tossed this question to the back of his mind. It was not that he found the truth, but Dragon Palace's current situation was extremely dangerous. He had to make a move. Feng Yuan opened a crack in his Immortal Aperture's entrance. He let out the immemorial year beasts that he had prepared. Several immemorial year beasts roared as they charged out of Dragon Palace. Some tried to destroy the Black Chi Whirlpool, while others attacked Spectral Soul. This is useless. Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rose from his body. He created eerie winds that shrouded the surroundings. He pointed with his finger. Each attack was only a trace of black smoke, but it was extremely fast and powerful. The black smoke shot towards the immemorial year beast and immediately expanded, turning into thick vine-like chains that bound the immemorial year beast. The immemorial year beast struggled, but the black smoke chains were strengthened by the black smoke vortex, becoming thicker and tighter. The archaic year beast could still struggle at first, but soon it couldn't move at all. It became a target and was then swept away by the whirlpool. These are all small tricks. You have truly disappointed me, Feng Yuan. Spectral Soul floated in the sky, looking down at the black smoke spiral below him. The great rank 8 immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was like a toy. Once it was exposed, it could only be toyed with and manipulated in the palm of his hand. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, activating dreamy light smoke. Spectral Soul snickered as he spat out several soul balls. The soul sphere had a tail and was shaped like a tadpole. It drew out a dark phantom in the air and quickly pierced into the body of the immemorial year beast. A thin layer of black gas appeared on the immemorial year beast's body. The black smoke chains quickly melted in the black gas, causing the black gas to become more than 10 times denser in the blink of an eye. The immemorial year beasts regained their freedom, but they roared as they charged towards Dragon Palace. One of the immemorial year beasts even charged towards dreamy light smoke. These immemorial year beasts were actually incited by Spectral Soul on the spot. After dreamy light smoke swept away the immemorial year beasts, Wu Shuai felt a deep sense of helplessness. Spectral Soul was in control of the battle now. He had ample time and initiative. Dreamy light smoke could no longer pose a threat to him. It became a small problem. Spectral Soul used several soul path killer moves now. Feng Yuan and Wu Shuai had never seen or even heard of them before. The foundation of a rank 9 venerable was unfathomably deep. In the sky, the wisdom path formation was still operating continuously. Fairy Myrtle sat at the control area, looking like she was still deducing with all her strength. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court's immortals surrounded the wisdom path formation. Qin Ding Ling looked at the wisdom path formation silently. Just earlier, Celestial Court had sent news that the remaining Gu immortals had successfully suppressed Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing was hit by a primordial Qi path killer move. His condition had already fallen to rock bottom. When Feng Yuan escaped, he directly abandoned him. He could not care about him. It was not strange that he was captured and suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. From this, one could see Feng Yuan's panic. He could not even take care of an existence like Di Zongxing. It showed how weak he was right now. And it was this fact that made Qin Ding Ling want to kill Feng Yuan. Such a good opportunity was extremely rare. After suppressing the evil dragon, the remaining Gu immortals started to repair Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. The flaws were quickly repaired. Celestial Court's crisis was more than half over. This made Qin Ding Ling let out a sigh of relief, but she still had other worries. Qi Si Ancestor left not long ago. According to Dragon Palace's speed and direction, it should be at Intestine Corridor already? Qin Ding Ling estimated. Feng Yuan escaped. He moved Dragon Palace out of immemorial White Heaven, heading towards Central Continent. This made Celestial Court anxious and furious. They were worried that their territory would suffer huge losses from the aftermath of the battle. Intestine Corridor was the northern entrance of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. It was created during the Olden Antiquity era after a Beastman expert died and fused with the mountain range. It was controlled by Black Heaven Temple, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Qin Ding Ling had already transmitted the situation to Black Heaven Temple, telling them to use their immortal Gu houses to move freely around Intestine Corridor. If there was an advantage, they would attack. If the enemy was too strong, they would directly abandon Intestine Corridor. Preserving their strength was the most important thing. Black Heaven Temple received orders from Celestial Court and acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly mobilized almost all of their forces to take action. But no matter how long they waited, Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul did not appear. What Qin Ding Ling did not know was that Dragon Palace had already been intercepted by Spectral Soul along the way. It was still in the sky above Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Sorrowful Wind mountain range was huge. It spanned over 100,000 li. Overall, it was much gentler than other mountain ranges in central continent. There were not many resources here. Many of the mountain peaks were barren. Thus, even though it was at the periphery of Black Heaven Temple's territory, it was not placed much importance on it. Most of the resources here were wind path. Back then, a rank 7 Gu immortal from Wind Cloud Manor came here to cultivate for many years, eventually breaking through and becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal. This person was Old Man Bei Feng, but his life was full of troubles. He was captured by Feng Yuan during the Fate War and was enslaved by Dragon Palace. In the intense battle earlier, Old Man Bei Feng had already died. Not just him, the 4 dragon generals had all died in this battle. Even the strongest, Di Zongxing, was now imprisoned by Celestial Court. On a certain mountain in Sorrowful Wind mountain range, several goat-herding youngsters were arguing. The one being bullied was a youngster. He was the thinnest and weakest. He retreated from the accusations. Wang Xiao heir, we have already taken over this mountain. There is no place for you. Get lost, the further the better. These youngsters wore thick leather jackets. They were muscular and had expressions of disgust. Wang Xiao heir's clothes were not only patched, they were tattered in many places. He looked like a beggar. He protested weakly, but my goats need to eat grass too. If I don't feed them, uncle and aunt will beat me up when I return home. The youngsters laughed loudly. One of them was the most muscular. He pushed Wang Xiao heir to the ground. Go to the neighboring mountain to herd the goats. There is still some grass there. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I will break your legs. The muscular youngster threatened fiercely. Wang Xiao heir struggled to get up. He did not dare to protest anymore. He could only drive his small group of goats away from this mountain. He moved his weak legs, trekking through the barren mountains and rivers. There was no path on the mountain. Wang Xiao heir often tripped and fell on the hard rocks, leaving bruises all over his body. On the contrary, the goats behind him walked leisurely. Wang Xiao heir finally found a small patch of grass. After running for a while, the goats were thirsty and hungry. They did not need him to drive them. They just swarmed forward and fought for food. Wang Xiao heir was so tired that he sat on a huge rock. He looked at the goats fighting for food. He sighed in his heart. Recently, the sorrowful winds in the mountain are getting stronger. There is less grass. So, they chased me away to prevent my goats from sharing that patch of grass. The patch of grass was very small. The goats ate it all in a short while. The muscular goats ate the most. The rest of the goats were still groaning in hunger. Wang Xiao heir shook his head. There was very little grass on this mountain, and it was scattered everywhere. To feed these goats, they would have to travel from one mountain to another. Not only was it a waste of time, it was also a waste of energy. Goats, goats, at least you have something to eat. I will definitely return late after eating all of you today. I will definitely be scolded by uncle and aunt again. I will only be able to eat rotten food. Even though Central Continent was the most developed place in the 5 regions, to the vast majority of mortals, life was still difficult. It was common for them to not have enough to eat. At this moment, there was a sudden rumbling sound. Wang Xiao heir looked up at the sky. He was still wondering why there was thunder in such a clear sky. Then, he gradually opened his mouth. He saw a meteor falling from the sky. The meteor became bigger and bigger in his vision. The wind was pressing down. The rumbling sound was deafening. The temperature in the air also rose rapidly. Wang Xiao heir was so frightened that he stood rooted to the ground. The goats beside him felt the danger. They cried out and ran in all directions. Not just the goats, the wild animals on the mountain also ran in all directions. The originally barren mountains suddenly became lively and noisy. As the meteor got closer, Wang Xiao heir saw it clearly. This meteor was actually a wild beast the size of a mountain. The wild beast crashed down with a loud bang. Coincidentally, it was the mountain that Wang Xiao heir lived on. The mountain peak collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, the earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. The small village on the mountain was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Human screams, mixed with the shrill cries of the wild beast, traveled along the violent wind and faintly reached Wang Xiao heir's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under Wang Xiao'er's horrified gaze, huge cracks rapidly spread in all directions, quickly spreading to the surroundings. The surrounding mountain peaks also cracked, then collapsed one after another. The youths who had chased Wang Xiao'er away previously all died because of this. Am I going to die too? Wang Xiao'er sat on the ground. It was as if all his strength had been sucked out. He could only watch as the dust filled the sky, like a prehistoric monster pouncing towards him, completely engulfing him. In the dust, the wind carried countless rocks. A rock hit Wang Xiao'er's forehead. Chapter 2056. Above the clouds, in the sky. Dragon Palace was barely shining with orange gold light. It was still trapped in the black smoke spiral, resisting the attacks of the outside world. Of the immemorial year beasts that Spectral Soul had instigated, only 3 were left. The rest were shot down by Wu Shuai's Dragon Palace. As for how these year beast corpses fell to the ground and destroyed mountains, how many innocent lives were implicated, the two sides did not care. They did not care about the mortal young man Wang Xiao'er's life being turned upside down. After the black smoke on the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts dissipated, they regained their senses and fought against Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai had a heavy heart. These immemorial year beasts were collected by Feng Yuan in an attempt to restore the 12 zodiac battle formation. But at this crucial moment, he had to use them to maintain his image. But under Spectral Soul's methods, they were used by him instead. After this battle, the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts were covered in injuries. They could not break out of this predicament. Feng Yuan's plan was easily resolved by Spectral Soul. He had no problems during the entire process. Not only could Spectral Soul counter soul beasts, ordinary enslavement path methods were also ineffective against him. They would be used instead. Wu Shuai was worried. At this rate, how much longer can we last? Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He was dealing with Spectral Soul now. He was controlling the situation outside, but the myriad tribulation was wreaking havoc inside the sovereign immortal aperture. It was a terrible situation. In just this short period of time, a large number of resource points in mini-southern border were destroyed. The losses were increasing rapidly. And the worst thing was, even if Feng Yuan gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, he could not escape from the myriad tribulation. Because the heaven path Dao marks used to create the myriad tribulation had a unique origin, they could be moved at will. Only by steeling himself and enduring through the tribulation would he be able to overcome this huge obstacle in front of him. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with cold light, but he did not continue to attack Dragon Palace. He turned around to look at the source. At the end of his vision, there was a small but soon, this black dot expanded as a legendary immemorial beast showed its true appearance. It had a tortoise shell, 4 ferocious tiger claws, a dragon tail and a snake neck. There was a human head on the snake neck. His hair was disheveled. His expression was twisted and crazed. It was the pursuing Qing Chou. Qing Chou charged over, but Spectral Soul did not dodge. He showed a cold smile instead. You came to die, that is for the best. However, when Qing Chou got to Spectral Soul, a pair of bat wings appeared on the sides of its tortoise shell. This was extremely similar to the wings of the green-clawed ghost-winged lion. Immortal killer move, green mouth. Qing Chou suddenly opened its mouth. It was only a human face and its mouth was not big. But when he opened his mouth, there was a huge bluish-black hole in front of his mouth. The huge hole expanded and shot out like lightning, swallowing Spectral Soul in one gulp. The giant hole instantly shrunk and entered Qing Chou's mouth. Qing Chou closed its lips, its throat moving. It saw a visible ball protruding from its neck into its stomach. A good chance. At this moment, Wu Shuai's eyes shone with a light that was more than an inch long. This move was left for you, scum. Qing Chou swallowed Spectral Soul and roared happily. Another memory appeared in his mind. What? The 3 Gu immortals we sent were all killed by Mingyu? Impossible! But it is the truth. Mingyu first pretended to be weak and purposely got injured, luring our 3 immortals to split up and search. Next, he lurked at the side and found a chance to launch a sneak attack. Our 3 immortals were careless and fell to his hands. Qing Clan's hall was deathly silent. They wanted to regain their face but suffered huge losses. Rank 7 Gu immortals were not so easy to nurture, especially when there were rank 7 elites of Qing clan among them. This loss was a huge blow to Qing clan. It was a huge blow to their foundation. Mingyu deserves to die. We were too careless. This lesson is too deep. We need to remember it and pass it down as our clan's teachings. As for the rest, I will take action personally. Qing clan's first supreme elder said. The immortals were silent. They did not object. Sending a rank 8 Gu immortal to deal with the rank 7 Mingyu was clearly bullying the weak. But Qing clan could not lose again. All of Western Desert's super forces were laughing at them. However, just as Qing clan's first supreme elder was about to move, he received a challenge letter. This letter Gu came from another Western Desert superforce. It had deep grudges with Qing clan. This superforce's first supreme elder challenged Qing clan's first supreme elder to determine the boundary between the two sides. Damn it, at this crucial moment. Qing clan's Gu immortals cursed. The other party is clearly doing this on purpose. But the boundary concerns the ownership of a super resource point. The benefits involved are too huge. What do you think? Qing clan's first supreme elder hesitated for a moment. Let me take Mingyu's life. Qing clan's second supreme elder stood up. First supreme elder hesitated. Second supreme elder smiled. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, Mingyu is heavily injured. He cannot recuperate in time. Moreover, his foundation has already been exposed. Even though his methods are very strange, they are mostly soul attacks. My immemorial desolate beast Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion is this person's nemesis. Not just that, I have also created an immortal move called Green Mouth. It was inspired by the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. Once it is used, it can devour souls. Everyone, don't worry, I will definitely take this southern border Gu immortal's life. Alright, go ahead. We have to be extra careful on this trip. The first Supreme Elder finally nodded and agreed. Second Supreme Elder is going personally. We will definitely succeed. Mingyu is already a dead man. There is no need to worry about him. The problem now is this challenge letter. Second Supreme Elder, you must take revenge for Qing Hualan and the rest. I finally took revenge for us. As its memories faded, Qing Cho choked. Hot tears flowed out of its bloodshot eyes. Revenge was a joyous thing. Such a familiar scene. Spectral Soul's calm voice suddenly came from Qing Chao's stomach. Qing Chao's body froze. Next, it felt bitterness. Immense bitterness. Extreme bitterness. Indescribable, unbearable bitterness. Bitter, it was too bitter. Qing Chao's face was pale, it gulped, it almost vomited. It hurriedly clenched its teeth and forcefully endured it. But the bitterness became more intense. It was like a huge tide that crashed against its bottom line. Qing Cho screamed in pain. Its body was shaking from the bitterness. It could no longer fly. It fell towards the ground. In the process of falling from the sky, it felt hungry again. It was as if his stomach had suddenly become empty. No, it was not hunger. It felt like it had suffered a loss. It was as if half of its body was empty. Now, do you know how Qing Clan's second Supreme Elder died to me? Yes, I purposely got hit by Green Mouth. Do you know why I was so confident? Spectral Soul laughed lightly in Qing Chao's stomach. Back when Spectral Soul was young, before he fought against Western Desert's Qing clan, the high-spirited Mingyu encountered a wild green-clawed ghost winged lion and suffered a crushing defeat. Impossible. The soul path I created could not even defeat a beast. Even if it is an immemorial desolate beast, my soul path, how can my soul path be so weak? Mingyu, who was exhausted from the battle, fell to the ground. He stared at the green claw ghost winged lion with a crazed expression of disbelief and unwillingness. The green claw ghost winged lion stood on all fours. It looked down at Mingyu, who was lying on the sand. Its huge body cast a shadow of death over Mingyu. Next, the green claw ghost winged lion's nose twitched as it lowered its head and opened its mouth. With a soft sound, the green claw ghost winged lion bit off Mingyu's leg. Mingyu screamed in pain. He lost his entire right leg. blood flowed out of the wound. The intense pain made him curl his body as he writhed on the sand. Soon, the surrounding sand and stones were dyed blood red. The green claw ghost-winged lion chewed his right leg. After swallowing it, it was unhappy with Mingyu rolling around. It used its right claw to press him to the ground. No matter how Mingyu struggled, he could not resist this enormous beast's strength. The green claw ghost-winged lion opened its mouth. This time, it tore off Mingyu's left arm and swallowed it. Mingyu screamed again, his eyes rolled back. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. This time, the pain was even more intense, because his leg was bitten off by the green claw ghost-winged lion earlier, but this time, his arm was torn off. Mingyu's entire left shoulder still had a small portion of his arm muscles. His pale white arm bone was exposed. Mingyu resisted. He used all his strength to activate his soul path killer move, but even when it hit the green claw ghost-winged lion, it only made a huge impact. It did not take a single step back. The green claw ghost-winged lion lost all its patience because of this attack. It opened its mouth for the third time and swallowed Mingyu. Its sharp teeth bit and chewed continuously. Mingyu's body was pierced by countless sharp teeth. His body was pierced and his bones were crushed. His head was not spared. The brain and blood mixed together before being swallowed by the green claw ghost-winged lion along with the crushed flesh. Mingyu only had his soul left. However, the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach could not digest living humans. It fed on souls. Mingyu's soul was inside the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach. He could not break free. He was quickly corroded by the gastric juices. The darkness of death engulfed him. Mingyu's soul shook intensely. He knew that death was coming. Am I going to die, dying in the mouth of a beast? Damn it. I am not resigned to this. I'm still too weak. I can still do more. I can definitely do more. I just created the soul path not too long ago, but his soul path methods were countered by the green claw ghost-winged lion. This immemorial desolate beast was Mingyu's natural nemesis. I cannot die like this. I cannot accept this outcome. There is a way, there must be a way. My immortal aperture is still in my body, it is still with me. I have not lost contact with my goo worms. Soul path methods are useless. I still have food path. But those food path killer moves could not resist the green claw ghost-winged lion. If they could, Mingyu would have used them long ago. He would not have ended up like this. The old food path killer moves are useless. I will create a new food path killer move. Mingyu was indulging in fantasy, but to him, this was his final hope, even though this hope was minuscule. Mingyu did not think about the minuscule chance of success. He concentrated on thinking and thinking. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused. But his soul was being digested, becoming smaller and smaller. The efficiency of his thoughts fell sharply. Soon he could not think anymore. You cannot give up, I think. I think of the legends of Rinzu. Chapter 2057. The Legends of Rinzu, Chapter 5, Section 32. The human ancestor continued on his way. After a while, a huge predicament appeared in front of the human ancestor. Strong Gu was living in the predicament's body. Strong Gu laughed loudly. "Oh human, I am back. I've invited a helper this time. Let's see what you can do." Rinzu could only stop in his tracks. The predicament in front of him was so huge, but he did not panic. Long ago, Rinzu had been chased by a group of predicaments, but when he gave his heart to the Hope Gu, those predicaments feared Hope the most and fled in panic. "Hope Gu, I need your help." Rinzu summoned the Hope Gu, but the Hope Gu's radiance did not scare away this predicament. What was going on? "Ha!" Strong Gu laughed loudly. "Oh human, now that this predicament has my help, it will definitely be the strongest predicament you will ever face in your life. How can you fight it off with just hope?" The Rinzu was speechless. At this time, Weak Gu, who was protected by Rinzu, spoke softly. "Oh human, thank you for your protection. Don't worry too much, I'll give you an idea. Let's scare this predicament away." "You can scare it away?" Weak Gu shook his head. "Humans, even someone as weak as me has a way to survive." When facing those who want to eat me or bully me, I will often bluff and deceive them, making them think that I am very strong. This world always gives preferential treatment to the strong. Even if we are weak, we have to pretend to be strong. Otherwise, we will be bullied everywhere. Human, you can do the same. Don't you have fear goo? Isn't there attitude goo on your face? Humanity heard weak goo's suggestion and decided to give it a try. With the help of attitude goo, his appearance became distorted and he revealed his teeth, displaying a fierce appearance. With the help of the fear goo, the predicament was shocked. It grimaced in pain and squatted on the ground, staring at Renzu. Renzu was stunned. Why wasn't it scared away? Weak goo encouraged, didn't you give it a fright? This proves that my method works, but we need to put more effort into it. Oh human, why don't you put attitude goo on self goo? What is the most complete deception and disguise? He even lied to himself. If I do this, I should be able to deceive my way out of this predicament. Weak goo continued, as long as the predicament feels that you are a true expert, it will make way for you. That's because adversity will always make way for the strong. Renzu took off the mask on his face and wore the attitude goo on his self goo. But it was no use. The predicament was still not scared away. Renzu suddenly realized, I understand now, when a person is in a really big predicament, just bluffing will not solve the actual problem. Strong goo laughed loudly, oh human, don't waste your efforts. With me here to remind the predicament, how could you possibly deceive it? You should not have saved weak goo. Weak people often clamor and use overbearingness and violence to conceal their weakness. Renzu was helpless. He could only stall for time. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said to Strong Goo, you said that the strong preys on the weak. It is only natural. I have to admit that. But how do you prove that you are strong and we are weak? If you can't prove it, how can you eat us? Strong Goo was stunned. Because I am Strong Goo, it is weak goo. Renzu shook his head. Just the name alone cannot prove anything. Furthermore, other than you two goo, there is still me and this predicament. Strong Goo smiled coldly. Then I have a good way to prove it. We will eat a portion of each other. Whoever can't persevere and loses will be the weak one. They deserve to be eaten. Renzu saw that he could not stall for time. He could only bite the bullet and say, then we can only do this. Don't regret it. But which of us should eat first? Strong Goo was confident in its strength. It smiled coldly. You can eat first, so what? Renzu sized up the predicament. He had never eaten a predicament before. Renzu thought about it and had an idea. Then I will eat the predicament's head first. The predicament plucked off its own head and gave it to Renzu. Renzu only took a bite before his expression twisted. He almost vomited. So bitter. It turned out that this was a huge bitter head. Not just that, even though the predicament lost its head, it was still standing straight. The thick neck that was missing its head did not bleed at all. It was fine. Ha! Strong Goo laughed loudly. Oh human, you made the wrong choice. You cannot solve the predicament by eating bitter heads. Furthermore, it is hard to say whether you can eat such a huge bitter head. If you cannot, that means you are weak. You deserve to be eaten by us. Compared to the predicament's head, Renzu's entire body was very small. Renzu knew that Strong Goo was right. He could not lose. Once he lost, not only would he be unable to protect the weak goo, he would even lose his life. He would be buried in the predicament's stomach. Renzu could only frown as he opened his mouth and ate the bitter head. After eating dozens of mouthfuls, Renzu suddenly stopped. He almost vomited. Hope Goo quickly encouraged him. Oh human, don't vomit. Grit your teeth. No matter how big the bitter head is, you can eat it. Humans not only need to eat, they also need to suffer. Renzu nodded as he continued to eat. Renzu ate half of it with much difficulty. Fear Goo in his body shouted, oh heavens, when will I finish eating this? Renzu also felt a trace of despair. Courage Goo quickly said, oh human, you cannot be afraid of eating bitter heads. Don't be afraid of suffering. Suffering is only temporary. If you are afraid of suffering, you will have to suffer for your entire life. With the help of Courage Goo, Renzu finally ate all of the bitter head. Renzu wiped his lips as he looked at Strong-gu with difficulty. You can choose now. Strong-gu smiled. Then we will eat your skin first. Renzu had no choice but to tear off his skin and throw it to the predicament. The predicament had no head. It stuffed Renzu's skin into its thick neck. Renzu's skin was eaten by it, but its huge stomach did not swell at all. Strong-gu asked again, "Oh human, what do you want to eat next?" Renzu was troubled. He had just eaten the predicament's head. It was extremely bitter. He barely managed to hold on, but his stomach was almost full. Even though the predicament had no head, it was still alive. What should I eat? I ate too much earlier. My stomach is reaching its limit. If I eat too much, I might die from bloating. That would be terrible. Renzu thought clearly. He wanted to eat the most crucial and fatal part of the predicament. But which part of the predicament was the most crucial to it? Renzu thought about it for a long time. He finally had a good idea. He said to Strong-gu, "Then I will eat the part that you do not want me to eat the most." Strong-gu snorted coldly, "Then you will suffer." It took out all of the losses from the predicament's body and fed them to Renzu. These losses were not huge, and there were not many of them. But Renzu was surprised, because after these losses were taken out, the huge predicament shrunk by a lot. Rules and regulations Gu explained to Renzu. "Oh human, you do not need to find it strange. Predicaments differ from person to person. You have suffered so much earlier. The losses you can eat are naturally smaller. You will have less." Renzu was secretly happy. This is a good feeling. Even if I eat all of these losses, I will not reach my limit. I will not be full. Renzu opened his mouth and ate a small loss. So spicy. Renzu was speechless. He continued to eat. Renzu opened his mouth. His breathing became heavier and heavier. His eyes that had lost their eyes started to tear up. He continued to eat. Renzu's entire body was covered in sweat. The tears that flowed out of his eyes were mixed together. They could not be separated. The most unbearable thing for Renzu was that there were flames growing in his heart. These yellow flames were like little chicks. They gathered together in a nest. The more losses he suffered, the more anger he felt. The more anger he felt, the more Renzu's hearts could not take it. They were about to be burned to death. At this time, a heart of nobility grew in Renzu's chest. Compared to the other hearts, this heart of nobility bore the greatest amount of anger. With this heart to share the pressure, Renzu finally got through it. Renzu suffered all of the losses. Strong-gu looked at Renzu's bulging stomach and snickered. "Oh human, you are about to reach your limit. It is our turn to eat." Renzu breathed with difficulty. "Then what do you want to eat?" Strong-gu said, "I want to eat your flesh." Renzu was helpless. He could only let it eat his flesh. Renzu's skin and flesh entered the predicament's stomach. Only his bones, organs, and hair were left. In the deep, eerie darkness, only Mingyu's thoughts were flickering with difficulty. He was emitting the final radiance of his life. Can do it. Food path killer move, bitter taste. Food path killer move, eating loss. The green claw ghost-winged lion was flying in the sky when its body shook intensely. It cried out as it fell from the sky. With a loud sound, it landed on the desert, creating a huge pit. The green claw ghost-winged lion struggled intensely. It twisted on the sand and created a huge sand wave. It could not endure this surging wave of bitterness. Its heart was burning intensely. It knew that Mingyu, who was in its stomach, was playing tricks. It did not hesitate to stab its claws into its stomach. It struggled for a long time. Its strength gradually dissipated until it died. Following the hole created by the claws, Mingyu's soul was like a wisp of smoke. It carried some immortal essence and goo worms as it escaped from the lion's stomach with difficulty. I really survived. Even he felt that this result was inconceivable. His soul was dim. After floating for a while, it slumped on the ground weakly. On the ground, he breathed heavily for a long time before he recovered a little. Looking at the dark sky, Spectral Soul, who was still a young man, snorted coldly before laughing loudly. Pathetic, truly pathetic. But in this world, who doesn't put up a struggle before death? I swear. Spectral Soul's form was blurry. He seemed to be pointing at the sky. He used an extremely firm and serious tone, but at the same time he shouted with all his strength, "This is the final struggle before death in my life. From today onwards, only I will make others struggle before death. The 5 regions and 2 heavens shall bear witness." The world was silent. After traveling through space and time, his memories faded. He returned to the current battlefield. Ching Cho rolled in the air. It could not hold on any longer. Its throat moved as it spat out Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's figure was like a phantom. He quickly appeared on Ching Cho's back. He raised his right hand. His 5 fingers were gray like ink. It was very strange. His 5 fingernails were longer than his fingers. They were pale and sharp, giving off a cold and terrifying aura. Go ahead and struggle before death. Don't worry, I will not give you any hope of survival. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with a dark light. His 5 fingers stabbed down at lightning speed. Roar. Chapter 2058. Thunder rumbled, destroying the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Southern Border was in a terrible state under the myriad destruction lightning forests rampage. Countless mountains collapsed. The ground was cracked and filled with countless craters. Combat Beast King had been fighting while bathed in blood. His injuries were getting more severe. His situation was getting worse. He was using his life to hold on, but he could not change the overall situation. Compared to the might of heaven and earth, even if I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, what can I do? Combat Beast King had been cultivating in the sovereign immortal aperture. His horizons were broadened, his strength rose greatly, he was full of confidence. But now, under the myriad tribulation, he could feel how insignificant and weak he was. Myriad destruction lightning forest's range had expanded again. While Feng Yuan's main body had to deal with the battle outside, he was at a huge disadvantage. Against the myriad tribulation, it was still dangerous for Feng Yuan to go all out, but now he had to expend more than half of his energy to fight Spectral Soul. This was a myriad tribulation. Countless rank 8s had fallen miserably at this round. Feng Yuan's situation was even more special. This was not his first myriad tribulation. Not only did he skip 2 in a row, but this myriad tribulation was also a violent evolution of the more than 3,000 Heaven Dao marks that he possessed. Such a myriad tribulation was extremely rare even in the long history of the human race. Forced by the situation, Feng Yuan had no choice but to multitask. He dealt with the battle while inspecting the sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at the Heaven Path Dao marks transforming into Lightning Path and Cloud Path, forming this myriad tribulation. He suddenly had an epiphany. I understand a little. At that moment, he understood the essence of the calamities and tribulations. In the past, he already knew, calamities and tribulations were controlled by the Heavenly Dao, and the Heavenly Dao focused on balance. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. Every Gu immortal and immortal aperture had a large number of Dao marks. They were objects that the Heavenly Dao had to balance. Thus, every once in a while, the Heavenly Dao would show its might and create calamities and tribulations to trouble Gu immortals. But why could they create all sorts of calamities and tribulations? Feng Yuan did not know. Right now, this doubt in Feng Yuan's mind was completely solved by the scene in front of him. It turned out that no matter what kind of calamity or tribulation it was actually a transformation of the Heavenly Dao marks. The Heavenly Dao marks could transform into any style, which was why there were the Flying Frost Lightning Tribulation, the 4 Blazing Clouds Tribulation, the Dragon Roar Tribulation, the Heavenly Drum Thunder Tribulation, the Wind Flower Tribulation, the Snow Moon Tribulation, the Black-White Flying Salt Tribulation. These calamities and tribulations covered all sorts of paths. There were too many of them. Gu immortals could not guess them. It was hard to deal with them. And the Heavenly Dao would even imitate venerable methods. For example, thieving heaven demon venerables' formless hands. The various types of calamities and tribulations were only on the surface. In essence, they were all Heavenly Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would accumulate, and the greater the difference between them and the natural environment. The more imbalanced it was, the more heavenly Dao marks would be drawn out, and the stronger the calamity and tribulation would be. No one in the world could cultivate heaven path, so even if a Gu immortal underwent tribulation, they would not be able to store heaven path Dao marks. These heaven path Dao marks would turn into Dao marks of other paths and remain in the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. Thinking about it, in Crazed Demon Cave, the heaven path Dao marks could create all sorts of strange small worlds, and after these small worlds were destroyed, they would turn back into heaven path Dao marks. And the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Langya sect had a similar principle. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the refinement main body, using the killer move to connect with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture. It could influence the calamities and tribulations and use the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. Langya blessed land had once been placed in northern plains Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake's surroundings were filled with dense water path and refinement path Dao marks. Every time, immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move would be used to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally, they would form water path and refinement path calamities and tribulations. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Dao marks. This move was actually to influence the direction of the heaven path Dao marks evolution. Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance also had luck path methods to weaken calamities and tribulations. For example, dog shit luck and fortune rivaling heaven. These were luck path Dao marks that interacted with the heaven path Dao marks to transform into calamities and tribulations, causing changes that were beneficial to the Gu immortal, causing the power of the calamities and tribulations to decrease. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation limited the transformation of heaven path Dao marks. It turned every calamity and tribulation into a transformation path Beast Calamity. Fang Yuan obtained the killer move exposing heavenly secret from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. It could accurately deduce the contents of calamities and tribulations. Exposing heavenly secret used heavenly secret immortal Gu as the core. It clearly used the origin, heaven path Dao marks to make deductions. Thus, the results of the deduction were so precise. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture, luck path methods, myriad beings assimilation transformation, exposing heavenly secret, all of these methods were in Fang Yuan's hands, but unfortunately he could not use them for the time being. The heaven path Dao marks restricted him. He could not use these killer moves freely. Only by using human path methods to resist heaven path could Fang Yuan gain some time and space to use other killer moves. Like earlier in Celestial Court, when Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. Fang Yuan set up a human path formation in the sovereign immortal aperture, with the 1,000 wish tree as the core. But Providence was not stupid, it knew about Fang Yuan's details. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest also appeared in mini-central continent. It started to attack the human path formation. Fang Yuan was forced into a passive state. Roar! Beast roars resounded. A large group of soul beasts charged towards the lightning clouds in the sky. They charged with great momentum, disregarding their own safety. These were all soul beasts, a large number of desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and 4 immemorial soul beasts. These soul beasts were mostly captured by Fang Yuan in Green Ghost Desert. Among them, these immemorial soul beasts were obtained when Fang Yuan helped Fang clan obtain Divine Bean Palace. These soul beasts had always been kept in Mini Black Heaven. Right now, Fang Yuan was in trouble. He had to use this portion of his foundation. Fang Yuan acted decisively. He mobilized all of his soul beasts to disperse the lightning clouds, to give him a chance to counterattack. The soul beasts were extremely fragile under the myriad tribulation. They were like paper. In just a while, close to 100 desolate level soul beasts were annihilated by the lightning strikes. More than 10 ancient soul beasts died as well. Fang Yuan's heart was cold. He did not waver. The soul beasts were already useful. They attracted a large amount of firepower. They helped Fang Yuan gain some time. Even though these soul beasts included immemorial soul beasts, they did not have immortal Gu. They were only high-level cannon fodder in front of the myriad tribulation. But this was making the best use of them. Fang Yuan did not dare to use the soul beasts to deal with Spectral Soul. In fact, ever since those immemorial year beasts defected to Spectral Soul's side, Fang Yuan had given up on this idea. A huge force surged into Spectral Soul's body like a surging tide. Qing Chou struggled intensely, activating killer moves one after another, attacking its body. But Spectral Soul endured Qing Chou's frenzied attacks as he continued to absorb its strength. The reason why soul beasts existed in this world was because of Spectral Soul's soul path. Spectral Soul understood soul beasts too well. Not only could he make soul beasts loyal to him, he even had methods to absorb strength from soul beasts to replenish himself. Qing Chou's struggles became weaker and weaker. Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou with satisfaction. The hatred goo in Qing Chou's body was getting close to completion. This fool was simply giving away treasures while sacrificing his life. Spectral Soul suppressed Qing Chou while putting most of his attention on Dragon Palace. From the start to the end, he did not relax at all. He kept staring at Fang Yuan's main body. The entire battle was still under his control. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The atmosphere was majestic. Two giant hands slammed the door from left and right, attacking Spectral Soul. These two hands were black and white. They were grand and powerful. They resonated with each other. It was a Qi Path killer move, Yin-Yang Great Killer move. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone had arrived. Spectral Soul snickered as soul smoke rose from his body. Two immemorial soul beasts flew out of the smoke, crashing into the two Qi Path hands. The Qi Path hands squeezed fiercely, causing the two immemorial soul beasts to cry out in pain, but they could not be killed immediately. Qi Si Ancestor did not know whether he should let them go or not. If he continued to hold on to these two immemorial soul beasts, his attacks would be restrained. If he let them go, these two immemorial soul beasts would come and find trouble with him. Qi Si Ancestor grunted as he waved his hands. The black and white Qi Path hands flew away, bringing the two immemorial soul beasts away from the battlefield. Spectral Soul had already achieved his goal. He used the two immemorial soul beasts to block Qi Si Ancestor and also diverted Qi Si Ancestor's attention. After all, the Qi Si clones still needed to maintain the black and white Qi Path hands to capture the two immemorial soul beasts. The first round of battle between Qi Si and Spectral Soul was a simple exchange. Spectral Soul sacrificed two immemorial soul beasts while Qi Si Ancestor expended a portion of his energy, immortal essence, and opportunity. Both sides were evenly matched. In fact, Spectral Soul was at a slight disadvantage. After all, the two immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. But looking at the overall situation, Spectral Soul had the upper hand. He continued to control the situation. Because he secretly controlled soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, he had many immemorial soul beasts. It was not a big deal to give up 2 of them. Instead, Qi Si Ancestor did not make use of the opportunity he should have. He wanted to disrupt Spectral Soul but was disrupted by him instead. He wasted his chance. Spectral Soul played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. He absorbed Qing Chou's strength to strengthen himself while weakening Qing Chou at the same time. All in all, he made a huge profit. This round of battle was only a miniature version of the battle, but it displayed Spectral Soul's rich battle experience and strategic vision. His control over the battle was so precise and flawless that even people like Fang Yuan felt suffocated. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. While repairing Dragon Palace and getting restless, he ordered Qi Si Ancestor to attack again. Spectral Soul did 3 things at once. He suppressed Dragon Palace and used the Black Smoke Whirlpool to kill it. He absorbed Qing Chou's Soul Beast strength, and he used killer moves to defend against Qi Si Ancestor's attacks. Dragon Palace, Qing Chou, and Qi Si Ancestor were all peak battle strengths in the current world, but even with 3 against 1, they could not turn the situation around. In truth, Spectral Soul's current strength was not too outstanding, but he had the complete advantage against Dragon Palace. He countered Qing Chou. He also had a clear understanding of Qi Si Ancestor's abilities. He has many soul path methods. Each move complements each other and is closely linked. It is an extremely outstanding combat system. In contrast, my Chi-Si clone has not been around for long and has few methods. He can easily see through me. Feng Yuan's main body observed the situation. The Chi-Si clone's main offensive method was Yin-Yang Great Killer Move. His main defensive method was Heavenly Astral Cloth Close. His foundation was too weak. In the eyes of existences like Spectral Soul, after a few rounds of fighting, he would be able to come up with countermeasures. Be it battle strength, insight, or experience, Spectral Soul stood at the peak of the world. He was once an invincible demon venerable who roamed the world unhindered. Among the venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was publicly recognized as the person with the greatest killing intent. He was an expert who had gone through intense battles. He fought his way out of the encirclement and created a path of blood. Chapter 2059. Chi-Si Ancestor, how is the situation on your side? During the intense battle, Feng Yuan's Chi-Si clone received Qin Dingling's transmission. Chi-Si Ancestor did not speak. He used an information path Gu worm to record the battle scene and sold it to Qin Dingling through Jewel Yellow Skies. The Heavenly Court quickly grasped the situation of the battle like the back of their hands. Qin Dingling's heart shook. Spectral Soul's strength far surpassed her previous estimation. Chi-Si Ancestor seemed to be unable to restrain Spectral Soul. At this rate, Spectral Soul was likely to kill Feng Yuan, defeat Chi-Si, and devour Qin Chou, becoming the greatest beneficiary of this battle. This was something Qin Dingling did not want to see. Feng Yuan and Spectral Soul were both powerful demons. It was best if they died together. It would be best if Longevity Heaven was implicated as well. This was the result that Qin Dingling was looking forward to. My side is using an immortal Gu house. If we join the battle now, we can still influence the situation. Even though Qin Chou is strong, using it to deal with Spectral Soul is a mistake. Looking at Spectral Soul's expression, he seems to be certain that Feng Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. Then, has Fairy Myrtle succeeded in her deduction and informed Spectral Soul? Qin Dingling guessed the truth, but she was not certain. She looked at the operating Wisdom Path formation, then at Calamity Luck Altar. If Celestial Court could eliminate Fairy Myrtle and the rest, that would be for the best. By cutting off Spectral Soul's wings in advance, there were fewer factors influencing this battle. Unfortunately, Calamity Luck Altar was here, and even Longevity Heaven's experts were involved. Qin Dingling did not have much confidence in dealing with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Among the Celestial Court Gu immortals present, she hated Longevity Heaven the most. Back then, she was forced to become Giant Sun Immortal's immortal concubine. She endured the humiliation and successfully cultivated Luck Path, participating in the Fate War. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Giant Sun attack threw a huge wager on the scales of victory. Longevity Heaven, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Qin Dingling vowed in her heart. Just as Qin Dingling was thinking, a rank 7 Immortal Gu house flew over. This Immortal Gu house belonged to Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder had personally brought an important person from Celestial Court, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong, hurry up and take action. Collect the dreamscape before us, Qin Dingling ordered. Yes. The Immortal Gu house opened its door. Feng Kim Hong stood on the stairs with a solemn expression, quickly making his move. She had Dream Wings Immortal Gu and the modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In fact, this killer move was the result of Fairy Z-Way's deductions. Lumps of dream realms turned into human forms and flew into Spirit Affinity House's Immortal Gu house. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven's forces were in a commotion. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with divine light. Old Man Jing Yuan quickly asked, Fairy, should we make a move? After all, these dream realms belonged to Spectral Soul. They were related to his attainment level. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Endure it for now. These dream realms are only a small portion. They are not the main point. Feng Yuan is our main target. Currently, Spectral Soul's side had a clear advantage. If this continued, it would be very beneficial to Shadow Sect. Fairy Myrtle also did not want to break the balance here and disrupt the overall situation. Feng Kim Hong was only a rank 5 Gu master, he was not even a rank 6 Gu immortal. But her identity was special, she was Feng Jioga's daughter. Once she was attacked, Feng Jioga might be lured out. Feng Jioga's future self-killer move was likely to have disappeared, he was in the same situation as Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. But even so, with just Feng Jioga's strength, he could participate in the battle, he was a variable. Especially when this variable was not beneficial to Shadow Sect, Fairy Myrtle felt that it was better to avoid trouble. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan also had the same consideration, he did not make a move. Feng Kim Hong collected the Dream Realms under the protection of Celestial Court's immortals. Qin Ding Ling had a complex feeling. She made use of Feng Kim Hong in the end, and also indirectly used Feng Jioga's influence and deterrence. When did the powerful Celestial Court fall to such a state? The pride in Qin Ding Ling's heart suppressed her, but the rationality in her mind told her, she had to use all the resources and strength she could. Qi Si Ancestor sent another message, requesting for Celestial Court's reinforcements. Qin Ding Ling rejected this request, hoping that Qi Si Ancestor could hold on for a while longer. Qi Si Ancestor took a step back. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range is closest to Black Heaven Temple, why don't we ask Black Heaven Temple to send immortal Gu houses to patrol the battlefield? If I am unable to stop Spectral Soul from killing Feng Yuan, Black Heaven Temple's forces can interfere. Qin Ding Ling thought about it, she did not tell Qi Si Ancestor that she had already ordered Black Heaven Temple, she rejected him. Black Heaven Temple's battle strength is not enough to interfere in a battle of this level. Qi Si Ancestor replied angrily, this is a rare opportunity. If Celestial Court hesitates and misses this chance, it will be the Righteous Path's regret if either of these two demons grows stronger. Qin Ding Ling sighed, Ancestor, how can I not know that? But the current Celestial Court is not as strong as before, we need to be careful. If Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals join the battle, they will only be sending themselves to death. Ancestor, please forgive us. Qi Si Ancestor could not help but feel dejected. The leader of Celestial Court told him this openly. Celestial Court was truly different from before, they did things differently, Feng Yuan could not make use of them easily. While Qi Si Ancestor and Qin Ding Ling conversed secretly, Demon Immortal Qiju also asked Spectral Soul, Feng Yuan's main body is here, why are you not here yet? Feng Yuan had set up a will in Myriad Year Flying Worship, he had also entrusted many immortal Gu and immortal essence to it, under the disguise of familiar face, it was extremely lifelike. Demon Immortal Qiju informed Spectral Soul of this information, but the latter was still fighting with Dragon Palace, he showed no signs of leaving. All of this made Demon Immortal Qiju suspicious. Spectral Soul replied directly, don't forget that Feng Yuan still has familiar face. At present, we still can't determine his true body's location. Demon Immortal Qiju became even more suspicious. Spectral Soul, are you hiding something from me? Spectral Soul replied directly, don't worry, you just need to stall Myriad Year Flying Worship, there will be a huge reward for you. Demon Immortal Qiju did not buy it, he smiled coldly in reply, no worries. I have a great plan to find out the true location of Feng Yuan's main body. Saying so, he suddenly stopped. Ignoring Myriad Year Flying Worship, he flew towards Spectral Soul's location. Myriad Year Flying Worship was stunned for a moment before it flew into the sky, rapidly pulling away from Demon Immortal Qiju. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss, he quickly urged, Qiju, don't be rash. Demon Immortal Qiju had a firm attitude. Sometimes, we have to take a gamble, right? Maybe you have some information that you just obtained, can you tell me now? Spectral Soul snorted coldly but did not reply. Demon Immortal Qiju was silent. He flew through the wind and clouds, his speed increasing rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Myriad Year Flying Worship's figure appeared behind him again. Demon Immortal Qiju saw this and laughed loudly, oh Spectral Soul, look, I found out the location just like that. I am certain now that Feng Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. If Fang Yuan's main body was inside Myriad-Year Flying Warship, he would have escaped long ago. But now that Myriad-Year Flying Warship had flown back and was trying to stall Demon Immortal Qiju, it was clear that Fang Yuan's main body did not want Spectral Soul to receive reinforcements. He was trying to stall Demon Immortal Qiju. At this point, Fang Yuan's deceptive tactic of splitting his forces was completely exposed. Demon Immortal Qiju was an old demon whose name was recorded in history after all. In terms of seniority, he surpassed everyone here, even Spectral Soul was inferior to him. After sensing something amiss, he immediately took action to find out the truth. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He had an unhappy expression. Demon Immortal Qiju's move caused the situation to go out of Spectral Soul's control. Spectral Soul was only tempting Qiju. The two were wary of each other, they were making use of each other. The reason why Spectral Soul did not want to lure Demon Immortal Qiju here was because he was worried that this person would change his mind and covet the huge benefits of killing Fang Yuan. But looking at Demon Immortal Qiju's actions now, Spectral Soul's worry was very wise. Demon Immortal Qiju clearly had his own plans. Spectral Soul did not panic. When he lured Demon Immortal Qiju to participate in the battle, he had already realized this. But there was no helping it. Spectral Soul had not recovered for long, Shadow Sect had not developed yet. There were too many variables in this battle. Spectral Soul had to increase his bargaining chips as much as possible. Thankfully, Fairy Myrtle had contacted Longevity Heaven earlier. Bing Sichuan and the rest were temporarily on Shadow Sect's side. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more chaotic. Did Bing Sichuan not have any ulterior motives? Was he really going to watch as Spectral Soul killed Fang Yuan? Of course not. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert. She had deep considerations. She set up the formation in front of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. On one hand, it was to restrain Celestial Court, on the other hand, it was to keep Longevity Heaven in check. This battle to kill Fang Yuan, even though it was not as grand as the Fate War, it involved at least 4 parties, dozens of Gu Immortals. Almost all of the top experts in the world were present. These people fought and schemed against each other. Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the situation was rapidly going out of his control. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Wall. In the intense battle, Qi Si Ancestor suddenly pushed with both hands, creating a tall Qi Wall. The Qi Wall was like a mountain as it pressed down on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul pointed with his fingers as several immemorial soul beasts appeared, growling as they tried to hold up the Qi Wall. Qi Si Ancestor gave a deep shout as he stretched out his right hand. His palm was aimed at Spectral Soul from afar. Spectral Soul immediately sensed it. Black smoke swirled around his body, forming a spherical barrier that covered him. The moment Qi Si Ancestor finished preparing his killer move, he suddenly changed the direction of his palm, aiming at the black smoke spiral. Immortal Killer Move, Giant Qi Hand Explosion. With a loud sound, the black smoke spiral was blown to pieces, black qi scattered everywhere. Dragon Palace, which was heavily damaged, moved extremely quickly, drawing an orange-gold light in the sky as it escaped. At this point, Dragon Palace finally escaped. Spectral Soul's attention was drawn by Demon Immortal Qiju. This small opening was discovered by Qi Si Ancestor. He even managed to seize the opportunity. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Si Ancestor deeply. Other than intense anger and killing intent in his eyes, there was also a trace of praise and admiration. Qi Si Ancestor's move was truly smooth. Now that Dragon Palace escaped, Spectral Soul had to follow it. He could only give up on the heavy Qing Chou. Chapter 2060. Fang Yuan, where do you think you can run to? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Black smoke surged out of his body. An immemorial soul beast flew out of the black smoke like a giant python. It pounced towards Dragon Palace with strong winds. The orange light on Dragon Palace shook as a trace of pink smoke flew out. The smoke spread out as the immemorial soul beast was sucked into Dragon Palace. It was suppressed without any resistance. It was Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Spectral Soul was only wary of Dragon Palace because of this method. But now that dreamy light smoke had just been activated, Spectral Soul created an opportunity to move like a phantom. His speed increased rapidly as he approached Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, Chi Wall. Chi Sea Ancestor pushed with his palms, winds blew as a huge Chi Wall was formed, blocking in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He broke the Chi Wall, but he lost the opportunity. Dragon Palace changed directions as dreamy light smoke's aura intensified again. Behind it, Qingqiu roared. It wanted to chase, but it had no strength. It was left far behind in a few breaths of time. Dragon Palace, Spectral Soul, and Chi Sea Ancestor fought intensely as they flew through the sky. Chi Sea Ancestor played the role of a troublemaker. Spectral Soul's attacks were all in vain. Spectral Soul was annoyed. He decided to attack Chi Sea Ancestor ruthlessly. But at this time, Dragon Palace started to retaliate to protect Chi Sea Ancestor, especially when dreamy light smoke was about to be unleashed. Spectral Soul had to be on guard. At once, the situation fell into a stalemate. Spectral Soul had not recovered to his peak strength. His battle strength was not far from Dragon Palace and Chi Sea Ancestor. Once Dragon Palace and Chi Sea Ancestor cooperated and shared the pressure, Spectral Soul felt a sense of helplessness. He could not take care of both sides at the same time. He could not do anything. At this time, Spectral Soul started to think about Qingqiu. I should not have weakened Qingqiu to this extent. I should have left it with a portion of its battle strength to disrupt their cooperation. Spectral Soul felt some regret. He was alone. He did not need any cooperation. But Feng Yuan, Chi Sea Ancestor, and the rest were different. They had to work together to resist Spectral Soul. Qingqiu was blinded by hatred. Once it joined the battle, it would disrupt the cooperation between Feng Yuan and Chi Sea Ancestor. Spectral Soul would have a lot of room to maneuver. However, Spectre's tactic was not wrong. Once Qingqiu was completely subdued, Spectral Soul's advantage would rise sharply. Victory would be assured. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Chi Sea Ancestor. In just a moment, Spectral Soul would have completely subdued Qingqiu. However, this little bit of skill was enough to make Feng Yuan disappear without a trace. Spectral Soul did not want to take a risk here. This time, Spectral Soul had the advantage of being in the dark while the enemy was in the open. But what about next time? If Feng Yuan was prepared, would there still be such a chance? Even Spectral Soul could not guarantee it. Even with Fairy Myrtle's divination method, did Feng Yuan not have a way to counter it? The Celestial Court was the best example. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch Feng Yuan. What happened in the end? Feng Yuan got stronger and stronger as he fought. In the end, he charged into the Celestial Court and destroyed Fate Gu. Even though many existences behind Feng Yuan invested in him and helped him, why did so many people invest in him alone? Were there no better candidates? Even otherworldly demons had quite a number of them. Feng Yuan was used by Providence by so many people. He naturally had his own unique value. Ignoring everything else, just his escape skill alone was enough to make Spectral Soul admire him. Feng Yuan had deep attainment in escaping. He was truly vicious and crafty, especially when it came to making use of the situation to escape from the encirclement of various forces, while also growing his own strength. Spectral Soul had rich battle experience. He knew deep down, to deal with an enemy like Feng Yuan, he needed to be extremely careful. Once he attacked, he had to deal a fatal blow. He could not give him time to rest or heal his injuries. An enemy like Feng Yuan was too good at making use of opportunities. As long as there was a chance, even if he was a dead fish now, he could make a comeback at the next moment. Feng Yuan was that kind of person. He could shine with a bit of sunlight, sprout with a bit of rain, and create trouble with a bit of time. That's right, Spectral Soul was wary of Feng Yuan. Even he had to admit this point, because he saw his own shadow in Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, you will definitely lose if you defend for too long. How long can you last? I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul said coldly. He did not forget to exert mental pressure on Feng Yuan. Chi Sea, after this battle, even if you hide, I will kill my way into Eastern Sea. I will destroy your Chi Sea first before slaughtering all of your subordinates in the two heavens. Spectral Soul turned around and threatened Chi-Si Ancestor. The Chi-Si clone smiled calmly, so the so-called demon venerable is just a braggart. Spectral Soul snickered coldly. Chi-Si Ancestor's expression changed, black chi coiled around his body and invaded his body. Spectral Soul used words to distract Chi-Si Ancestor. Even though this was not a flaw, in Spectral Soul's eyes, it was an opportunity he could make use of. Chi-Si Ancestor quickly retreated. Spectral Soul wanted to chase after him, but Dragon Palace flew over to protect him, greatly reducing the pressure on the Chi-Si clone. Chi-Si Ancestor used all his strength to get rid of the hidden injuries on his body. After regaining his footing, he returned to join the battle. The situation was in a deadlock again. But this time, no matter how Spectral Soul provoked him, Chi-Si Ancestor did not dare to be careless. Like this, the three sides fought along the way. Countless winds and lightning were created as they moved towards the north with a grand momentum. They flew over Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range and entered Intestine Corridor. Black Heaven Temple's immortals were hiding in Intestine Corridor. Several immortal goo houses were hidden in the depths of Intestine Corridor. Their auras were not exposed. Seeing the approaching battle in the sky, Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals became excited. They're here, they're here. They're finally here. The battle is really intense. Is that female immortal the body that Spectral Soul borrowed? Dragon Palace has been destroyed to this extent. Feng Yuan really does not have the strength to fight anymore. I have never seen him in such a pathetic state. He deserves it. If not for him, Fate Immortal Goo would not have been destroyed. Be it Feng Yuan or Spectral Soul, they both deserve to die. Black Heaven Temple's immortals gritted their teeth. They treated Chi-Si Ancestor differently. When we fight later, let Chi-Si Ancestor go. This time, it's all thanks to him that the problem of the Heavenly Quartz energy harvest fruit was completely eliminated. He is our ally, but he does not know that we are lying in ambush here. We cannot accidentally injure him. Even though Chi-Si Ancestor and Dragon Palace were cooperating closely, Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals were not surprised. Spectral Soul was too strong. They had to do this to resist him. Precisely because of Chi-Si Ancestor's hard work, Feng Yuan and Spectral Soul were fighting each other to the death. They continued to exhaust each other. We're close, we're close. Let's fight. Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals were eager. Whoosh. Right at this moment, Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rumbled as eerie winds blew. Under the cover of the eerie winds, several mountains and valleys were reduced to dust. To resist the eerie winds, Chi-Si Ancestor had to use the killer move Chi Wall. Dragon Palace shone brightly with golden light, shooting out a grand light pillar, using offense as defense, shooting straight at Spectral Soul. Just as it was about to hit, Spectral Soul's body flickered as he vanished on the spot, easily dodging the pillar of light. The pillar of light tore through the sky. It was hundreds of meters long, creating a huge ravine on the ground. In an instant, dust clouds rumbled as countless mountains collapsed. A brand new man-made earth trench appeared in front of Black Heaven Temple's immortals. After this burst of attacks, Spectral Soul did not create any opportunity. He restrained himself and fought against Dragon Palace and Chi-Si as he flew. Black Heaven Temple's several immortal goo houses were silent. That burst of attacks earlier had shaken them both physically and mentally. So, this is their true battle strength. Many people were scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat after they realized what had happened. No one mentioned attacking anymore. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Eventually, Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder coughed twice, breaking the silence. He purposely muttered to himself, "No wonder Celestial Quartz Lord Qin ordered us to wait for an opportunity. That's right, Lord Qin is very wise. What do we do now? Continue to lie in ambush. They have not discovered us yet. Maybe there will be an opportunity? That makes sense. Actually, even if there is no opportunity, we cannot come here for nothing, right? At the very least, we need to gather information about the battle and report it to Lord Qin." Rumble. Just as Black Heaven Temple's immortals were discussing, a battle erupted in the sky again. At once, the sky turned dark and gloomy, the ground shook. The aftermath of the battle spread in the sky, creating a huge shockwave. Trees were uprooted, rocks flew everywhere, countless beasts cried out and died. It was a scene of the apocalypse. Black Heaven Temple's immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw Spectral Soul's black soul ball being dodged by Dragon Palace. The soul orb fell into a valley far away. There was no sound. In an instant, with that valley as the center, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Gulp. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The surrounding goo immortals could hear it clearly. What killer move was that just now? It is too strange. There are no records of it in history. It is not strange for Spectral Soul's method to have such power. But if it were to land on us, forget about us, even the immortal goo houses in our sects might not be able to withstand it. Let's go? Lord Qin told us to wait for an opportunity. He naturally allows us to retreat. Black Heaven Temple's immortals looked at each other before looking at First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder's expression was dark as he said solemnly, "We need to preserve our strength. We cannot waste it here. If we sacrifice ourselves, who will be able to support Black Heaven Temple? Lord Qin will not blame us. We need to plan for the future." Chapter 2061. Feng Yuan, this is the end. Spectral Soul chased for a while before attacking again. This time, he was very confident. At once, dark winds howled, black clouds covered the sky. It was like a huge wall blocking Dragon Palace. This is a retreat. At this moment, Wu Shuai's expression became very nervous. He recognized this. It was a soul path battlefield killer move. Black clouds spread out, Dragon Palace and Qi Si Ancestor quickly retreated. Immortal killer move, Soul Taker Battlefield. This was Spectral Soul's most famous battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul had used this to kill countless enemies. Once they entered the battlefield, dark blue soul beasts would appear from the dense dark fog. There were tens of thousands of soul beasts. They were endless. The souls of the living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming new soul beasts that could be controlled by Spectral Soul. If Dragon Palace was trapped by the black smoke whirlpool, there was hope of escaping. But if it was trapped by Soul Taker Battlefield, there was little chance of escaping. Feng Yuan obtained a true inheritance from Shadow Sect. The true inheritance naturally included Soul Taker Battlefield. He had a deep understanding of this move. But now, Spectral Soul was using this method openly. It was likely that he had modified it long ago. In fact, everything that Feng Yuan knew could become a trap for Feng Yuan. At once, Feng Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest did not dare to fight. They continued to escape. Spectral Soul moved the black smoke in the sky as he chased after them. When ordinary goo immortals used battlefield killer moves, if they could not surround them, they would have to stop. But was Spectral Soul ordinary? He used a disassembly technique to split the Soul Beast battlefield killer move into different parts. The first step was to form black smoke. Spectral Soul could use it continuously and move around without any flaws. Soul Taker Battlefield was created by Spectral Soul in his early days. He used it until the end of his life. In his later years, he created an even stronger battlefield killer move, 100 million slaughter field. Why did he not use a stronger killer move? Did he not gather the necessary goo worms? Feng Yuan guessed. Spectral Soul was also guessing. After escaping from Celestial Court, Feng Yuan has been flying towards the north. Where is he going? Northern Plains? If it was Northern Plains, where exactly was it? Crazed Demon Cave? Now that the 5 regions merged into one, the regional walls vanished. This was very beneficial to Spectral Soul. Without the help of the boundary wall, there were only a few places where Feng Yuan could shake off his pursuers. Spectral Soul was very familiar with the 5 regions. He was the first to guess Crazed Demon Cave. Even if the Spectre could not confirm this guess, he knew that stopping Feng Yuan from heading north was a wise choice. Therefore, Spectral Soul's soul fog and black smoke covered the sky, forcing Feng Yuan to change directions and fly over Sorrowful Wind mountain range again. At the same time, in another battlefield. Done. Feng Kim Hong was panting as he stopped his killer move. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. Activating the pure dream reality seeker transformation under such circumstances put her under immense pressure. Fortunately, everything was done. Under the gazes of dozens of rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and Longevity Heaven, Feng Kim Hong collected all of the floating dream realms in the sky. There were no traces of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan is not hiding here after all. The Gu immortals were disappointed but also secretly let out sighs of relief. Qin Ding Ling immediately attacked. She moved the immortal Gu house towards the wisdom path formation. Fairy Myrtle, I have already given you so much time. Now, tell me, where is Feng Yuan's main body? Calamity Luck Altar quickly moved forward and blocked Qin Ding Ling. Bing Sai Chuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Wait, immortal concubine of Celestial Court. He called Qin Ding Ling immortal concubine, implying that Qin Ding Ling was once Giant Sun Immortal's woman. But soon, Bing Sai Chuan turned to Fairy Myrtle. But immortal concubine Qin's doubts are also my doubts. Fairy Myrtle, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Bing Sai Chuan could not hold back anymore. Because Fairy Myrtle took a long time to make the deduction, it was not the same as before. Fairy Myrtle stopped the wisdom path formation and dealt with the Gu worms in front of everyone. She casually came up with an excuse. The situation this time is different from the last time. Feng Yuan is prepared. But I still managed to deduce his location. But Qin Ding Ling immediately asked. Fairy Myrtle had already kept the core immortal Gu, she answered. Feng Yuan's main body is still in Dragon Palace. She spoke the truth. There was no point in hiding Feng Yuan's location now. Because Demon Immortal Qi Ju had his own will, he was rapidly approaching Spectral Soul while Myriad Year Flying Warship was following him. Thus, Feng Yuan's main body's location was clear at a glance. Qin Ding Ling immediately ordered. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses coordinated with each other as they flew away. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven also followed. But the three sides were quite far away from each other. The atmosphere between them was very subtle. Fairy Myrtle's side was powerless. She wanted to stop Celestial Court in advance. But Longevity Heaven's alliance was not solid at this moment. They were completely divided at heart. As for Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling could not confirm whether Fairy Myrtle's answer was true or false, but since Feng Yuan was not in the Dream Realm, only Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship were left. Qin Ding Ling looked at Spectral Soul's performance. There was a higher chance that Feng Yuan was in Dragon Palace. And before finding the location of Feng Yuan's main body, Qin Ding Ling did not want to attack Fairy Myrtle, because it would take too much time to attack. If during this time, Spectral Soul and Feng Yuan died, Celestial Court would not be able to target them. It would be a huge loss. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Sai Chuan also wanted to act according to the situation. He did not want to act rashly, because his side did not have enough strength to suppress the enemy. He needed to use this opportunity to target Feng Yuan. Once they killed Feng Yuan, their battle gains would be extremely bountiful. All three sides' targets were Feng Yuan. This chance to eliminate Feng Yuan was too rare. It was 1 in a million. Boom! With a loud bang, the Dragon Palace crashed into the ground like a meteor, smashing through a mountain peak. Dragon Palace's momentum did not decrease. It was smashed deep into the mountain by the huge impact. Qi Si Ancestor quickly activated a Qi wall to block Spectral Soul's pursuit. But Spectral Soul snickered as he moved towards Qin Chou. Qin Chou's eyes were bloodshot. It roared and pounced. Qi Si Ancestor's attack was blocked by Qin Chou, but Spectral Soul used this chance to dive down. At the crucial moment, a huge tattered dragon palace shot out from the dust cloud. Spectral Soul missed its target. Not long ago, Qin Chou had joined the fight against Spectral Soul, but it ended up being used by Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan fell into danger again. Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. It was in danger. It could only escape to gain some time and space. The situation outside was very tense, but inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, even though the Grand Tribulation was still wreaking havoc, there was a chance to turn things around. Feng Yuan decisively sacrificed his soul beast group earlier. Not only did he take the brunt of the myriad tribulation's firepower, he even drew Providence's attention. Feng Yuan's pressure was reduced. He finally had a chance to activate the human path formation again. The human path formation erupted with power. A grand white pillar of light shot into the sky, shooting into the depths of the lightning clouds. At once, the grand lightning bolts in the sky froze. Using this chance, the old combat beast king made his move, scattering countless goo worms in the sky. Feng Yuan's divine sense spread out as he quickly set up a formation. He had been preparing for this counterattack for a long time. Using his deep formation path attainment, a formation quickly formed in the sky. Providence reacted. It gathered all the lightning bolts in the sky and attacked. The old combat beast king roared. He blocked the lightning bolts without dodging. He lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before his star armor shattered. He was covered in blood as he fell from the sky. With a loud sound, he created a deep pit. He fainted on the spot. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lightning bolts continued to shoot towards the formation. At the crucial moment, the formation was finally set up. It condensed into a huge basin. The basin shined with profound light, creating a mysterious suction force that absorbed all of the lightning bolts. The myriad tribulation's fierce attacks were successfully converted by the basin, forming a pool of lightning liquid in the basin. Countless lightning bolts crashed down. The water level of the lightning pool rose rapidly. Lightning pools were not special. They were common resource points for Lightning Path Goo Immortals to cultivate. Almost all Lightning Path Goo Immortals had to construct them in their immortal apertures. It was like Light Path Goo Immortals constructing 5 Light Mountain. But this lightning pool's appearance was of great help to Feng Yuan. It bore the brunt of the myriad destruction forest lightning tribulation's firepower. It was even better than the old combat beast king. This was because this lightning pool's core was not ordinary. It was the rank 8 immortal goo that Feng Yuan had obtained, lightning goo. However, good times did not last. Providence controlled the myriad tribulation to target the newly formed lightning pool. The lightning pool's water level rose rapidly. It was about to overflow. Immortal killer move, unrestrained heavenly mark. Feng Yuan targeted this killer move at the deep blue lightning liquid in the lightning pool. These lightning liquid looked like lightning path Dao marks on the surface, but they were actually tiny portions of the 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. These Dao marks were restricted by the lightning pool. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Under Feng Yuan's killer move, they were rapidly refined with unprecedented efficiency. 1 to 5. The lightning pool's water level stabilized before falling rapidly. The lightning in the skies suddenly stopped. Providence was not stupid. It knew that this would only result in failure. It would instead benefit Feng Yuan. It immediately started to transform the myriad tribulation. The heavenly path encompassed all living beings. It encompassed lightning path. It could turn into endless lightning. It also encompassed other paths. It naturally had other forms of the myriad tribulation. Since Feng Yuan restrained it, Providence immediately stopped. It changed to another method to wreak havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Normally speaking, myriad tribulation's content was fixed. It was whatever it was. But Feng Yuan's myriad tribulation was very special. It was formed from 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. Providence could freely manipulate it and change its form. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Feng Yuan's tribulation by countless times. This is too much. The old combat beast king slowly woke up. He had already separated from the star sea snail. In a deep pit on the ground, his old body was buried in the fragments of the star sea snail. Looking at the myriad tribulation's transformation in the sky, this rank 8 goo immortal showed deep despair on his face. At the same time, in the outside world. Spectral soul, I will lend you a hand. Demon immortal Chi Ju finally rushed over. Spectral soul received reinforcements, but he had an unhappy expression. He only snorted coldly in reply. Chapter 2062. Demon Immortal Qi Ju rushed over and immediately attacked Qi Si Ancestor. The secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head, Shi Land, countered Qi Path too much. Qi Si Ancestor was Dragon Palace's greatest support. Now that he was suppressed, Dragon Palace's situation became even worse. But soon, Myriad Year Flying Warship also arrived and fought with all its might. Fang Yuan's side was surrounded by danger, but he managed to hold on with difficulty. Spectral Soul shouted coldly. His figure moved like a phantom as he slammed his palm on Dragon Palace again. Countless soul beast figures appeared on Dragon Palace's surface. It was like looking at flowers on horseback. Dragon Palace broke apart. It was heavily damaged both inside and outside. Dragon Palace activated Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move as Spectral Soul quickly retreated. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed at Dragon Palace. The airflow suddenly converged and then exploded in an instant. The corridors and pavilions outside the Dragon Palace had been completely destroyed by the explosion, leaving only a bare main hall. But now that it suffered a heavy blow from Demon Immortal Qi Ju, a hole appeared on the roof of the main hall. It could be seen inside and outside. Spectral Soul saw this and smiled coldly, praising, "Qi Ju, well done." At this point, anyone could tell that the Dragon Palace was in danger. If they put in more effort, Dragon Palace would be destroyed in an instant. Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor could cooperate with each other, so could Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju joined the battle, he suppressed Qi Si Ancestor and cooperated with Spectral Soul. Even though they did not have good teamwork, the two had rich battle experience. They could always find a place to cooperate. And it was this cooperation that pushed Dragon Palace to the brink of destruction. When Fairy Myrtle, Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest arrived, they saw Dragon Palace shattering into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai, who were inside Dragon Palace's main hall, showed their true bodies, but Myriad Year Flying Warship received them and brought them inside. Myriad Year Flying Warship was much faster than Dragon Palace. It moved forward and continued to escape. The three immortals were stunned before becoming overjoyed. Quick, Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer. Dragon Palace was destroyed. Myriad Year Flying Warship is fast, but in terms of defense, it is inferior to Dragon Palace. We must get rid of Fang Yuan and wash away the humiliation of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. We have deep hatred with Longevity Heaven. Kill him and take all of his true inheritances and goo worms. Kill him and take all of his true inherit and goo worms. Fang Yuan, it is finally time for Shadow Sect to take care of you. We cannot give Fang Yuan Sect's palace. We can't give Fang Yuan any chance to fish in troubled waters. Fang Yuan, Gu and Ju and An and Si and Soul. And King Fang Yuan encountered the greatest difficulty since King and Emperor. And Fang Yuan, God and Si, Spirit. And Earth God and Father and respectively. And Tian Demon of Emperor. Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Myrtle, and Bing Sai Chuan were famous Gu immortals in history. There was even a terrifying existence like Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Spectral Soul sneered in his mind. When he saw that everyone was focused on Fang Yuan, he did not chase away the others, he allowed the immortals to pursue him. Stay alert, be wary of Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling instructed. This was truly a strange sight. Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect worked together to pursue Fang Yuan, but they were wary of each other and held back. Fang Yuan did not create an internal conflict between the three parties because they were not ordinary Gu immortals. At the same time, Fang Yuan had deep enmity with them. The benefits he had were too great. Even if the three parties held back, their firepower was ferocious and their killer moves were strange and mystical. Myriad Year Flying Warship did not fly for long before it became heavily damaged. Countless Gu worms and corpses were scattered along the way. At this rate, there is no way out. Wu Shuai shouted, "Main body, our path to the north has been completely sealed. We can only escape southwest now. There is no hope, we can't hold on for long." myriad-year flying warship is much more fragile than Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged, resisting the myriad tribulation inside as he commanded, "Then go underground and see if there is any chance of survival." Myriad-year flying warship swayed rapidly in the sky, dodging a black soul ball sent by Spectral Soul, but it was still engulfed by the attacks in the sky. The silver-white hull resisted the killer moves with difficulty. Soon, a portion of the hull dimmed and turned into white ash, drifting in the sky. In the end, it was swept away by the intense winds, vanishing without a trace. Myriad-year flying warship was like a flying fish that was getting injured. It plunged down towards the ground. Follow it. With 3 more rounds of attacks, this ship will definitely be destroyed. Fang Yuan must die. If we cannot win, we will destroy the sovereign immortal aperture as well. We cannot let outsiders benefit from it. Almost all 3 forces had similar communications and instructions. Boom. Myriad-year flying warship was like a silver-white meteor, directly crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke surged as the ground shook, but it could not intimidate the pursuers behind Fang Yuan. They entered the hole created by myriad-year flying warship. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed on myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship quickly disintegrated. It was in grave danger. Fang Yuan is muddle-headed. Under the ground, myriad-year flying warship can't move easily, so we can easily hit it. There is no path to heaven, no door to hell. Fang Yuan, you demon, you slaughtered the innocent and harmed the world. Today's situation is the result of your actions. Offending us, this is your miserable ending. The immortals roared. Fang Yuan's defeat and escape caused their morale to soar to the extreme. If they worked harder, Fang Yuan's death would be right in front of them. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Wu Shuai was covered in blood. Under such intense attacks, myriad-year flying warship could not be repaired in time. Rumble. The immortals prepared for a moment before attacking again, creating a frenzied wave of attacks. Countless killer moves were separated from each other, trying their best to avoid internal friction. Like a terrifying tsunami, they surged towards myriad-year flying warship layer by layer. Die! At the moment of life and death, myriad-year flying warship smashed through the soil and rocks in front of it, charging into a spacious underground space. Myriad-year flying warship had the space to move quickly, avoiding most of the killer moves and narrowly escaping death. It was like a swimmer that was about to drown suddenly inhaled some air. What's going on? We chased him to Earth Abyss. Is this Fang Yuan's plan? Chase, we cannot let him escape. The immortals were stunned for a moment before breaking through the soil and rocks, charging into the underground space. It turned out that Fang Yuan was chased by Spectral Soul from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range in the north of Central Continent to the southeast. Demon Immortal Qiju rushed over from the east and cooperated with Spectral Soul to force Fang Yuan to the southwest. Finally, Fairy Myrtle and the rest joined the battle from the south. Fang Yuan had no choice but to go west. After going west, they finally reached Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Ancient Soul Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It had a long history. Under Ancient Soul Sect's territory, there was a huge underground abyss. Every layer of the underground abyss had an area of at least hundreds of millions of square kilometers. The space was vast and mysterious. There were all kinds of caves and tunnels. Some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. There were countless life forms living here. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a terrifying beast tide surged out of Earth Abyss, wreaking havoc on the whole of Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects spent several years to exterminate the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent. Afterwards, they disregarded their factions and invited both righteous and demonic path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to explore Earth Abyss together. In the end, they found that Earth Abyss was unfathomably deep. There were layers after layers. By the time Fang Yuan was reborn, he had already discovered 107 layers. It was impossible to estimate how many layers there were. The environment here is complex. There are many life forms. The deeper we go, the more immemorial desolate beasts there are, this is indeed the best place to escape to. Wu Shuai, who was in myriad-year flying warship, realized. Relying on Earth Abyss, myriad-year flying warship's situation started to improve. But towards Fang Yuan's scheme, the pursuers led by Spectral Soul understood it clearly. Many Gu immortals no longer held back, they used all their methods. They were on guard against each other earlier, but now that they had chased all the way here, no one was willing to give up. Fang Yuan's situation was still dangerous. Myriad-year flying warship's destruction speed was much slower, but it was still sliding towards the edge of the cliff of destruction. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai worked together and used their brains to their fullest extent, but they were still unable to shake off the pursuers. At most, they were only able to create a gap between the pursuers. In the first group, the one closest to myriad-year flying warship was Spectral Soul. Next were Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qi Si Ancestor, and Qing Chou. In the third group were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sex Fairy Myrtle. Boom! Myriad-year flying warship, which was on the verge of collapse, smashed through the rocks and entered the next layer. Countless bats flew around, escaping in panic. There were millions and millions of bats living in this level. They were like a black tide, vast and boundless. Ordinary bats were smashed into minced meat by myriad-year flying warship, while the alarmed immemorial black bats charged against the tide. On this floor, the black bat swarm was fully deserving of being the overlord. They were alarmed by myriad-year flying warship. They were determined to punish this daring intruder. Spectral Soul arrived soon after. He saw the sky full of black bats and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, heaven is not on your side. It seems that this layer will be your burial ground. Spectral Soul suddenly roared. The whistling sound spread out, and wherever it went, the black bats died instantly. Even the ancient black bats were not spared. Only the immemorial black bats staggered in the air, barely holding on. Spectral Soul roared. Countless bat souls emerged from the corpses of these black bats. These souls quickly fused with his roar, turning into black fog that covered myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship quickly disintegrated under the corrosion of the black fog. It could not hold on any longer. Collect the core immortal Gu. Prepare to abandon the ship. Fang Yuan's main body ordered decisively. Just like when they abandoned Dragon Palace, they tried to retrieve the core immortal Gu at the final moment. Dragon Palace's core immortal Gu, Dream Token, had already been retrieved. But the battle was dangerous. When the immortal Gu house was facing destruction, retrieving the core immortal Gu was only a matter of manpower. It was up to fate. Sometimes, because they were too anxious, they extracted the core immortal Gu too quickly, causing the core immortal Gu to be heavily injured and destroyed afterwards. At the next moment, myriad-year flying warship broke apart. Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai were completely inside the black fog. He is here. I will block him. Wu Shuai blocked in front of Fang Yuan. I said it before, this escape is futile. Spectral Soul approached. His tone was cold as ice. Qi Si Ancestor and the second group of people had just arrived. They saw the sky filled with black fog, silver-white fragments were scattered and dissipating. Spectral Soul was attacking Fang Yuan's main body. No! Qi Si Ancestor was too far away. He could only shout in his mind. Chapter 2063. When Fairy Myrtle and the rest chased after them, they saw an endless black bat group. In this layer of underground abyss, the black bat group was the sole overlord that ruled over all living beings. Now that they had been violated, they had completely fallen into a state of madness and rage. Immemorial black bats controlled ancient black bats. Ancient black bats enslaved desolate beast black bats. Desolate beast black bats swept through countless ordinary black bats. When Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court chased after them, the furious black bat group vented their anger on them. Even the Gu immortals of the three forces, the top experts of the current world, could not help but freeze. Why are there so many black bats? We need to kill the immemorial black bats in the black bat group to disperse these beasts. There are too many of them. The size of these black bats is too shocking. We cannot waste time with them. Don't forget that our main target is Fong Yuan. The three forces charged into the Black Bat group. It was like they were attacking a fierce wave. These Gu immortals were all top-rank 8s of the current generation. Even though the Black Bat group was huge, they could not match the immortals in terms of strength. But even though the immortals created a bloody path, myriad-year flying warship, spectral soul, and Qing Cho were nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where are they? They did not leave any clues behind. This is impossible. We clearly followed the traces of their battle and followed them here. The immortals were shocked and bewildered. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with golden light. The countless black bats around it melted and cleared out a large area of space. Bing Sai Chuan's impatient voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle, tell me, where did Fong Yuan go? Old man Jing Yuan snorted coldly. How would we know? Qin Ding Ling sneered. Shadow Sect, do you really think we do not know your tricks? You are chasing after them. On one hand, you cannot catch up to them. On the other hand, aren't you interfering with us? Qin Ding Ling's tone was very sharp. Her words were meant to sow discord, and she told the truth. Instantly, the Shadow Sect became extremely passive. Fong Yuan, Spectral Soul, Qing Cho, Qi Si, and Qi Ju had all vanished. This was too strange. This made the three forces chasing at the back feel anxious. Fairy Myrtle frowned and said in a low voice, "We have also lost contact with his lordship. I strongly suspect that other forces have already interfered. The most important thing right now is to find them. If we fight among ourselves, it will only allow this power to succeed." Bing Sai Chuan's voice was cold. He did not conceal his killing intent. Then I want to see the abilities of a wisdom path great expert. Just wait and see, Fairy Myrtle said, then immediately took action, activating a killer move and quickly deducing. Qin Ding Ling did not speak, but she did not conceal her killing intent. Once she found out that the Shadow Sect was playing tricks on her, the Celestial Court would definitely surround and kill the Shadow Sect. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The surrounding black bats swarmed over again. The other Gu immortals hesitated for a moment before taking action, helping Fairy Myrtle to resist the beast group. Fairy Myrtle's body was covered in a purple-gold fog. The fog spread and continued to spread. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned pale. Her immortal essence was expended intensely. Her body started to tremble as she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were filled with purple light. The purple-gold fog quickly disappeared. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also returned to normal. Her aura was clearly weaker. She had used all her strength in the deduction earlier. Under the immortal's gazes, she let out a breath of air. I deduced it. A battlefield killer move engulfed them, causing us to miss our target. Battlefield killer move? Who could be lying in ambush here? What proof do you have? Fairy Myrtle sneered. As a wisdom path great expert, she would not make baseless claims. She split up the bat group and guided the immortals to identify a trace of Earth Path aura that was about to dissipate. The immortals captured this aura and started to analyze it. It is an Earth Path immortal move indeed. It really seems to be a battlefield killer move. Watch my method, I will find it. A Gu immortal from Celestial Court made a move. He was very confident when he attacked, but soon he returned in defeat without any results. Soon, this trace of Earth Path aura dissipated, leaving behind a huge number of black bats that continued to attack the three groups of immortals. The immortals' expressions were very ugly. Some were still suspicious of Shadow Sect, some were thinking about how to excavate the immortal battlefield, while some had no choice but to attack the black bats. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Sai Chuan was still skeptical. Fairy Myrtle's mood was the heaviest. She dealt with the black bats while shouting at Celestial Court. You should be very familiar with this trace of Earth Path aura. Celestial Court, what do you think? Qin Ding Ling was silent for a while before speaking. That's right, this is similar to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Our thoughts are the same. Find this immortal battlefield and destroy it. So it is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force, no wonder. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once. Among the 10 venerables in history, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most skilled in immortal battlefield killer moves. In this aspect, he was publicly recognized as the #1 venerable in the world. Right now, the reincarnation battlefield that he created was still in Central Continent, shared by the 10 great ancient sections. As for why Paradise Earth immortal venerables force attacked, none of the immortals present were surprised. Everyone knew about the conflict between Paradise Earth immortal venerable and Spectral Soul Demon venerable. Spectral Soul Demon venerable slaughtered the world. He brought terror and chaos. The people of the 5 regions had no way to live. The righteous path declined and the demonic path rose. Ever since Paradise Earth immortal venerable started cultivating, he had been trying to bring order to the world, to suppress demons and eliminate disasters, to benefit the people of the world. Paradise Earth immortal venerable and Spectral Soul Demon venerable had opposing ideologies. To find Paradise Earth's battlefield and destroy it, the difficulty. Bing Sichuan shook his head. Even an expert like him felt hesitant and troubled. Why did Paradise Earth immortal venerables force attack? Why did he set up an ambush here? Agu immortal asked. This question made Fairy Myrtle's mood even heavier. Her expression was shrouded by a thick layer of dark clouds. It must be Feng Yuan. Even though there was no evidence, Fairy Myrtle still said it with absolute certainty. She had fought with Feng Yuan too many times. She was the loser every time. Fairy Myrtle had tasted this feeling of failure too many times. She was already used to it. Every time she thought that victory was in her grasp, Feng Yuan would cause trouble. The current situation gave Fairy Myrtle the same feeling. It was extremely familiar. Qin Ding Ling agreed with Fairy Myrtle's deduction. We are chasing after Feng Yuan, but from another perspective, we are being led by Feng Yuan. One chasing and one escaping, this route is controlled by Feng Yuan. If he cooperated with Paradise Earth's force, this situation would have been the easiest. But why is Paradise Earth's force cooperating with a demon like Feng Yuan? We have not seen it with our own eyes. Is this a force left behind by Paradise Earth? If it is, which Paradise Earth force is it? Paradise Earth immortal venerable was the most recent venerable. He naturally had the most forces left behind. But different from the other venerables, Paradise Earth immortal venerable did not intentionally support any forces. Celestial Court was a force created by Primordial Origin immortal venerable, Star Constellation immortal venerable, and Genesis Lotus immortal venerable. Longevity Heaven was originally Giant Sun immortal's grotto heaven. It was a foundation created by his inheritance. Shadow Sect was an organization created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul after his death, using Zombie Alliance as a shell. Paradise Earth immortal venerable was different. He supported and helped countless forces. For example, Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court, he could not bear to see the merfolk being bullied. Or Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise, he did not want to see the Mushroom Men being slaughtered mercilessly. Paradise Earth immortal venerable had methods to transform his immortal aperture into a paradise. He had helped a large number of Gu immortals and many grotto heavens and blessed lands in his life. He even helped legendary immemorial beasts, like the blue dragon whale. Paradise Earth immortal venerable did not just help humans, he also helped variant humans and all living beings. Thus, in this aspect, he was the most benevolent and compassionate venerable. Even though Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus immortal venerable also helped all living beings, he mostly focused on saving nature and restoring the environment. The other venerables had offensive methods. Only Paradise Earth immortal venerable did not. Paradise Earth immortal venerable had also left behind true inheritances in various places. Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise was one of them. Thus, Paradise Earth's leader, Southern Border Gu immortal Lu Wei-yin, claimed to be Paradise Earth's inheritor. Nobody could refute him. Back then, before the Fate formation, Fairy Myrtle had personally entered Mushroom Man Paradise and borrowed Benevolence Gu. The immortals could not guess. Paradise Earth's actions caused many forces and Gu immortals to be connected to him. It was hard to say which force was among them. Paradise Earth immortal venerable had been eliminating spectral souls' influence his entire life. He showed kindness and brought peace to people. Would his force cooperate with a demon like Feng Yuan? But this is not impossible. Isn't Celestial Court also cooperating with us temporarily? Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with dark clouds. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. The reason why Celestial Court cooperated with Shadow Sect was to let Feng Yuan and Spectral Soul exhaust each other. It would be best if they could eliminate these two demons at the same time. If they had such thoughts, why would Paradise Earth's force cooperate with Feng Yuan? With Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's status and nature, he would not do such a shady thing. But the Immortal Venerable had already passed away. Nobody could say for sure what kind of nature his force or inheritor had. This situation is definitely out of Master's expectations. But there is an even worse situation. That is, this is all Feng Yuan's scheme. He did not hesitate to give up Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship to lure Master into this battlefield. No matter what the situation is, I need to do my best to save Master as soon as possible. Fairy Myrtle had a bad premonition. She was very anxious. She was a wisdom path great expert. Any premonitions or changes in her mood were important to her. Spectral Soul naturally had an advantage against Feng Yuan. But if he faced another venerable force, it would be hard to say. And most importantly, this venerable force was the Paradise Earth force that targeted Spectral Soul the most in history. At the same time, in the Earth Path battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the surging yellow sand around him. His expression was cold as ice. Good, very good. You are Lu Wei-yin, the current generation's southern border inheritor of Paradise Earth? A Gu Immortal stepped on a yellow cloud as he bowed towards Spectral Soul. Lord Demon Venerable is wise. I have been waiting here for a long time. At the side, Feng Yuan urged, Lu Wei-yin, I have lured him here. Don't expect me to take action now. I need to see your sincerity, Feng Yuan stopped talking and retreated rapidly. But it was too late. In an instant, Spectral Soul suddenly appeared in front of him, using an unknown method. Feng Yuan, you were careless. It has been hard on you to escape to this point. Die. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand and grabbed Feng Yuan's neck. Chapter 2064. Spectral Soul was truly a demon venerable who had fought his way up. If it were anyone else, they would be on guard and wait for a chance to break out. Furthermore, his combat experience was too rich. Once he fell into a trap, he actually took advantage of this opportunity. Needless to say, his timing was perfect. Feng Yuan had been chased by 3 parties. He felt huge pressure. Now that he was safe here, it was normal for him to relax. Spectral Soul used words to confuse him while secretly preparing a killer move. His move was silent. In the current 5 regions, only southern borders Wu Yang's Qi concealment method could match it. Thus, once he activated it, Spectral Soul immediately changed the situation. He grabbed Feng Yuan's neck tightly. And Spectral Soul's move was extraordinary. It was called Soul Shattering Hand. This move could only be used in close combat. After all, Gu Immortals rarely fought in close combat. Most of them fought from afar. Only a few paths like Transformation Path and Strength Path focused on close combat. Soul Shattering Hand's area of effect was extremely short. It had a huge flaw, but Spectral Soul still grasped it and could not bear to part with it. Because once it was hit, it would be extremely powerful. The person hit would not be able to escape. It had the effect of deciding the outcome. At the next moment, Soul Shattering Hand activated. A smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face again, but Spectral Soul's expression turned grim. Feng Yuan in his hand rapidly turned into sand, vanishing into thin air. It was a puppet made of sand. Sand flew in the sky. Feng Yuan's praise could be heard from within. Spectacular indeed. Friend Lu, you did not waste so much effort and time to create this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Feng Yuan did not conceal his voice. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He immediately searched for traces of the sand and arrived in front of Feng Yuan. Spectral Soul attacked again, but Feng Yuan did not dodge. At the next moment, Feng Yuan crumbled, turning into countless sand and dispersing again. Spectral Soul finally showed a rare frown. Lu Wei-yin's voice could be heard. Feng Yuan, you are too kind. Spectral Soul is simply too powerful. I had to use my most powerful battlefield killer move. I won't hide it from you. Although this battlefield originated from Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it has undergone several generations of innovation and has undergone many changes. The transformation just now is Sha Zhao's substitute. It can confuse the enemy's senses and attract their firepower. Lu Wei-yin, you don't want the Mushroom Man paradise in southern border? To think that I, the Shadow Sect, let you off back then. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, staring at Lu Wei-yin's sand ape. He knew that Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin were purposely saying those words to lower his morale and pressure him. In a battle between experts, every word was a battle. Especially in the hands of Information Path Gu immortals, their words were even sharper. Every word was like a sharp spear. The opponent could not let their guard down. Fang Yuan ignored Spectral Soul. He continued to speak to Lu Wei-yin. Such a powerful battlefield killer move, it was worth it to destroy 2 immortal Gu houses as bait to lower this old geezer's wariness. Next, we will have to rely on you. Lu Wei-yin knew about Fang Yuan's tribulation. In fact, Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly mark was a gift from Lu Wei-yin. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not trust Lu Wei-yin. His main target was not Earth Abyss but Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not know much about Lu Wei-yin. There was not much information about him in his memories from 500 years ago. Right now, not only was Spectral Soul trapped in illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, Fang Yuan was the same. Moreover, Fang Yuan's 2 immortal Gu houses, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year-Flying Warship, were destroyed. He lost a lot of Gu worms. The core immortal Gu he brought back were all injured. Spectral Soul laughed sinisterly. Fang Yuan, hide well. Maybe Lu Wei-yin will let you out? He, but it doesn't matter. Paradise Earth is gone. No matter what kind of Earth Path battlefield it is, it cannot trap me for long. Once I understand the profundity of this, it will be the day you die. Lu Wei-yin did not reply. He activated the battlefield. Yellow sand flew around Spectral Soul. A figure charged out of the sand. It was Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestor saw Spectral Soul and was stunned. As if he had charged through the sandstorm earlier, he did not expect Spectral Soul to be here. But at the next moment, Qi-Si ancestor immediately attacked, using Qi Path methods to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He blocked the attack and was about to counterattack when he saw Qi-Si ancestor getting engulfed by the sand again, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul immediately chased after him, diving into the yellow sand, but he could not find Qi-Si ancestor's whereabouts. Another figure attacked. It was Demon Immortal Qiju. Spectral Soul was about to greet him, but he saw that Demon Immortal Qiju's expression was not right. He became vigilant. As expected, at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qiju also attacked him. Spectral Soul blocked and shouted, "Qiju, what are you doing?" Demon Immortal Qiju smiled coldly. "Qi-Si ancestor, since you provoked me, I will show you the true power of Qi Path." Hearing this, Spectral Soul was stunned. He thought, "Don't tell me, this is another ability of the Earth Path battlefield. It can confuse enemies and allies?" Spectral Soul could recognize the sand puppet as Fang Yuan, but Spectral Soul could not. Then, this battlefield could disguise him as Qi-Si ancestor. It was not strange that Demon Immortal Qiju was deceived. Spectral Soul and Demon Immortal Qiju fought for more than 10 rounds. Demon Immortal Qiju was injured. He was engulfed by the sand again. Next was Qing Cho. "Spectral Soul, I want you to die. I want you to die." Qing Cho was still going crazy. The rank 9 Immortal Gu aura on its body was extremely dense. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. Like this, at times, it was Qi-Si ancestor, at times, it was Demon Immortal Qiju, and at times, it was legendary immemorial desolate beast Qing Cho. They appeared and disappeared amidst the sand, engaging in continuous battles against Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul had incredible battle strength, surpassing any of them, but whenever he gained a slight advantage, Lu Wei-yin, who was behind the scenes, would immediately switch targets. Spectral Soul could not do anything about it. Spectral Soul was attacked repeatedly. He was also covered by the sand. He could not get away for the moment. He could only fight passively. At the back of the battlefield, Feng Yuan was undergoing tribulation with all his strength. Wu Shuai, on the other hand, was guarding him with a vigilant expression. Beside him, countless army ants gathered into a hollow sphere, protecting him and Feng Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation had already turned into a torrential flood. The flood engulfed the surrounding 10,000 Li. Feng Yuan's mini-5 regions were all affected, a large number of small-scale resource points were destroyed. Mini-Central Continent Spirit Spring Forest, Kokitahara's Bone Burial Ground, Contact Heart River Bank, Mini-Western Desert's Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Sand Gull Soil Bank, Mini-Southern Borders Become Dragon Mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and Mini-Eastern Seas Jade Beard Lake were all heavily damaged. And the resource points that were heavily protected by Feng Yuan were also greatly impacted. Feng Yuan's losses were severe. There was no choice, he had already used all his strength. Fortunately, his efforts and sacrifices were not in vain. The number of heavenly Dao marks that he had refined had already reached more than 20. The first myriad tribulation was the Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest Tribulation. Feng Yuan finally came up with a countermeasure to deal with it. Under the control of Providence, the Heaven Path Dao marks immediately changed the contents of the myriad tribulation. Feng Yuan's countermeasure quickly lost its effectiveness. If this situation happened to most Gu immortals in the world, it would be a desperate situation. But for Feng Yuan, every change in the myriad tribulation was a great opportunity for him. Because he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Feng Yuan to accurately predict what the next calamity or tribulation would be. Even though he might not have enough time to prepare, this was already a qualitative change. After all, the biggest reason why calamities and tribulations were troublesome and dangerous was that they were hard to predict. Once they were accurately predicted, the threat of the calamity or tribulation would fall by several times. Of course, even if the predicted myriad tribulation was a myriad tribulation, it was still a myriad tribulation. Thus, the sovereign immortal aperture was flooded and countless resources were destroyed. Feng Yuan's losses were severe indeed, but this was not a bad thing. The power of the myriad tribulation continued to fall. Because the essence of the heavenly Tao was balance, the greater Feng Yuan's losses, the smaller the imbalance. Even with Providence, it still followed the principles of the heavenly Tao. More and more Heaven Path Tao marks were refined by Feng Yuan. His refinement efficiency was rising rapidly. The first step was the most difficult. Feng Yuan sacrificed all of his soul beasts to break through this greatest predicament of his life. He succeeded. Even though the myriad tribulation was still rampaging, Feng Yuan had already gotten a breather. He was starting to turn the situation around. Spectral Soul fell into a tough battle. Lu Wei Yin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield forced him into a passive state. Qi Si Ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qing Chou, and Lu Wei Yin could even work together to attack Spectral Soul. Qing Chou was blinded by hatred. It was once used by Spectral Soul, but here, Lu Wei Yin moved it around casually. Spectral Soul could not make use of it. Intense winds blew, yellow sand flew into the sky. Suddenly, the fine sand turned into rocks. They spun on their own while flying rapidly. In an instant, countless flying rocks covered heaven and earth, enveloping Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul waved his hand and threw out a cloud of smoke. A small portion of the flying rocks vanished into the black smoke, but most of them pierced through the black smoke and arrived in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's body suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, he was already at the other side of the battlefield. He dodged almost all of the flying rocks, but when these flying rocks landed in the swirling yellow sand, they turned back into sand. Next, the sand in the sky condensed into a smooth yellow flying rock, flying towards Spectral Soul. This move is called Flying Sand Turning Rocks. Please take a look at it, Lord Spectral Soul. Lu Wei Yin said calmly. Child's play. Spectral Soul growled, his body shook as black smoke rumbled. With him as the center, it spread rapidly in all directions. Spin! Spectral Soul vanished into the thick black smoke as he shouted. At the next moment, the black smoke started to spin like a whirlpool. Spectral Soul was at the center. He breathed in and released the black smoke at the same time. When the flying rocks entered the black smoke, they were immediately corroded into sand, before being swept away by the black smoke and absorbed into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. This response made Lu Wei-yin praise, "Amazing as expected of Lord Spectral Soul. However, my battlefield killer move's location was carefully chosen. It is placed on the Earth Vein node. Lord Spectral Soul, no matter how many flying rocks you absorb, this battlefield of mine can absorb Earth Chi from the Earth Vein at any time to replenish itself. Thus, unless the Earth Vein's power is completely exhausted, these flying rocks will be endless." These words did not affect Spectral Soul. This former demon venerable sneered with killing intent. "Lu Wei-yin, do you think I used this move to break your flying sand-turning rocks?" "Oh no." Lu Wei-yin paled. He could not react in time. At the next moment, yellow sand fell to the ground. A layer of illusory sand shifting shadow battlefield's power was corroded by the black smoke, returning to a yellow land. My killer move singing sand as rice was actually broken. So fast. Lu Wei-yin had an ugly expression. Spectral Soul moved stealthily. He was dealing with flying sand turning rocks on the surface, but he was actually targeting singing sand as rice. Now that this move was broken, the sand puppets were no longer obstructing him. Demon Immortal Chi Ju saw the truth, while Feng Yuan also revealed his location. "Feng Yuan, how much longer do you want to hide?" Spectral Soul pounced at Feng Yuan without hesitation. Wu Shuai tried to resist, but the defense created by the army ants was instantly torn apart by Spectral Soul. A dark soul ball flew out and arrived in front of Feng Yuan in a few breaths of time. Feng Yuan had been sitting cross-legged. He opened his eyes and smiled lightly. "I don't need to hide." Rumble. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared, covering Feng Yuan and Wu Shuai. The dark soul ball landed on the immortal goo house and erupted with terrifying power. But this immortal goo house was like a mountain. It did not budge. Chapter 2065. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared in the battlefield. It was like a mountain, but it was not tall. From the bottom to the top, there were clear layers. The surface was smooth and round. Thus, it was like a tower, piled up with dozens of drums of varying sizes. This immortal goo house was yellowish-brown in color. There was a layer of dense sand on the surface. It gave off a strong feeling of stability and stability. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This Earth Path Immortal Goo House was an unexpected gain from Feng Yuan's Dream Realm exploration. It was different from most immortal goo houses. The most fundamental difference was that this immortal goo house did not have a core immortal goo. It was constructed with an immortal killer move as the core. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had 3 core killer moves. The most important one was Accumulating Soil Mountain. This move was very special. It could not be used for offense, movement, healing, or anything else. Using this move, the Goo Immortal could stack Earth Path Goo worms and make them form an immortal goo house. Even if the Goo Immortal using the killer move had no formation path attainment level. Mastering this killer move was equivalent to mastering the foundation of this immortal goo house, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Thus, every Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a different appearance. In fact, even the same Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would have different forms and powers because of the different Earth Path Goo worms added into it. Feng Yuan had already created Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. He obtained the complete blueprints from the Dream Realm. He also obtained a large number of Earth Path Immortal Goo from the Blue Dragon Whale. In fact, he had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal Goo House before the Fate War. Right now, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was taken out by Feng Yuan. It changed the situation. Spectral Soul's attacks on Feng Yuan were ineffective again. Lu Wei-yin, Qing Chou, and the rest attacked one after another, forcing him to deal with them first. I thought that Feng Yuan was only bluffing earlier. I forced him too much. He had to give up Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, these 2 immortal goo houses. But now, it seems that he was truly trying to lure me into an ambush. Spectral Soul's heart sank. In truth, Fang Yuan's action of abandoning the two immortal goo houses had greatly lowered his guard. After all, the Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship had been destroyed one after another. It was impossible not to feel that Fang Yuan was at the end of his rope. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to have such a hidden card. Lu Wei-yin was also surprised, thinking, Fang Yuan is willing to pay such a heavy price to lure Spectral Soul. Was this a kind of trust in him? Or was this a test of their first cooperation? In fact, Fang Yuan had no other choice. Although he had been hiding this peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress, there was a huge flaw. Their flying speed was too slow. If there was a ranking list of immortal goo houses, Fang Yuan's peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress would definitely be at the bottom, there was no doubt about it. Honestly speaking, peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress was like a tortoise among immortal goo houses. It moved slowly, only slightly better than an immortal formation. It was a terrible sight to behold. But there were gains and losses. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress had a huge weakness in terms of movement speed, but its defense was terrifying. If Spectral Soul, Lu Wei-yin, and the rest knew about peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress weakness, they would understand some of Fang Yuan's weaknesses. If they took out peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress in the battle earlier, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape far. He would become a sitting duck and suffer the attacks of Spectral Soul and the rest. Even though Fang Yuan had a short period of peace, the other forces were able to mobilize their troops and gather their methods to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not stay in one place for long. This was Central Continent, the territory of Celestial Court. Even though Celestial Court was on the decline, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still there. But now that Fang Yuan took out peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress, the effect was completely different. Spectral Soul resisted the attacks of Lu Wei-yin, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest while attacking peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress stood firmly. It did not move at all. Even an existence like Spectral Soul felt great discomfort. His main target was Fang Yuan. It had never changed. But if he wanted to attack Fang Yuan now, he had to destroy this immortal goo house. This huge obstacle made Spectral Soul feel a little suffocated. If Spectral Soul ignored Fang Yuan and focused on this battlefield and these enemies, he would give Fang Yuan precious time to recover. This was something Spectral Soul did not want to see. In the intense battle, Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou, wanting to use it as a breakthrough point. But Lu Wei-yin was prepared. Once he saw that Spectral Soul was targeting Qing Chou, he immediately used a battlefield killer move to teleport Qing Chou away. Qing Chou only targeted its greatest enemy, which was Spectral Soul. Lu Wei-yin was not helping Spectral Soul, he was helping it. Qing Chou would not attack him. Spectral Soul's scheme was foiled. He transmitted to Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, you will be the main attacker. After we destroy this immortal goo house, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Demon Immortal Qiju hesitated. Spectral Soul, your battle strength is higher than mine. If you cannot do it, how can I? Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Who says I cannot do it? I just need to spend some effort. We lack cooperation. The most suitable thing now is for me to deal with this battlefield and the enemies while you attack Fang Yuan. You have the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi. As long as you are willing to pay the price, how hard can it be to destroy this immortal goo house? Spectral Soul's main target was Fang Yuan, but now he had to change his target. Firstly, Spectral Soul could tell that this immortal goo house had high defense. It would take too much effort to destroy it. Secondly, Spectral Soul was only cooperating with Qiju. Their relationship was shallow, thus, Qiju was an unstable factor. Spectral Soul wanted him to attack to prevent Qiju and reduce the chance of accidents. He could also break out of the battlefield and wait for an opportunity. It was safer and more stable. Spectral Soul had the greatest killing nature in history. He was not a fool who lost his rationality and was overwhelmed by killing intent. Demon Immortal Qiju naturally did not want to be trapped in the battlefield. He did not doubt Spectral Soul's determination to break out of the battlefield. He thought about it and smiled. My Shi Land can indeed destroy this Earth Path immortal goo house, but the price will be extremely high. After all, I cultivate Chi Path, not Earth Path. It is very likely that after I succeed, Shi land will be completely destroyed. But it is not impossible to make this deal. The crucial thing is, what kind of price can you pay for me to make such a huge sacrifice? What, you think I can't take it out? Spectral Soul immediately asked. You are a venerable, your foundation is extraordinary, I am looking forward to it. But until now, even though you have given me many types of true inheritances, they are lacking in any of them, I am truly disappointed. In your eyes, only venerable inheritances are worthy of being mentioned. Of course. Demon Immortal Chiju's tone was direct. Only venerable inheritances are worthy of my attention. To speak the truth, I am very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritances. Demon Immortal Chiju was an old demon. In this situation, he actually asked for Spectral Soul's soul path true inheritances. This was a shameless move. Spectral Soul naturally did not want to be taken advantage of. He rejected in a forceful tone. Chiju, don't forget our goal. If you do not use your full strength now, how can you kill Feng Yuan? You and I might get trapped in this battlefield and become prey for others. Demon Immortal Chiju was silent. The situation was tense now. The Earth Path battlefield was unfathomable. He had not explored it yet. Demon Immortal Chiju was only probing earlier. Since Spectral Soul was so forceful, it was better to cooperate and get through this crisis first. Even though Spectral Soul unraveled a layer of this Earth Path battlefield's transformation, Lu Wei-yin, Qing Chou, and Qi Si ancestors' attacks still gave him huge pressure. Even though Demon Immortal Chiju restrained Feng Yuan's Qi Si clone, under Lu Wei-yin's control, Qi Si ancestor tried not to fight with Demon Immortal Chiju. Instead, Qing Chou was often used. This fool dared to fight and charge. It was crazy and reckless. Demon Immortal Chiju was in a difficult spot. Battlefield killer moves were hard to set up, but once they were set up, the Gu Immortal would have a huge territorial advantage. Formation Path and Enslavement Path were both paths that could fight against many, because once these two paths were used to their full potential, the upper limit of one's strength would be very high. And this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was a killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After being modified, it became even more threatening. Furthermore, this battlefield was located in Earth Abyss now. It was connected to the Earth Vein. Using the endless power of the Earth, Spectral Soul and Chiju felt troubled. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Myriad Tribulation was still ongoing. The content of the Myriad Tribulation changed again. It turned from a torrential flood to a blazing inferno, burning everything and creating endless heat waves. I have already refined more than 100 Heaven Path Dao marks. Feng Yuan made new progress. Each Myriad Tribulation's transformation was a crisis for him. Chapter 2066. At the same time, Feng Yuan had to pay a heavy price as well. The richest mini-southern border in the mini-5 regions was already mostly destroyed. Immortal Succession Mountain was destroyed. It was cleansed by the flood. This Immortal Mountain was a middle-grade resource point. Feng Yuan took it from Heifan Grotto Heaven. It once had the ability to guide mortals to immortal ascension. There was also Heaven Ceiling Mountain. This mountain was created by Feng Yuan. It was small and unassuming. The belly of the mountain was hollow. Feng Yuan had once set up a Gu formation here to seal the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. Other than that, there were hundreds of other mountains. Among them, the greatest losses were Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, and Bonebird Peak. Interior Rain Mountain was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Rain continued to fall from the dark clouds. This rain was not ordinary rain. It was the rank 6 Immortal Material Interior Rain. This was a resource point that could produce Water Path Immortal materials. It was now in ruins. Copper Seal Mountain still had a remnant body left. This mountain was originally red in color. It was Fangzheng Square. It was like a huge seal that stood on mini-southern border. There was no soil on the mountain. It was made up of all kinds of copper. These copper materials were mortal and mortal. There were chaotic heaven copper, wisdom copper, snowflake copper, and other mortal copper materials. There were even immortal copper materials like gray profound copper and ascending dragon copper. Copper Seal Mountain was so special, it was heavily taken care of during the Myriad Tribulation Myriad Destruction Forest Lightning. But now, it was half its original size, it was black and was emitting smoke and lightning. The entire mountain was completely melted, it gave off an intense charred smell. This mountain had once produced domination copper, it was a rank 7 immortal material. Unfortunately, after this calamity, there were no more. As for Bonebird Peak, it had a large number of flower-winged white bonebirds, it was full of vitality. But now, it had completely collapsed, the flower-winged white bonebirds had already been killed by the lightning. The lightning collapsed the mountain, the flood destroyed the forest. Feng Yuan had obtained a large number of musical trees from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. They formed mini southern borders vast primordial forest. After this myriad tribulation, how could there still be a forest? Not to mention the beautiful and colorful Chi Death Bird and the fragrant tea stream. Mini southern border was in ruins. There were only a few places that were heavily guarded by Feng Yuan. Among them were the Coiling Thread Cavern, the Stalactite Cavern, and the Dark Inkstone Mine. These resource points were all underground, so it was easier for Feng Yuan to protect them. At the same time, these places were also inhabited by stone men. Firebird Mountain was an exception. Because of its remote location, it had luckily escaped the calamity. This mid-sized resource point had many types of firepath birds. There was still a fire phoenix in the crater of the volcano, imprisoned and suppressed by the great formation within the volcano. The roots of the sunset parasol tree on the mountain absorbed the magma as nutrients. Its branches swayed in the wind, and its leaves glistened. It emitted a beautiful glow like the sunset. It was a rare and beautiful scene. Apart from the lesser southern border, the other lesser 4 regions were also heavily damaged. The rocky shoal in Kokitahara was obtained by Feng Yuan from annexing Han Dong's blessed land. Now, it had been washed away by the flood. All the pink spirit snakes living inside were killed. The Little Western Desert's Quan Desert was created by Feng Yuan after he took Lu Yong's blessed land. There were more than 20 desolate dogs inside, and none of them had their corpses or bones left. The small Middle Continent, the small East Sea, and even the small 9 heavens were affected. Feng Yuan could not care so much anymore. The myriad tribulation had taken the lives of countless rank 8 Gu immortals. In history, it was the main cause of death for countless geniuses. If he did not deal with it properly, Feng Yuan would lose his life. Feng Yuan not only had to deal with the myriad tribulation, he also had to deal with the 3 pursuers outside. If giving up some resources could improve the situation, why would Feng Yuan not do it? Was his life more important than resources? The answer to this question was self-evident. Only with his life would there be hope and possibility. In the worst-case scenario, even if Feng Yuan destroyed all of his resources, even if his main body and clones died, as long as he was alive, as long as he got through this predicament, even if he was on his last breath, Feng Yuan would be able to accept this outcome. A man should be unyielding, success or failure did not matter. The destruction of these resources is actually of great help to me. The heavenly Tao is balanced. If these resource points are destroyed, the power of the myriad tribulation will decrease accordingly. Thus, my efficiency in refining heaven path Tao marks will continue to rise. Feng Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Rumble. With a loud sound, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress shook intensely, hundreds and thousands of Gu worms were shattered into pieces. This was an attack that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had prepared for a long time. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This old demon who had once resisted limitless demon venerable in history had ruthless methods. He had the terrifying strength to weaken and shake peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. If he continued to attack like this, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress would be destroyed by him sooner or later. It was not that Lu Wei-yin and the Chi-Si clone did not want to obstruct him, but Spectral Soul continued to attack and obstruct them. Spectral Soul's body was covered in black smoke. He attacked and defended at times. He tossed out immemorial soul beasts at times and used strange soul path killer moves at others. Not only did he protect Chiju and give him ample time and space, he even probed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield and obtained new results. He successfully got rid of another layer of variation in the battlefield. Lu Wei-yin, Qing Chou, and the Qi-Si clone attacked Spectral Soul with ease. And at this level, Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul. He is injured. He has not reached the peak of sovereign immortal fetus Gu when he underwent tribulation. Feng Yuan sighed internally. He had already experienced Spectral Soul's strength. We cannot let this go on. Wu Shuai, join in and deal with Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan ordered. In the current situation, Spectral Soul and the other two sides wanted to kill Feng Yuan. On the other side, Lu Wei-yin inherited Paradise Earth's will to eliminate Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan was the key, but so was Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan did not face much pressure from the outside world now. He was even more wary of Spectral Soul. He did not hesitate to target Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai joined the battle. At once, army ants gathered into an ant river that surged towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul split a portion of his attention to use killer moves to resist them. Wu Shuai was Feng Yuan's Dragonman clone. He mainly cultivated enslavement path. Even though he had not cultivated for a long time, he inherited the inheritance of the Dragonman race, as well as the true Wu Shuai inheritance. After several rounds of attacks, Lu Wei-yin was energized. He was overjoyed. Even though Wu Shuai does not fight personally, he has rank 8 cultivation level. His battle strength is quite impressive. Good, with him around, it is Spectral Soul's turn to feel pressure. With him controlling the battlefield, even Qing Chou could be surrounded, not to mention Wu Shuai who was willing to cooperate. Wu Shuai soon integrated into the encirclement. His tempo became faster and he exerted greater pressure on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was the strongest in the current world, but his soul had not reached its peak state. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju and Qi-Si Ancestor could not defeat Spectral Soul, but they could fight him for dozens of rounds. With Wu Shuai's addition, there was a qualitative change. He was a crucial factor in the balance of battle strength. Lu Wei-yin and the rest's attacks could be said to be endless. Spectral Soul started to become passive. He started to get tired of dealing with the encirclement. Immortal Killer Move, Breathless Breaths. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju stretched out 2 fingers, pointing at the top and foundation of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At once, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was unable to move. Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. His breathing was no longer smooth. Worse still, the immortal essence that he was injecting into Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress started to become intermittent. Immortal Gu houses needed to expend a lot of immortal essence to activate. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was the same. After being hit by this move, its defense started to fluctuate between strong and weak. A huge weakness of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was exposed. It was too slow. It could only take most killer moves head-on. Of course, its defense was extremely strong. It could expend a lot of the enemy Gu Immortal's immortal essence. Thus, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress tactic was a battle of attrition. Gu Immortals could heal inside. They could also use Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to expend the enemy's immortal essence and investigate their killer moves. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress also lacked offensive methods. In fact, Demon Immortal Qi-Ju could ignore Feng Yuan for now. He could join forces with Spectral Soul to deal with Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Feng Yuan was entangled by the myriad tribulation. He could only rely on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to fight. He posed little threat. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. Spectral Soul suddenly turned around. He endured the attacks of Lu Wei-yin and the rest as he flicked his fingers, sending out more than 10 black dots. The black dots quickly flew to the sky above Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, turning back into more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. These immemorial soul beasts charged down towards Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. The mountain-like beast bodies stacked together, completely burying Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At the next moment, rumble! The terrifying explosion killed these immemorial soul beasts on the spot. They sacrificed their lives in exchange for this terrifying explosion, creating a pure black sphere of light. the sphere of light expanded rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it reached an astonishing size of 100 li. Earth shook, the entire battlefield was shaking intensely. Lu Weiyin's expression changed. He quickly got out and tried his best to protect the battlefield. If the battlefield collapsed, even a corner would collapse, the entire situation would turn for the worse. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister. He actually had such a terrifying move. Qi Demon Immortal squinted. He had already retreated to a safe distance. Soul explosion is not rare. It is not surprising that he detonated the immemorial soul beasts. But he could perfectly fuse the power of the detonation of more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. How did he do it? Oh no, I wonder how the main body is doing? Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor were worried. Qing Chou was affected by the aftershock. It was heavily injured, but the more painful it was, the more frenzied it became. It ignored everything else. It charged towards Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor could only follow behind it, to prevent Spectral Soul from absorbing Qing Chou's strength. After Spectral Soul completed this attack, his face turned slightly pale. This time, when resisting Qing Chou's attacks, he focused on defense, recovering his mental energy. Evidently, that attack earlier expended a lot of mental energy. In fact, the price of this soul explosion was very high. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Spectral Soul sacrificed more than 10 rank 8s at once. I wonder how Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress is doing? Demon Immortal Qi Ju quickly approached Fang Yuan. As the dust settled, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress appeared in front of the immortals again. This Earth Path Immortal Gu house was 30% shorter. It was damaged on the surface, but there were no holes. Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted as he sighed internally. This Immortal Gu house has the highest defense among all Immortal Gu houses currently. Immortal Killer Move, Accumulated Soil Mountain. Inside the Immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan injected Immortal Essence as he activated the core killer move. Countless Earth Path Gu worms flew out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering the Immortal Gu house. In just 3 breaths of time, not only did Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress recover to its original state, its outer appearance even changed. It was no longer round, it looked like a tower with many straight lines and corners. Even a demon like Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pupils dilated upon seeing this. He was at a loss. Isn't this a little too shameless? Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress not only had high defense, its recovery speed was also outstanding. After all, it was not easy to repair most Immortal Gu houses in the world. To place Gu worms into the empty spots, these empty spots had to be specific. It was not as simple as placing them there. Most of the time, some Gu worms or killer moves were needed to be used to place them in. Immortal Gu houses were a type of immortal formation that could be moved at will. To repair Immortal Gu houses or immortal formations, one had to consider the influence and interference of the main body. But Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was not like that. For example, repairing other Immortal Gu houses was like building a wooden tower. The Gu Immortal would need to place the same Gu worms into specific holes. During this process, the Gu Immortal would need to use all sorts of methods to hold the wooden tower and stabilize the wooden blocks around the holes, to prevent any accidents from happening during the process. But repairing Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was like dumping it. Because the core was an immortal killer move, no matter how many Earth Path Gu worms Fang Yuan put in, these Gu worms would fuse with the wooden tower and become extremely stable. In fact, its characteristics were even different from before. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. They finally had some information about it, but after Fang Yuan's attack, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress became different from before. He had to let Qi Ju and Spectral Soul probe their strength again. Chapter 2067. If it were any other Gu Immortal, they would have given up all hope already. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is too good at turtling up. How can we kill him? Demon Immortal Qi Ju asked. His tone was filled with the urge to curse. Spectral Soul was silent for a while before smiling coldly. In an instant, terrifying killing intent condensed into solid form as it spread out from his body, making everyone's limbs turn cold and their hearts shake. After suffering this setback, Spectral Soul's determination to kill Feng Yuan became even firmer. Let me tear down this tortoise shell. Go and deal with the others, cover me. Spectral Soul's voice had just fallen when his soul flew out and devoured Lady Cold Ash's body. A huge soul giant that was as large as a mountain appeared. The giant's body was black like ink, it had a thick body and bulging muscles. He had 2 heads, one had a sinister expression while the other had a cold expression. 2 pairs of eyes, one was red like blood, emitting a blood-red light, while the other was cold like ice, extremely eerie. It had 600 arms, some were raised high, some were lowered, some were meandering, some were straight. It had the ability to hold up the sky and grab the moon, it had the ability to grab the stars and dance in the wind. Good giant! Lu Wei-yin's body shook as he praised, battle intent surged in his heart as he shouted, "Try this move." He used all his strength to activate illusory sand shifting shadow battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand danced. Countless rocks flew around like a meteor shower, landing on the black soul giant's body. The black soul giant faced it coldly, it only raised its hand. About 200 arms stretched out and reached into the sandstorm. The 200 ghostly hands at the front of the arms opened their fingers and grabbed the sandstorm. The formless sandstorm was grabbed like silk in the sky. The black soul giant waved its arms, ripping sounds could be heard endlessly. The sandstorm was torn apart, the wind dissipated and the sand fell. The battlefield became clear again. Lu Wei-yin's eyes were wide open, his expression was pale. Spectral Soul broke through the battlefield so easily, he was deeply shocked. Let me! Qi Si Ancestor flew into the sky, looking at the black soul giant at eye level. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble! A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed and rapidly pressed down, as if the sky was falling. This move was part of the true teachings of the Premier. Duke Long had once used it to send Zishan Makoto flying, vomiting blood. Now that Qi Si Ancestor was using it, he could not be underestimated. Giant Spectral Soul looked at the descending mountain as he walked closer. Over 100 arms were raised, and in an instant, it was as though a pitch-black ancient forest had appeared on the battlefield. More than 100 giant arms supported the airflow mountain, producing loud banging sounds. The 5 sharp, pitch-black, ghostly hands clawed at it, and the airflow mountain only lasted for a breath before it completely collapsed. Qi Si Ancestor grunted, he could only retreat in defeat. But Spectral Soul was unwilling to let him go. The furious head on his neck opened its mouth and spat out a vast soul river. The soul river was formed by countless vengeful spirits and ghosts, and it flowed without end. Billions of vengeful spirits wailed and screamed in pain. At once, the entire battlefield became sluggish. Qi Si Ancestor saw this move's imposing aura and his heart shook. He knew that this move was extraordinary, it was even more powerful than the immemorial Soul Beast's self-detonation earlier. At this moment, Spectral Soul erupted completely. Not only did he turn into the black soul giant form, his killer moves also changed, their power rose sharply, they were strange and terrifying. Qi Si Ancestor's arms shook as he stretched out 2 hands from his wide sleeves. He used his index and middle fingers to draw a huge circle in front of him, causing rumbling winds and clouds to gather. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Current Scissors. Streams of translucent qi currents flew out of his sleeves at an extremely fast speed. These air currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. They drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then converged into a translucent river of air currents. With a loud sound, the Qi Current Scissors River collided with the vengeful Soul Black River. The Qi Current Scissors were pushed back, the vengeful Soul Black River was heavily injured but it still charged forward. It soon got close to Qi Si Ancestor. Lu Wei-yin shouted as he activated the battlefield, creating a sand and stone barrier that blocked the vengeful Soul Black River's weak point. Chi-Si ancestor's face was already red, he was having a hard time fighting against it, he used this chance to escape. Spectral soul, why are you not dead yet? At the same time, Qingqiu roared as it pounced from the left. And on the right of giant spectral soul, Wu Shuai did not make a sound, he controlled the countless army ants to attack giant spectral soul's head like a black cloud. Pincer attack. Spectral soul stood on the spot, 300 arms blocked Qingqiu while 100 arms attacked Wu Shuai. Qingqiu charged with all its might, disregarding its own safety. Spectral soul snickered, his black hands suddenly clenched, they were sharp like spears that countered soul beasts. At the next moment, close to 100 arms stabbed into Qingqiu's body, a large amount of green-black blood splattered all over the battlefield. Spectral soul saw this blood and the eyes of the furious face shined. The cold face laughed sinisterly. Soul beasts have no bloodline, but it seems that your body has already changed along with the refinement of hatred goo. Interesting. After this battle, I will cut you into pieces and research on you. The meaning was that Spectral Soul was definitely going to defeat Qingqiu. Qingqiu roared in pain, its snake-like neck moved rapidly, its roars almost pierced the immortal's eardrums. Its body was emitting smoke, it was also black soul smoke, almost the same as Spectral Soul's. Not just that, it opened its mouth and shot out more than 10 human-face soul balls that were flickering with lightning. All sorts of attacks landed on giant Spectral Soul's body, but it was like a gust of wind hitting an ancient tree. The tree only shook slightly, its huge trunk did not budge at all. Spectral Soul's arms that stabbed into Qingqiu's body went deeper, they dug and twisted. Qingqiu screamed in pain, it was heavily injured by Spectral Soul and could not break free, its soul blood flowed like a river, it was a tragic scene. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, who cultivated enslavement path and had a weak body, did not dare to take the risk, he quickly retreated. He made up his mind, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would only attack from afar. The army ants were densely packed, they gathered and dispersed like smoke, they charged towards the eyes, nostrils, ears, and eyes of the black soul giant's head. Spectral Soul's cold head snorted lightly, a trace of black smoke came out of its nostrils. The smoke spread, everywhere it went, the army ants died instantly, they could not resist as they fell in large numbers. As expected of the former demon Venerable. Demon Immortal Qiju's eyes shined with bright light, he praised endlessly. Spectral Soul used his full strength and immediately changed the situation. Even though Lu Wei-yin and the rest had the terrain advantage and numbers advantage, they were still at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul attacked several times to block them, before turning around and staring at peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress with his 4 eyes. Over 400 black arms stretched out, clenching into fists, black chi surged on the fists as they attacked Feng Yuan's rank 8 Earth Path Immortal Goo House. Bam bam bam. Each punch caused the peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress to shake violently. Under the countless punches, black chi surged and corroded the immortal Goo House. The surface of peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortresses' defenses started to fall off in large chunks, they were quickly destroyed. Feng Yuan quickly used his killer move, using Earth Path Goo worms to replenish the damage. However, misfortune did not come alone, the myriad tribulation in his sovereign immortal aperture transformed again. Almost all of the Heaven Path Dao marks condensed into a lump, turning into a meatball monster. The meatball floated in the sky, it was huge like a mountain, it was 10 times the size of Spectral Soul, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. Countless black holes appeared on the meatball's surface. The holes opened up and emitted an intense suction force. The suction force rumbled and spread endlessly, forming tornadoes. Under the cover of the tornadoes, countless resources and variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture were forcefully sucked away and thrown into the meatball. At once, screams could be heard, there were heavy casualties. The meatball quickly digested all of this, its size started to expand. Oh no, I have never seen this myriad tribulation transformation before, it also has the ability to grow, it can get stronger as it fights. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He had to deal with spectral souls' frenzied attacks and the myriad tribulation in his immortal aperture. Regardless of which, he needed to put in all his effort. Others could not help him at all. Feng Yuan could not split himself into two, he had to make a choice now. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress can last for a while, but if the myriad tribulation continues to grow, it will surpass my limits. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Feng Yuan decisively chose to guard against the myriad tribulation. Most of his attention was focused on the sovereign immortal aperture. His control over peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress slowed down. The old combat beast king was saved. He dragged his heavily injured body as he gritted his teeth and stood up, listening to Feng Yuan's instructions. Shui Air controlled the situation on the ground, controlling the ice crystal formation to resist the suction force of the tornado. The meatball monster slowly floated over. It was stable like a mountain. Shui Air felt immense mental pressure. Immortal Killer Move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Ever since he activated it, Feng Yuan had not stopped. But now, its power had fallen to the deepest part of the abyss. Countless thoughts collided in Feng Yuan's mind. It was a grand sight. Feng Yuan multitasked. He first activated a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. The number of thoughts increased rapidly. His mind felt extremely small at this moment. A vast number of thoughts collided. Feng Yuan's thoughts became extremely sharp. He had extra energy to activate other killer moves. Without any other choice, Feng Yuan used the human path formation to disrupt the heavenly Tao. The formation was activated, it buzzed and let out a bright radiance. Just this step caused more than half of the thoughts in Feng Yuan's mind to disappear. If he continued to activate it, the thoughts would be expended faster than he could produce. His thoughts would dry up soon, his mind would dry up, Feng Yuan would turn into a fool. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth but did not panic. He was prepared for this. He arranged many of Feng Yuan's wills in the human path formation. Feng Yuan's will took over the formation. It continued to operate. Feng Yuan's thoughts started to rise again. Feng Yuan only needed to activate the human path formation at the first step. Again! Feng Yuan shouted in his mind, activating a Wisdom Path Killer Move again. The thoughts in his mind were stimulated, they surged like a tsunami, they were about to clog up his mind. For Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, it was not good to have too few thoughts. Too many thoughts would clog up their minds, there would be no space for them to collide and change. It was a terrible thing. Feng Yuan did not make a stupid move, he had expected it. Seeing that these thoughts were about to clog up his mind, he quickly focused his attention on the sea of clouds in the sky. Chapter 2068. In the boundless azure clouds, waves surged, waves splashed and waves crashed onto the shore. It was like a sea, but not a sea, clouds and mountains shrouded in fog, transforming endlessly with countless images. This was a killer move. This killer move was Feng Yuan's trump card. It was his trump card. It could even be considered his strongest offensive method currently. It was Immortal Killer Move Unlimited Qi Si. This move was mystical. After Feng Yuan's modification, it not only used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi as the core, it also had 10 Qi Path Immortal Gu as supplementary Gu and hundreds of thousands of Mortal Gu as the foundation. Moreover, it included Qi Path Immortal Materials. It could expend immortal materials to increase the power of this move. This move was mystical. It could absorb all the Qi in the world, life Qi, death Qi, sword Qi, blade Qi, dust Qi, dawn Qi. The more Qi Path Immortal Materials it stored, the more powerful it would be. If it was used to attack, it would expend immortal essence and immortal materials. If it was used to defend, it would absorb external Qi currents. This move had vast power. Qi Xiang left behind this move, and Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven used this move to survive countless myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations, most rank 8 Gu immortals in this world did not even dare to go through one myriad tribulation. They would try their best to stall for time in their immortal aperture. Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, however, was controlled by the heavenly spirit. It had survived countless myriad tribulations. After Feng Yuan annexed Qi Xiang's Grotto Heaven, He used the light of wisdom Gu to modify unlimited Qi Si before the Fate War. Next, during the battle, he used this move to forcefully break the primordial Qi wall, shocking everyone in the world and the 5 regions Gu immortals. The primordial Qi wall was Primordial Origin's creation. It not only contained Qi Path Immortal Gu, but also Qi Path Immortal materials. One of the characteristics of Qi Path was that it could use Qi Path Immortal materials to replace Gu worms to use killer moves. Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. He also absorbed a vast amount of immortal material Qi currents from the Qi wall. Fang Yuan broke it once, he broke it a second time. Not long ago, in the Celestial Court, he once again used his boundless Qi Si to absorb the immortal material's Qi flow in the primordial Qi wall and broke it. Breaking his Qi Si twice in a row, in addition to the large amount of immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained from exploring the Qijue Paradise, caused the Qi reserves in his boundless Qi Si to skyrocket to an extremely shocking level. As a result, the power of this move rose to a level that even Fang Yuan found terrifying. Fang Yuan willed and decisively used unlimited Qi Si. His Qi Si churned, and a huge white pillar of Qi condensed. It pressed down from the sky and headed straight for the meatball-like monster. The pillar of energy was extremely thick. This scale had reached an unprecedented level, even by Xiang of the past sighed in amazement. Not only that, but the surface of the air pillar was also enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden halo, giving off an extremely tough and domineering feeling. Before the white pillar of air hit the meatball-like monster, a boundless, formless, and terrifying force surged from all directions, locking the meatball-like monster in midair. Boom! The white pillar of air was like a heavenly pillar. It crashed into the meatball-like monster and crashed down fiercely. The huge explosion caused Shui Air, who was at the edge of the battlefield, to go deaf for a moment. The piercing white light of the Qi pillar forced Shui Air, who was hiding in the ice crystal formation, to shut her eyes to prevent herself from being blinded by the intense light. The meatball-like monster could not resist the force of the Qi pillar. It was directly pressed down on the grassland of Kokitahara. The grass on the grassland, along with a layer of the ground, had long been swept away by the incomparably fierce wind before the pillar of Qi arrived. The meatball-like monster was heavily pressed down on the grassland by the Qi pillar. The ground shook, hundreds of huge cracks formed on the ground below the meatball-like monster, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. The white Qi pillar was still continuing, shattering mountains and splitting seas. The great meatball-like monster transformed from myriad tribulation was pressed down on the ground. It was as weak as a chicken, unable to resist. 3 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters. As the meatball-like monster sank deeper and deeper, its body also shrunk. It was continuously being destroyed by the white Qi pillar. The countless black holes on the surface of the monster were tightly closed, as if it was desperately trying to shrink. Waves of mournful wails came from inside the monster's body. This was the wailing of Providence. The white Qi pillar lasted for 20 breaths of time before it slowly disappeared. The sea of clouds in the sky had shrunk by 80%, and the remaining clouds had also become extremely thin. Fang Yuan immediately sent it away. Meanwhile, the meatball-like monster was in an even worse state. Its mountain-like body was now the size of a dragon palace. The meatball-like monster did not move at all. It was like a corpse lying at the bottom of the cave. And there was a distance of 100 meters between the ground and the bottom of the cave. Fang Yuan's main body breathed roughly. His head was throbbing in pain as he breathed. For this move, he had spent a lot of effort. He had used up too many thoughts. It surpassed the limits of his mind. The myriad tribulation formed from more than 3,000 heaven Dao finally stopped for a while. It seemed to have been stunned by Fang Yuan's vicious counterattack. Opportunities were hard to come by. Fang Yuan quickly increased his strength, using unrestrained heavenly mark to refine heaven path Dao marks. In just a short while, Fang Yuan's newly refined heaven path Dao marks had already broken through 100. Together with his previous gains, Fang Yuan had more than 160 heaven path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan's total number of heaven path Dao marks officially broke through 200, the heavenly Dao finally reacted. The meatball-like monster at the bottom of the cave dissipated like smoke. Hail started to fall from the sky. However, Fang Yuan could have used this opportunity to deal with it, but now he could only barely deal with it. He placed his attention on the outside world again. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress was heavily damaged. Giant spectral soul had been attacking continuously during this period of time. The results were huge. Spectral soul swore to kill Fang Yuan, even when Lu Wei-yin and the rest attacked. Giant spectral soul did not hesitate to endure the attacks. He still maintained his ferocious attacks on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was trying his best to repair it now, but the situation was getting worse. The peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress could not block it anymore. A hole was created. The inside and outside were connected. Through this small hole, Giant Spectral Soul's 4 eyes shined with cold, killing intent, because he saw Fang Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the room. He saw Fang Yuan's expression after using unlimited Qi. Fang Yuan was not in a good state. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. His rich battle experience made him decide to use his trump card like Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, Eat Heart. I comprehended this move from The Legends of Renzu in my later years. Fang Yuan, everything is over. The current peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress will not be able to block this move. Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. As expected. At the next moment, Fang Yuan grunted, his expression twisted as he clutched his chest in pain. His heart was in intense pain like he was bitten by a fierce beast. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 33. Renzu stared at the skull. Next, I will eat the most important part of the predicament. Strong Gu laughed loudly. This is a stupid move. Oh human, your choice is very foolish. The predicament shook its body as it shrunk rapidly. At the same time, countless tribulations flew out of its neck and attacked Renzu. The tribulations were like fire, they burned Renzu's bones. The tribulations were like hammers, they smashed Renzu's bones into pieces. The tribulations were like wind and rain, Renzu was left alone. The tribulations were like lightning, they struck Renzu continuously. Fear Gu shouted, "Oh heavens, this is too scary. At this rate, he will die for sure." Courage Gu encouraged, "Oh human, don't be afraid." Self Gu and Attitude Gu shouted together, "I am very strong, I am very strong, all of the tribulations are like a drizzle, they are like a breeze." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu, and Fear Gu flew together. They wanted to escape with Renzu. "Oh human, run. Don't believe Self Gu's words. It has already been deceived too thoroughly." Renzu was trapped in the tribulations, he could not escape. When the tribulations engulfed him, he could not leave even if he wanted to. This is too scary, let's go, forget about him. Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu, and Fear Gu flew away together. You traitors! Self Gu was extremely furious, it grabbed these 3 Gu and bit them fiercely. The 3 Gu were injured, but they were not stopped by Self Gu, they escaped from Renzu. Self Gu wanted to chase them, but rules and regulations Gu persuaded, don't chase them. Escaping because of weakness and fear in the tribulations, betraying self and courage will only lead to death. Isn't it good that they escaped? Weak Gu and Betrayal Gu are useless. As for Fear Gu, if the tribulations did not appear, fear would be futile. But the tribulations have already happened. Fear will only increase human pain. You are right. Self Gu was persuaded. Hope Gu shined as it supported Renzu. Oh human, as long as you have hope in the center of the tribulations, there is still hope. Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh human, you are truly pitiful, you listen to hope so easily. Don't you know? Relying on hope in the tribulations will only cause the tribulations to continue. It is hope that prolongs human pain. When you do not have any hope, you will instead feel relaxed in the tribulations. Renzu did not speak. He resisted the attacks of the tribulations with difficulty. No matter how his skeletal body bent, he did not fall. Strong Gu soon found the reason. On Renzu's ankles, there was an independent pair of wings. Even though the wings were small, they flapped tenaciously, allowing Renzu to stand on his own. Strong Gu continued to attack Renzu. "Oh human, I am starting to admire you. It is a pity that you cannot hold on for much longer. Look at your bones, they are filled with cracks from the torture of the tribulations." Renzu was silent. Originally, Renzu's bones were smooth and warm, there were no cracks at all, but now, his bones were unrecognizable, they were filled with cracks, it was like they were going to shatter at any moment. The other goo worms were silent, only Hope Goo shined. "Oh human, don't give up. The tribulations are not scary, the scary thing is when a human loses hope." Hope Goo's light penetrated Renzu's bones, shining into his bone marrow. All living beings in the world would have cracks in their lives, but that was where the light of hope shone in. Renzu's bones absorbed the light of hope, they started to devour the surrounding tribulations. Each crack was like a big mouth. The wider the crack, the bigger the mouth seemed to be, and the more calamities and tribulations it could devour. How can this be? Strongu was shocked. Renzu's bones were devouring more and more tribulations, his bones were getting tougher. Chapter 2069. The calamities and tribulations continued. Renzu's skeleton started to shine with golden light. The calamities and tribulations became more intense. Renzu's skeleton continued to burn. It turned into a dazzling golden light. Renzu started to straighten his back. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, enduring all the torture. His skeleton seemed to be made of gold as he stood in the calamities and tribulations. It was the myriad tribulation golden bone. And on Renzu's skeleton head, a crown grew out. It was the connecting heaven bone crown. The calamities and tribulations that humans endured would become their crowns in the future. Even though the calamities and tribulations were still ongoing, Renzu finally had the ability to speak. "I know, fate has its arrangements, the calamities and tribulations are its arrangements for humans. But I can persevere. Any calamities and tribulations that seem unbearable are actually bearable to me." Strongu was shocked and uncertain. Self-Gu came to a realization. "I understand now. Oh human, you are someone who walked out of ordinary abyss. That is why you can endure the unbearable calamities and tribulations." Strongu saw that the calamities and tribulations could not deal with Renzu. It forced itself to remain calm. "Oh human, don't go back on your words. You have Hope Gu, the calamities and tribulations will continue. Don't tell me that the bet between us is going to be dragged on like this. I don't care. I will take it that you have passed the calamities and tribulations. Now it is our turn to eat you. What do you want to eat from me?" Renzu sighed. Strongu laughed loudly, pointing at Renzu's ribs. "Next, I will eat your heart." Renzu was slightly shaken. Strongu's choice was too fatal. If a person did not have a heart, how could they live? "Quickly take out your heart, let us eat it." Strongu shouted impatiently. Renzu sighed bitterly. He hesitated for a moment before taking out the sympathetic heart. Strongu directly placed the sympathetic heart into the predicament's neck and into its stomach. Its stomach became bigger. In predicaments, people often lose their sympathetic heart first. Renzu took out the noble heart next. The predicament swallowed it, its stomach became bigger, it was hard to digest. Renzu took out his original heart. "Oh Hope Gu, quickly leave. I don't want to implicate you." Hope Gu was residing in Renzu's original heart. It did not fly out. It said, "I am not leaving, this is my home. Man, you might as well throw me in as well. I don't blame you." Renzu was helpless. Under the urging of Strongu, he took out his original heart and fed it to the predicament. After eating, the predicament's belly swelled up a lot. Difficult situations often make people lose hope. Without the Hope Gu, the calamities and tribulations that plagued Renzu's life gradually disappeared. This greatly reduced the pressure on Renzu, but at the same time he felt a sense of loss. "Quick, human, take out your final heart and let us eat it." Strongu pointed at the heart of loneliness in Renzu's chest. Renzu hesitated. The heart of loneliness was not only the self-Gu, it was also his final heart. Without this heart, Renzu's life would be in danger. Strongu laughed loudly and threatened, "Quick! If you don't take out your heart for us to eat, We'll make a move and eat you whole. Self-Gu was deceived. It said indifferently, "Oh human, just give it to them. I don't care, and you won't die. We are the strongest. Give them to me." Strong Gu snatched the heart of loneliness from Renzu's hands and threw it into the predicament's stomach through the wound on its neck. At this moment, Renzu lost all his heart. He fell to the ground without any signs of life. He could not get up anymore. Renzu was dead. "Oh human, you are dead, we are free." Rules and regulations. Gu flew away. There is no helping it. This human is facing the greatest predicament of his life. Courage Gu, Edge Gu, and others also flew away. On Renzu's corpse, only Self-Gu was moving around. Attitude Gu wanted to leave too, but Self-Gu held onto it tightly. It did not succeed. Strong Gu laughed happily. "Ha, oh human, you are only the predicament. What's wrong?" Strong Gu's predicament held its extremely swollen stomach, rolling on the ground in pain. Loneliness was extremely hard to digest. The stronger the predicament, the lonelier it was. Boom! Suddenly, the predicament's stomach burst open. Renzu's heart of loneliness, as well as his skin and flesh, formed into a boy. Strong Gu was dumbfounded. "Who are you?" The boy shouted, "I am Renzu's son, great strength true martial." Before he finished speaking, he jumped up and grabbed Strong Gu. Strong Gu struggled to break free, but Self-Gu took the chance to fly up and bite it. Strong Gu was injured. It became weak. "Where do you think you are going?" Great strength true martial shouted. He grabbed Strong Gu and pushed it into his chest. Strong Gu landed on his chest and was locked in his heart, unable to get out. "Don't waste your energy. This is my grand ambition. You will not be able to get out." Great strength true martial laughed loudly. Next, he found the other hearts of Renzu from the predicament's corpse and placed them back into Renzu's chest. The human ancestor came back to life. Undeniably, a person's heart was the source of their motivation. It was one of their fatal weaknesses. The food path killer move Eat Heart that Spectral Soul created was much more outstanding than Eat Hardship and Eat Loss. Even if the last two moves hit the enemy, they would only add weight to the scales of victory and defeat. But Eat Heart was extremely fatal. Once hit, if one did not defend against it, the outcome would be certain. This was a method that could ensure victory. Fang Yuan was hit. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had outstanding defense. That was true. But Gu Immortals had many paths, but Food Path was rare. There were few defenses against Food Path. Thus, during the Fate War, Western Desert's Immortal Gu were all hit by the joint use of the two Celestial Court Immortals. Sitting Eating Mountain Empty, Food Path Killer move, they could do nothing about it. Fang Yuan had some Food Path inheritances. He also knew that Spectral Soul had deep Food Path attainment. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was created by Fang Yuan. It could naturally defend against Food Path. But now, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was destroyed by Spectral Soul. Even the complete Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not block Eat Heart. Fang Yuan would still be hit. At once, the dense shadow of death shrouded Fang Yuan. He could not struggle. He had no strength to struggle. The heavenly Tao in the sovereign immortal aperture seemed to sense it. It stopped the myriad tribulation and spread out, restraining Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan could not use any methods to defend himself. He could only wait for death. Lu Wei-yin saw that the situation was bad. He quickly mobilized the Earth Path battlefield. Yellow sand gathered like a dragon, coiling around giant Spectral Soul and tightening, trying to imprison Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. His hundreds of arms barely held on. His defense was very passive. His 4 eyes were still staring at Fang Yuan. Most of his focus was on activating Eat Heart. Oh no! Lu Wei-yin's heart sank. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai felt a chill in their hearts. They attacked with all their might, but Spectral Soul did not even turn around. Spectral Soul would rather get heavily injured to grab this chance. He had to kill Fang Yuan. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan's mind was still dry. He barely had any thoughts left. This was the aftereffect of using unlimited Qi Si earlier. Spectral Soul was truly too strong. As expected of the former demon Venerable, an invincible man in the world. During that era, he slaughtered until the world was shrouded in darkness. Nobody dared to make a sound. Billions of living beings could only tremble in his shadow. Only when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared and fought for his entire life did he heal the wounds of the world's living beings. Before Spectral Soul used his full strength, his individual battle strength was not much different from his opponents, but he still had the upper hand in the battle. When he unleashed his full strength, his battle strength would surge and widen the gap between him and his opponents. What was even more despairing was that each of his choices was so ruthless and ruthless. They were instant. He did not give his opponents any chance to catch their breath, not to mention a chance to survive. No, even if there is only a trace of hope, I will try it to the end. Fang Yuan could not use any methods, but even if he could use killer moves, he could not defend against Eat Heart. Unless he had reverse flow protection seal. The painful expression on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mysterious smile that was extremely thought-provoking. At the next moment he shouted, "If you don't attack now, when will you?" Chi-Ju. Spectral Soul's eyes were wide open, but his other eyes squinted at the same time. This? Fang Yuan tricked me? No. One of Spectral Soul's heads turned around. He saw Demon Immortal Chi-Ju attacking Spectral Soul. Boom. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju activated a killer move. She landed above his head, shot out like a meteor, landing heavily on Spectral Soul's back. Spectral Soul staggered from the impact. He almost fell to the ground. Puff, 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 puff. All of a sudden, many large holes appeared on his body, and countless dark and gloomy soul energies spurted out of the holes like air leaks. Chapter 2070. Phew! This part of the Legends of Renzu was finally finished. Evidently, this was the longest part of the Legends of Renzu so far. This was the result of a week of planning. It was very difficult. I had modified it many times back then. Just from the imagery alone, I had to choose carefully. For example, predicament, weakness, calamity, and calamity. The predicament contains suffering, loss, calamity, and calamity. These three imagery were carefully chosen. At the start, there were at least 10 of these imagery. In the following days, I reluctantly cut down more than half of it. At the final juncture, I removed the words difficult and easy. Otherwise, the full text would be even longer. I needed to match the main text for this part of the Legends of Renzu. Thus, there were several scenes of Renzu suffering, loss, suffering, calamity, and finally having his heart eaten. They corresponded to Spectral Soul's food path killer move, as well as Fang Yuan's own situation. Many readers should be able to sense that the connection between the Legends of Renzu and the main text was more of a comparison. There was a faint resonance between the two lines. For example, in The Legends of Renzu, Renzu encountered the strongest predicament in his life. Fang Yuan was the same. Renzu struggled on his deathbed. Spectral Soul was the same. Fang Yuan was the same. Others like Wang Xiao-Er were the same. Wang Xiao-Er was an important supporting character everyone will know after reading. There was also the example of Renzu using attitude gu and self-gu to deceive the predicament. It was the same as Fang Yuan using his own will to deceive Spectral Soul in Myriad Year Flying Worship. These things were mutually resonating. Renzu was the main character in The Legends of Renzu. When he interacted with the predicament, what interesting reactions would his gu worms have? This was something that could not be ignored. I had thought about this for at least 3 days. There was also the problem of the 10 extreme physiques. In this chapter, there was finally some progress. The birth of great strength true martial physique. When this part of the plot is finished, everyone can read it again. 1 chapter a day, everyone might feel that the pace is slow, but if you read it, you will find something different. Venerable Gu, the feeling will be different when you read it the first time and the second time. Especially this chapter, other than Fang Yuan's struggles on the surface, resisting the pursuit, there was actually a deeper meaning to it. For example, The Legends of Renzu, and the interactions between the various characters. Only by looking at it as a whole could one discover the beauty of this novel's layouts. or the schemes of the various forces and characters, especially Qi-Ju, Spectral Soul, and Feng Yuan. After everyone finished reading tonight's second update, they would understand more about perfected being Zhao's Alliance Master. Recently, I saw a reader friend's book review, and I was deeply moved. The gist of it was that Venomous Person was actually a work with growth potential. In the beginning it was more of a dark style, but in the middle and later stages it became more majestic. It would be biased to say that this book was a dark text. This review triggered me to look at myself in a new light. Gu Dao Master had been written for about 6 years. After such a long time, the style had indeed changed. Just as the book reviewer had said, at first, it leaned towards the dark wind, but then it gradually changed. On one hand, it was because of external reasons. Ever since the book was published, it had been reported many times, and it was still the same until recently. It did not become safer as time passed, but instead, it became more and more dangerous. With the country in such a state, he had no choice but to change the direction of his writing. On the other hand, there were internal reasons. As an author, I've grown a lot. Especially during the period when I stopped updating, I had a special realization. When I was writing Venomous Person, I relied on my hot-bloodedness, unruliness, and unruliness. I focused on writing, not caring about the results or money. At first, there were few people paying attention to it, but as time passed, there were more and more people paying attention to it. Thus, when I reached the middle stage of Venomous Person, my ears were filled with noises, as if I was in a bustling market. All sorts of mundane matters came one after another, causing my mental state to waver and my heart to become restless. Now, when I reached the later stages of Venomous Person, because of the legends of Renzu, there were too many clues in the main text, making it difficult for me to write. Often, I felt powerless and felt my own insignificance. The period when I stopped updating had saved me. Just like the bustling market around me, it gradually shrank. The sea of people around me became fewer and fewer, until there was only a study table at the end of the street, a dim table lamp, and a me. The voices that had been lingering in my ears also gradually disappeared, leaving only my pounding heart. When I was in seclusion, I did not look at any QQ messages or WeChat messages. I only focused on thinking and writing. Finally, I broke through the bottleneck in front of me. Actually, the biggest problem that Renzu faced in The Legends of Renzu, the biggest problem that Feng Yuan faced, isn't it also the biggest problem that I have faced in writing? Now, when I read Venomous Person again, this book spans 6 years or so, it had suffered many blows, tortures, curses, and doubts. Look at the book reviews, those curses have never stopped. At first, I was filled with excitement, but as my emotions fluctuated, I finally settled down. All that was left was my desire and determination to complete this work. Regardless of the ranking, regardless of the income, regardless of the outside world, just this thought, the pure thought of writing. Let them report me, let them question me, let them be dismissive, let them be furious. I only care about writing this novel, that's all I can do. Recently, I have come to realize how insignificant I am, and that my ability is very limited. I will continue writing like this until the end of Venomous Person. From September onwards, I have set a small goal, that is to steadily update 1 chapter every day for a month. During this period, if there is a new alliance leader, I will try to update 1 chapter. But if I feel that I am unable to write the ideal text during this period, I will still choose to go into seclusion. When that time comes, I can only temporarily give up on this small goal. As for how long, I am not sure, but in order to overcome this difficulty, I must first satisfy myself. If you think it is good, then support it. If not, then I will not force it. So be it. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.